If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 144, The Unlucky Boss. Chapter 144, The Unlucky Boss. Translator, King Bao. Editor, Dark Gem. Before Yao Si could react, the large crowd of beasts had already surrounded them. How could someone enter after we shut the security system? A tiger-headed man who seemed to be the leader of the pack came over to sweep a glance at them. Only the top-level management of the Lu Enterprise would be able to command such high authority. Hurry, bring the supervisor of District 9 to identify the person. A leopard-headed man left instantly. In less than half a minute, he dragged over a middle-aged man of about 40 years. The man was clothed entirely in blue working attire, his ash-colored hair an utter mess. He seemed to be in great fear as he trembled uncontrollably. Leopardhead dragged him to the front and shoved him onto the ground. He raised his head meekly, and his eyes widened when he caught sight of Lu Chen. "Manager Lu, you are here?" "Supervisor Yuan." They were obviously acquainted. What exactly happened? "So you are the manager of the Or planet." Before another word could be uttered, Tigerhead's eyes lit up. He took a few steps forward to sweep Lu Chen up and down before he started to grin widely, even exposing his sharp teeth. "You must be a Lu family member since your first name is Lu. I never expected to catch such a big fish. Ha ha ha, dot. Who are you? What exactly do you want?" It was Lu Chen's first encounter of such a tricky situation, and he started to panic. "Don't do anything rash, we can talk things out." "Heh, I'm sure a manager like you is not be able to recognize measly workers like us." Tigerhead completely disregarded the weakling like Lu Chen and smirked. "But it's fine, soon, we beasts will get what we deserve." "Manager Lu, all the districts from 1 to 9 have been taken over by them," Supervisor Yuan explained while lying limply on the ground. "The employees of the Or planet are all locked up. They wanted to entice Bo." "Shut up!" Tigerhead struck him, cutting him off mid-sentence. "This is all because of your Lu Enterprise. Our race has been working diligently for so many years, but why do all the profits go to your people? Isn't this considered slavery? We were forced into this rebellion." "That's not true," Lu Chen rebutted anxiously. "We have a written agreement with all the beasts that we employ, and it's a legal employer-employee relationship. If you aren't willing, you can quit at any time. How is that slavery?" Bullsh*T, it's all just talk. The pathetic amount of salary you pay us is nothing compared to the profits the Or planet brings. Tigerhead grabbed Lu Chen's collar. "The ores are all harvested by my race, so they belong to us. You guys didn't do anything but rob the fruits of our labor. You're just a bunch of vampires trying to leech of us bests. The real vampires, Yao Si and Mu Xuan. It's alright to sprout rubbish, but no discrimination, please. What does this have to do with us? You guys are just wearing a fake philanthropic mask to cheat my race into slaving away for you. Let me tell you, we bests have pride. From this moment on, we will get what we deserve and won't be exploited by your company anymore. We will not be slaves," Tigerhead declared loudly, ending with his slogan. His words were followed by loud chants by the other bests. "Beasts shall never be slaves. Enough. You could even drag another race into this. Isn't that line copied from someone else? I could sue you for copyright issues." At least everything made sense now for Yao Si. The event was ignited due to the employee displeasure with their wages, so they decided to go on strike. But how did it escalate to their whole race, and why were weapons being utilized in the process? She couldn't seem to understand. Was this the local galactic custom? Straight face. Yao Si couldn't help raising her hand to interrupt. "What exactly is your aim after such a lengthy discussion? Can you come to a conclusion already? Tiger Head stilled as though suddenly remembering his motives. He turned to signal the crowd with his gaze before pointing a gun toward Lu Chen. You are a member of the Lu family, so you must have the contacts of the owner of your planet. Call him immediately. As long as you transfer all the rights of the planet over to us beasts, we will assure your safety. You want the planet? That's impossible. Lu Chen smirked, turning his head resolutely. This planet is just managed by Lu Enterprise, but we do not have any shares in it. Besides, what you're doing is illegal. Anyways, I don't have the contacts of my boss, but even if I did, I wouldn't give them to you. Good job there. Tiger Head narrowed his eyes at him. If you don't cooperate, I'll kill everyone on this planet besides my kind. I'll see how Lu Enterprise will handle that. You? Let's start with you. He suddenly grabbed a large gun and aimed it at the ground with his hand on the trigger. Supervisor Yuan. Lu Chen's eyes went wide in disbelief. Hey, this is going too far. Yao Si frowned. Even though the group's problems were a little eccentric, they could still be considered as part of internal conflict and not something in which she should interfere. But dragging innocent bystanders into this and threatening their lives was considered kidnapping and blackmail. I have activated the signal. Hurry and connect to the communicator. The tiger-headed man threatened once more. Or I will kill him. Alright, I'll connect. Lu Chen paled, completely forgetting the two skilled bloodlings behind him. He gingerly tapped open the communicator and scrolled toward an account which was marked with high importance. Lu family prohibits anyone from disrupting the boss. Even though I have their number, I have never dialed it, so I can't be sure if anyone will pick up. That mysterious? Yao Si started to feel intrigued. Who could this unlucky boss who was about to be robbed be? Lu Chen clicked onto the account, and there was a light beep. The next moment, Yao Si's optical computer beeped. D. You have a new message request from our planet on T Galactic, District 95. Yao Si. Mu Xuan. Lu Chen. Crowd of beasts. This can't be happening, she is that unlucky boss. In an instant, everyone's attention shifted to her. Yao Si grimaced. How could that be? She opened her optical computer to take a closer look, but it was really a message from Lu Chen. She lifted her head toward him. Was he perhaps get himself out of the tricky situation? Be boss? Lu Chen's eyes lit up like light bulbs. The shock seems genuine. Alright, it was probably not an act after all. Then. F***CK. When did I acquire your planet unknowingly? Wait a minute. She suddenly remembered an incident from the past. Lu Chen, do you happen to know Lu Ren? Master Lu? He stilled. He's the current head of the Lu family, the CEO of the Lu Enterprise. F***CK. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 145 Extremist Beasts. Chapter 145 Extremist Beasts. Translator, King Bao. Editor, Dark Gem. CC? Mu Xuan looked at her questioningly. Mu Xuan, Yao Si's face filled with black lines. This planet might really be mine. Back when she had just awakened, Lu Ren was the master of the space station. Due to the DNA inspection incident, he was brutally cheated by Yan Xian. At that time, other than some galactic currency, he seemed to have mentioned in her planet, but she didn't understand the situation and had never expected that would really receive a whole planet. She suddenly had an impulse to find out what else she had received. Mu Xuan nodded, not the least bit alarmed by her declaration, as though the planet was just another lollipop she had acquired. With a step forward, he pulled her behind him before glaring at the bests with a chilling gaze. "This means that you intend to take my cub's planet, dot." Even though there wasn't a change in his tone, his cold demeanor sent a chill down everyone's spine, and a thick silence fell over them. After half a minute. "She's the boss of your planet." Tigerhead snapped out of his shock. With a wave of his hand, all the guns were directed toward her. "Hurry and hand over the rights to the planet or I'll have to kill all of you." "Mate, this is indeed a courageous Tigerhead." She shifted her head to the side, she was probably not needed. As expected, in less than 2 seconds, the threatening crowd of bests collapsed onto the ground, whining in pain. But it was considered mild since none of the injuries were fatal. "Are you all right?" Yao Si walked over to Supervisor Yuan, who was selling her out just a second ago. In that short second, his entire demeanor had changed. "Ah?" Supervisor Yuan stilled. Was he all right? What had just happened? Who was he? Where was he? The events were too shocking, he couldn't seem to process the situation. Lu Chen, who had witnessed Mu Xuan's prowess before, regained his calm faster. "Oh right, where are the others? Where are they now?" There were at least a few hundred employees in each district. "They? All right, they are locked up on the second floor of the office." Supervisor Yuan paused, turning to glance worryingly at the bunch of people whining on the ground. Yao Si understood his worry and turned to glance at Mu Xuan. "They won't be able to escape." He nodded, unleashing his mental strength once more. The group stopped tumbling abruptly as though suppressed. There was indeed a few hundred employees trapped on the second floor, and the majority of them were Yao, with a sizable number of bests as well. In contrast to the Tigerhead and Lionhead bests, the ones in captivity were a more docile bunch which consisted of cat ears, bunny tails, and dog noses. After communicating, they found out that it was a kidnapping and blackmail. The poor employee treatment mentioned by Tigerhead was all fabricated and completely untrue. Lu Enterprise had always been among the top 10 companies within the galaxy and thus would never allow employee dissatisfaction to mar their exemplary records. Due to the distance and relative lack of civilization on your planet, the wages here were a few times higher than in other industries. The reason Lu family decided to employ the beasts, who were notorious for their poor reputation, was due to their physique and to boost the company's image. It served as an advertisement for the company's philanthropic and equal ways, so there was even less reason for them to ill-treat their employees. It had always been a harmonious situation that yielded benefit to both parties until the appearance of a radical claiming that the Lu Enterprise were treating beasts as slaves and trying to obliterate their pride. Gradually, his words started to influence the other workers, and he gained a following. Not all the beasts signed up, but since there were less of them, no one dared to stand up against the rebels. Like that, the matter blew out of proportion. The rebels didn't just hack into the security system, causing the loss of contact with the other planets, but also took hostage all of the employees in the various districts. Before the three of them had entered the planet, they were plotting on ways to take over the entire planet. That was, until they hit a brick wall. "Boss, I just informed the Galactic Police, they'll be here soon." Supervisor Yuan heaved a sigh of relief, his expression serious. "The other employees will be released once the police arrives." Yao Si nodded. It would be better for the police to handle the matter since there was a sizable number of districts on the planet. "All right, who is the radical you spoke of? Which district is he from?" "He is from District 3. Supervisor Yuan said. "He's called Feng Xiao. I heard that he can be quite dangerous with his S-level physique and an ability. But no worries, District 3 is a distance away, so he probably doesn't know about the situation here and won't pose any threat." Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden buzz could be heard. Their surroundings lit up in red as a screen popped out before them. "Are you the boss of your planet?" a person asked from the screen. "You are finally here. Nice to meet you, I'm Feng Xiao." Didn't you say he wouldn't pose a threat? Is eating their words a unique custom of the Yao? You dare touch my man? I must say, you sure have guts. Feng Xiao scoffed. When compared to the tiger head and lion head, he had more human features. He only had 2 large fin-like ears and a pair of horns at the top of his head. Do you think it's over just because you got back 1 district? I have retracted your call for help. No one will come to save you. He then broke into a fit of chilling laughter. I had hoped for a peaceful handover, but your lack of cooperation is making that difficult. But it's alright, everything will be fine after I kill you. He suddenly pointed toward Yao Si, his face clouding with a sinister murderous intent. Yao Si remained unaffected, but Mu Xuan frowned deeply. Don't think you'll be fine hiding in District 9. This whole planet is mine. In less than 3 days, I will head over personally to get you. By then. Forget it. Mu Xuan could no longer suppress himself. He waved his hand and opened a space portal from which he forcefully pulled something out. With a loud thud, Feng Xiao, who had been in District 3, fell face first on the ground in front of the group. Yao Si. Yuan Chen. Supervisor Yuan. Those who want a flaunt, shall all perish. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 146 Dear Warrior, You're Pregnant. Chapter 146 Dear Warrior, You're Pregnant. Translator, King Bao. Editor, Dark Gem. This is impossible. Feng Zhao's eyes went wide in disbelief. He stared at them for a moment before a thought struck him, and he turned to Mu Xuan frantically. You have an ability. His face fell. He struggled up to escape, but before he could do so, he was forced back down by Mu Xuan's mental strength. He paled, staring at them with large, frightened eyes. However, he remained stubborn and shouted out, It's too early to be arrogant. Once the other bests find out, the hundreds in District 3 will never let you off. Before he could finish his sentence, Mu Xuan opened another space portal. It was about 4 to 5 times bigger than the previous one. The next instant, a bunch of people came falling out like dumplings, all of them armed bests. Once the room was filled, Mu Xuan turned to Feng Xiao, articulating each slowly. Any more? Everyone. Feng Xiao, who was clearly petrified. Yao Si silently praised her nanny dad, his methods were indeed suave. The group of beasts remained motionless, unable to process the situation. Since Feng Xiao seemed to have gone into a daze, Mu Xuan had no intention of pursing his interrogation. Instead, he walked to the control table and started to type rapidly, his fingers flying across the keyboard. After 5 minutes, he switched it off and turned to caress Yao Si's head. Sisi, the safety systems are back in place. Really? Yao Si exclaimed when his meaning sunk in. She hurriedly tapped the shoulder of a dazed person beside her. Manager Yuan, the signal is back. Hurry and contact the Galactic Police. Manager Yuan took a moment to close his mouth that had fallen open. All right. Trembling, he opened his optical computer once more and dialed for the police while repeatedly peeking at the dumplings on the ground. Wasn't the matter almost finished? Was there a need for the police? What kind of talent did the boss bring along? He seemed like someone capable enough to save the world. And it wasn't even an exaggeration, but all truth. When compared to such a person, the Galactic Police paled in comparison. Manager Yuan and Lu Chen proved to be worthy their status. Even though the matter had escalated, they could deal with it efficiently. After gathering a group, they found the devices that could restrict one's movements and captured all the dumplings that were forced down by Mu Xuan's mental strength. In half an hour, the Galactic Police sent a reply that they had come. Yao Si joined the typing gang. As the new boss, she felt a need to take the lead. She reached for the restriction device from Lu Chen, But just as she was about to fasten it onto the nearest dumpling, she felt a surge within her. This feeling was of an ability? Her heart sank. Turning toward the employee that was heading for Feng Xiao, she shouted out, "Be careful!" She then hurriedly reached to pull that person back. As expected, the next moment an intense gust of power burst out from Feng Xiao, and he tossed an immobile beast toward her. "Si." Mu Xuan frowned as the beast tumbled toward them. He formed his mental energy into a ball of strength and directed it at the tumbling bestial. It was enveloped by the mental strength, which made it groan, and seconds after, his tummy exploded, flesh and blood spurting everywhere. Almost instinctively, a surge of power formed within Yao Si, which she directed toward Feng Xiao. The energy bolted straight at him, building up a vigorous gust of wind. Bullseye! But Feng Xiao disappeared. Particle transportation device. Lu Chen exclaimed / I never expected him to possess such equipment. So, he was transported away? Mu Xuan. She turned to him. Can we bring him back? Not at the moment. Mu Xuan shook his head. I need to know his general location to transport him, but the particle transportation device transports at random. Yao Si frowned. It wasn't safe for such a person to be roaming about. She turned toward the dead beast trapped in the mental strength bubble. After just a short glance, she couldn't help turning away. It was gruesome. The beast, which had been part of the rebellion, was missing a good chunk of his body in the stomach area, and the shock on his face was still intact after his death. Feng Xiao had deliberately exploited the explosion to escape. If Mu Xuan had been any slower, everyone in the room would have been drenched in the beast's flesh and blood. No one could have guessed that his hard-heartedness was strong enough to use his own people to escape. His last stunt was enough to leave everyone, even his comrades, traumatized. The employee Yao Si had pulled aside was distraught, all the color stripped off his face. At the time, Yao Si had sensed the surge of her passive ability, and Manager Yuan had also mentioned that the leader of the rebels had an ability, which had led her to the thought that he might be about to do something. What ability was that? She had never witnessed an ability that could explode someone internally. Before she could lift her head again, darkness clouded her vision as Mu Xuan shielded her from the sight. Explosion! He replied gravely. He lifted his other hand, sending the dead beasts into an empty room before taking his other one from her hands. His ability can alter the water molecules in one's body into something explosive, so the stomach would just explode? It was a frightening ability, so was that how he was able to control the employees of your planet? He definitely wasn't someone to be looked down upon. But, if his ability was explosion, what would the counter ability be? Feng Xiao had escaped too quickly, so she wasn't able to see the results. The Galactic Police is here! Lu Chen exclaimed as an alarm sounded. The remaining employees heaved a sigh of relief while a number of them ran out to welcome the officers. Without waiting for them to leave the room, a huge group of uniformed and armed men came rushing in. The Galactic Police took care of the situation efficiently, capturing all the beasts. According to Lu Chen, a large troop had arrived and was spread out through the various districts. It had been mentioned what had happened when they contacted the Galactic Police to ensure speed, and so the other districts wouldn't cause unnecessary trouble. In less than 2 hours, the catastrophe had been dealt with and all the employees released. However, there was still no news of Feng Xiao. He wasn't in any of the districts, and despite scouring the planet multiple times, he was still nowhere to be found. With such a sinister person on the loose, it was quite worrying. Tensions were strung tight, but after 3 hours, Feng Xiao came back voluntarily. With a personalized transportation ship, he suddenly appeared in front of Yao Si. What was weird was his expression. He no longer had the haughty menacing scowl, but instead his face was tear-stained. The moment he caught sight of Yao Si, he dropped to his knees and started to wail pitifully, huge droplets pouring down his cheeks without end. "Boss, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I should have never preyed on your things. I was blind. I'm not a human. Please, have a heart, save me. I really can't take it anymore. What's with this situation? Boss. I beg you, please retract the ability you cast on my body. Even though my personal life can be messy, I've never harmed married women or teased innocent ladies. I have also never let the female kind down in any way. He wept as his body convulsed. I am a fully grown man, I don't wish to give birth. Yao Si took a closer look at him and saw a huge bump was on his originally muscular body. On closer inspection, there seemed to be something kicking within it. Aha! Pain, pain, pain. I am about to give birth. Save me. Feng Xiao shrieked as he tumbled around. Yao Si. Mu Xuan. The audience surrounding them. What's with this situation? Feng Xiao was pregnant? Who did it? No, wait. How did Feng Xiao get pregnant in the first? Wasn't he a man? Yao Si remembered. Feng Xiao had an explosion ability and could erupt other people's stomachs. Since her ability was his counter, the counter of an empty tummy is a full tummy. Her ability was to impregnate anyone she looked at? Flips table. How is that even possible? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 147, Double Happiness. Chapter 147, Double Happiness. Translator, King Bao. Editor, Dark Gem. Feng Xiao's howls grew more intense, and the movements in his stomach turned almost aggressive. In less than a minute, the lower half of his body was soaked. Air. His water broke. Was he really going to give birth? Boss, I was wrong, please save me. I'll die from the pain. He quivered in agony as he crawled towards Yao Si. When he finally exhausted his energy, his hands went soft and he fainted. Everyone continued to stare on, dumbfounded by the sight, before gradually shifting their focus to Yao Si. She shuddered from the sudden attention. Why are you looking at me? I don't know anything about delivering babies. She hurriedly turned toward Lu Chen. Stop spacing out and carry him to the medical center now. Oh. Lu Chen regained his cool and signaled for a few employees to join him. Together, they frantically carried the bleeding Feng Xiao to the medical clinic. The medical standards of the galaxy could indeed be trusted. Even after a huge blood loss, Feng Xiao was visibly better once he was sent into the surgical cabin. Yao Si and the clueless crowd could only wait patiently for updates. What happened? Lu Chen stood in a daze, disregarding his blood-soaked palms. Boss, what's wrong with Feng Xiao's stomach? Why does he need you to save him? I don't know. Yao Si was just as clueless as everyone else. I used my ability on him just now while he was escaping. Even though it was probably her ability's fault, how could a new life be formed out of nowhere? Wasn't such an ability too much? It was indeed because of your ability. Mu Xuan frowned, then provided a resolute answer. Similar to an explosion, your ability is able to destroy a person's genetic makeup. It can also cause the rapid splitting of the cells, which allowed his stomach to grow so big in such a short amount of time. *CK, I really have the ability to impregnate others with a stare. Wait a minute. Why are you guys looking at me like that? Her lips twitched, and she howled at them, the baby isn't mine. You weren't asking whose it was? Mu Xuan, she tugged onto his sleeve. Is he really going to deliver a child? How can delivering a baby be that easy? Mu Xuan caressed her head reassuringly, using a sincere gaze to calm her down. His genetic makeup was modified, which resulted in a surge of estrogen and cell reproduction. Even if there are eggs in his body now, there is no way he could have impregnated himself. It's probably just a huge tumor, it can't be. Wah! Before he could finish his sentence, two loud cries pierced through the silence. Congratulations, a pair of paternal twins were born. A joyous occasion indeed. Yao Si, Mu Xuan, Lu Chun, Supervisor Yuan. The crowd. Flips table. Didn't Mu Xuan say he wasn't going to give birth? Wasn't it just a tumor? How did it become twins? Buy one get one for free? Mu Xuan was left speechless as well. He then turned to the surgical room screen to inspect the data. His face darkened with each passing second. After a few minutes, he turned the screen off, looking at her with a perplexed expression. What's wrong? Yao Si shuddered from his gaze. Is the child really mine? Don't scare me like that. Something's wrong. His expression looked odd. He paused before selecting a suitable term, coincidence. What do you mean? What coincidence? Your ability had indeed altered his genetic makeup and allowed him to possess reproduction features. He coughed, struggling to maintain a straight face. This means he is practically a female now, but since there were remnants of male, what is required for reproduction? Because of your ability, his cells multiplied rapidly, forming a pair of twins. Could you simplify your explanation? English is fine as well. Which means, he inhaled deeply before concluding. He really gave birth to a pair of twins. What? 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 What are you saying? Why can't I understand a thing? Wait a minute, let me process this. Mu Xuan meant that her ability turned the rebellion's leader Feng Xiao into a half-woman with reproduction abilities. Still, he couldn't have impregnated himself. He would have had to participate in some R-rated act with a male for something like that to happen. However, coincidentally, there was such a substance from someone else still within him, resulting in a pregnancy. So the main point was... A light bulb flashed Yao Si's mind as everything connected, and her eyes went wide in shock. Feng Xiao is a gay. Mu Xuan nodded. F***ck. Feng Xiao had to have had a rendezvous recently, and he hadn't taken a bath afterwards, so remnants of their time were still present. This allowed the impregnation to be possible. It was indeed a drama scene come to life. This also emphasized the importance of personal hygiene. More problems had surfaced. Supervisor Yuan, Yao Si turned to the others who seemed more informed about the situation, but at some point, they had retreated 5 meters away from her. Only Mu Xuan was near her. Why are you guys doing so far away? They were all crammed into a corner. F***ck, even Lu Chun is gone. Boss. Do you need anything? Yao Si's lips twitched. Don't worry, I won't use my ability on you guys. Besides, hers was a passive ability, so she couldn't summon it even if she wanted. You guys should be better acquainted with him. I wanted to ask, do any of you know the father/mother of the children? I'm not sure either. Supervisor Yuan stumbled back meekly as he shook his head. Boss, beasts normally retain their beastly characteristics, which explains their level S physique, but their personal life, can be a little complex. Since Feng Xiao is considered an aggressor in the race, this can be considered a trait of their race. Understood. It means that he has many backups, and it could be anyone. Having multiple sleeping partners could cause lives. 2 lives in this case. A test will have to be done to find the other parent. Yao Si glanced over at Feng Xiao, who was still unconscious. Since everything had been set in stone, there wasn't a need for her to get involved anymore. She passed all the proceedings over to the Galactic Police before turning around to leave. The moment she stepped out of the clinic, a collective sigh came from the male crowd behind her. It was as though they had been freed. Yao Si. She suddenly wanted to head back and take good at each one of them. Yao Si and Mu Xuan stayed at your planet for about 5 days to tie up the loose ends. All the beasts that had participated in the rebellion had been brought into custody, and the moment Feng Xiao regained conscious, he was brought away as a criminal of high-level danger. According to the reports, he had completely broken down and wasn't willing to acknowledge the twins that he had born. In order to ensure the safety of the twins, the police had sent them to the beast's planet and placed them up for adoption as orphans. No one would know of their parentage. After multiple tests had been conducted, it was discovered that the father of the children was the poor guy that Feng Xiao had pushed in front of himself to escape. This was indeed a shocking revelation. Even though Feng Xiao had killed him, he had used his own body to bore his children. It could be seen as a form of retribution. After all the events, the manpower on your planet was reduced by half, forcing it into a temporary closure. As the boss, Yao Si was required to remain a few more days to inspect the new employees. Yet ever since the news about the pregnancy had spread, she seemed to have met with an even bigger problem. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 148, The Financial Whiz. Chapter 148, The Financial Whiz. Translator, King Bao. Editor, Dark Gem. Yao Si had originally planned to tour your planet since it was after all the first time she had visited such a place, and besides, it was hers. She wasn't satisfied with a wasted trip. However, she realized that she wouldn't be able to remain for long. Because she was about to be buried in the galactic currency. Ever since the news about the pregnancy had erupted and operations were terminated temporarily, the employees were left idle. Their attitude toward her were of two extremes: one half would bolt at the sight of her while the other would use all means to get close to her. The latter would always approach her in pairs. Regardless of how much Yao Si explained, everyone still carried on with the misconception, seeing her as a celestial that everyone wanted to get hold of. With groups of couples chasing after her, even using the toilet was a challenge. Yao Si was at her wits' end as she hid at home. But that couldn't stop the passionate requests for her blessings. It started escalating from a casual touch to tossing galactic currency in her direction. What was worst was the thick stacks they tossed. In less than 3 days, her yard was flooded with golden shimmery galactic money, to the point that even the grass could no longer be seen. Oh. Please. She wasn't a wishing well nor a fertility goddess. Yao Si was rendered helpless. Once the galactic police settled the issue, she immediately took off on Lu Chen's aircraft. The moment they left your planet, she sighed, a weight finally having been lifted from her shoulders. She was finally out of there. Any longer and they would have started to offer her joss sticks. Boss, the Alliance has taken care of the rebellion, Lu Chen said while opening a screen professionally. The beasts are willing to compensate the damages incurred on your planet. All the necessary works will be completed within the next month. Oh. Yao Si had no clue what he was saying. Lu Chen, why don't you just do whatever you deem is best? Besides, haven't you always been in charge of the planet's operations? You can just continue what you have been doing. Yes, boss. Lu Chen nodded. He then pointed to the screen once more. One more thing, even though the beasts have agreed to compensate us for the loss, the damage caused to our reputation is posing a much greater problem. But what do you mean? Yao Si stilled. Due to the incident, we weren't able to fulfill 3 shipments punctually, and these 3 clients happen to be our most important clients. His expression turned grave. The late shipment cost them huge losses, prompting them to terminate their cooperation with us. This will reduce our profits by up to 80%. That much. Are you trying to tell me that I'm about to go bankrupt? Don't do this. It hasn't been that long since I discovered my newfound fortune. How can it disappear in a few months? It isn't to that extent. Lu Chen shook his head. I held several meetings with the various departments and reported back to the headquarters. With them, we decided to have an emergency change of plans which would probably cover some losses. What's the plan? Yao Si asked. We bought the galactic web headlines for the next 3 months. Lu Chen's eyes brightened, and he reached out to tap the screen. The next moment, a blinding headliner jumped out instantly. Can't conceive? Same-sex marriages? Fertility issues? Shocking, in the Your Planet on Galactic T, District 95, a mythical work of fate has occurred. A 35-year-old male was able to conceive twins asexually. Professionals have spoken, and this could be due to the special effects of the ores on the Your Planet. If you wish for a miracle of life, please contact Yao Si. Mu Xuan. Flips table. What plan was that? Wasn't it a fertility advertisement? Weren't the ores harvested here for mental strength? When did they become a treatment for fertility problems? Isn't it just a marketing scam? Will this advertisement really work? You got to be kidding me. Within 5 days of the release, order requests for the next 5 years have been completely filled out. There was barely no excess space on the screen to tap. Tell me, how many gays are there in the galaxy? Do you dare to provide the real number? In the future, we intend to open up the Your Planet for leisure, and the tourists will be charged according to the duration of their stay. Reservations will be made through the galactic web. There would also be membership point exchange services, Lu Chen added enthusiastically as he pulled out a stack of proposals. According to the current calculations, in less than half a year, the Your Planet will definitely become the hottest new addition to the planet tour. F***CK, you did the budgeting already? Don't worry boss, I instructed the various departments to stop spreading the truth behind Feng Zhao's pregnancy. You won't be exposed. Lu Chen slammed his chest confidently. But, boss, if you're free, could you help me write a few blessings? I want to sell them as limited edition amulets. You don't have to write much since it isn't for mass production. Just a few like blessing you with many children or something similar along those lines. Lu Chun. MMH? I finally understand how the Lu family earned their fortune. Their money-making ability was over the charts. Lu Chen glanced at her nonchalantly as he continued to introduce the other products. Suddenly, an alarm went off. Warning! Foreign aircraft located, unable to detect registration data. Warning! Foreign aircraft located, unable to detect registration data. What's this situation? Yao Si froze. A gigantic aircraft suddenly appeared before them. It was about 5 times the size of their aircraft and was unlike anything they had seen before. It was shaped like a gigantic lotus and seemed to be opening up petal by petal in their direction while its core glowed brightly. What's that? Flower of the heavenly tree? The silent Mu Xuan suddenly exclaimed. Flower? Yao Si stilled. That big thing was really a flower? Not an aircraft? The alarm intensified as large petals suddenly multiplied across the screen. They seemed almost alive, floating out of the screen and filling the entire aircraft. Mu Xuan, this, Yao Si's heart clenched, and she grabbed onto Mu Xuan's arm instinctively. She had a bad feeling about it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 149, The Queen Who Seeks a Child. Chapter 149, The Queen Who Seeks a Child. Translator, King Bao. Editor, Dark Gem. Flower of the Heavenly Tree. Lu Chen stared ahead in disbelief. Is the pilot, perhaps? MMH, Mu Xuan nodded. Yao Si listened to them in confusion. What's that? Aren't you going to explain? Are the floating petals really alright? In contrast to her anxiety, Mu Xuan remained calm and reached out to caress her head. This should be an invitation. Invitation? Yao Si stilled. In less than half a second, their aircraft headed toward the middle of the flower, which was filled with silver leaves that unfurl outwards. In a flash, the scenery changed. Instead of the control room, they were now submerged in a sea of flowers of every color and variety. A woman with hair long enough to touch the ground and skin as pale and flawless as snow stood in front of them. She was excruciatingly beautiful. It was as though she had walked out of a painting. Her exquisite looks made her seem like a precious artwork that collectors yearn to treasure, if only she wasn't 8 meters tall. Yes, she was a giant, the kind that rivaled high-rise buildings. Yao Si lifted her head to take a closer look. It really is the flower. Avi's queen! Lu Chen exclaimed, the shock visible on his face. Queen! So this giant was a female. You sure are tall, sis. Wait a minute. Yao Si remembered some details about Avi's from the notes Mu Xuan had passed to her. They were a technologically advanced and civilized race. They were one of the leading races in the galactic and were extremely democratic. Doesn't the commander-in-chief have the highest authority in the Avies? When did they have a queen? There is a single royal family among Avies, but they have never appeared publicly before. However, I never believed it. Ah. I'm so lucky. I actually met the Queen of Avies. After God Mu, she's the second most popular person in the galaxy. I wonder if I'll be able to see God Mu one day. You already saw him. Yao from the Or planet. The Almighty Queen flickered her eyes open, and a hollow airy voice echoed in the space. Her azure eyes had a magnetic pull that swept across the three of them. Tell me, which one of you possesses the ability which impregnated the beast? Was the queen seeking a child as well? It's our boss. Before Yao Si could react, Lu Chen had already volunteered the answer. Lu Chen. Didn't we promise not to expose the truth? How could you betray your comrades like this? Lu Chen pointed at Yao Si, totally disregarding her protest. Revered queen. What's wrong with you? Great. The queen nodded, turning toward Yao Si. She could feel a force descending upon her, and a power surged within her. Was it an ability? He is bewitched by her seduction ability. Mu Xuan frowned and activated his mental strength. The vigor of his strength sent a ripple through Yao Si as it radiated outwards. The queen frowned. You're not necessary. She waved her hands, and both Mu Xuan and Lu Chen started to distort before disappearing. Mu Xuan! Yao Si exclaimed. What had the woman done? Don't worry, I merely sent them back, the queen explained before focusing back on Yao Si. The pressuring force came crashing onto her once again. Girl of the Yao, I need your help on a small matter. Help? What do you mean? The queen took a step forward, and a pair of wings spread out behind her massive figure. The wings were shaped like those of a butterfly. They were colorful and patterned, and about 4 or 5 times larger than her. They occupied a large space and seemed to possess a certain pull that's sucking her in. Yao Si felt her brain buzz, and she was suddenly engulfed by an impulse to sacrifice her entire soul for the queen's needs. It was an odd thought that appeared abruptly, and she could feel her mind growing heavy. The queen's hollow but clear voice entered her thoughts. Yao girl from the Your planet, please use your special ability on me and give me the ability to conceive. What? Yao Si stilled, her mind clearing. F***CK, the supposedly mighty queen is really seeking a child. So I'm being treated as a fertility god again? An advertisement flashed in Yao Si's mind, Avi's queen with a voluptuous figure, riches beyond your belief, and ethereal looks is willing to heavily reward the one who possesses the ability to impregnate in hopes to conceive and carry on the royal bloodline. Unleash your ability. Before the advertisement could finish airing, the queen suddenly spread her wings. Yao Si felt her mind turning heavy as it sunk lower and lower, her body spiraling out of control. Wait a minute, my ability is passive. F***ck, I can't just impregnate anyone. But it was too late, the queen couldn't bear to wait any longer. Against her own will, Yao Si lifted her hands and summoned all the force within her and sent it toward the queen. Wait a minute. I don't even know what this ability is. CC. With a loud snap, something broke. Mu Xuan returned to the sea of flowers, and Yao Si felt herself relaxing, the uncontrollable force dissipating. He was finally here. Are you all right? Mu Xuan held onto her. Yao Si nodded. She was fine, but her ability. You are actually able to break my illusion. The queen frowned, starting to fume. Mu Xuan's face fell. He hugged Yao Si with one hand while making a wave with the other. A huge sea of flames rose up, and the bed of flowers started to convulse before disappearing. The scene then returned to the empty pilot room. The Yao actually possessed such a powerful individual. The queen quivered in shock, thoroughly infuriated. But, you chose the wrong opponent. Her large wings flapped, creating a gust of frosty air. Rows of ice shards started to form in mid-air. That girl, she suddenly stilled, a glazed look in her eyes. It could have been a hallucination, but the queen's eyes trembled, and her frosty authoritative tone turned tender and soft. I want to marry her. Ah. Before Yao Si could react, she felt her vision blur, and the gigantic queen shrunk down to a normal height. She came in front of Yao Si and took her head in her palms tenderly. Suddenly, the queen inched closer and pecked Yao Si's cheek. What's with this situation? Weren't you seeking a child? Why did your goals change so abruptly? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 150, The Queen's Forceful Pairing. Chapter 150, The Queen's Forceful Pairing. Translator, King Bao. Editor, Dark Gem. I really like you. The queen pecked Yao Si several times, pulling her into a tight embrace. With a height advantage, she pressed Yao Si deeply into her bosom. Before Yao Si could react, her body weakened. She couldn't breathe. Save me. At the crucial moment, her dependable nanny dad came forward to forcefully tear her away from the queen, allowing air to enter her lungs once more. Yao Si took in a long deep breath. Women with big bosom were sure freaky. What are you doing? The queen flew into a rage, glaring at Mu Xuan. Why did you separate me from dearest? Who is your dearest? It hasn't been 5 minutes since we met. Mu Xuan's face sank, his brows deeply furrowed as he spat. She is mine. She was his cub. The queen froze, her expression as though she had just received devastating news. Her entire body swayed as she trembled, and even her wings paled. She seemed in great agony as her eyes reddened with unshed tears. Her pitiful, shattered expression was quite sympathetic. After half a minute, she turned an accusatory glare at Yao Si. Dearest, you. I love you so much, how could you? Before she could even finish her sentence, huge droplets started to stream down her face. You, don't cry. Yao Si was instantly engulfed with guilt. She instinctively inched forward, prepared to comfort her. Cece. Mu Xuan tightened his grip around her, pulling her back. Yao Si took a moment to regain her senses. Wait a minute. Why was she even guilty? She barely knew that woman. As expected, those with good looks always got the easy way out. Your Majesty, you must have mistaken me for someone else? Yao Si inhaled, struggling to disregard her devastated look before adding calmly, I don't even know you. I'm called Lian Yu. The queen said hurriedly. Heir? I'm sure this isn't just about a name? You're called Cece, right? She inched closer, love and admiration apparent in her gaze. Lian Yu. Cece, doesn't it sound like a couple? How does it sound like a couple? Stop forcing such a pairing. Dearest, why don't you return to the feather folk with me? Don't be swayed by the stray flowers out there, I'm your true love. Stray flower Mu Xuan. Yao Si's lips twitched, and she said slowly, emphasizing each syllable, I am a woman. I don't mind. Lian Yu continued to gaze at her without blinking. But I mind. F***CK. What is going on? How did the queen fall for me? From the moment I set my eyes on you, I was sure that you are the one I'll spend the rest of my life with. Cece, come home with me. The queen confessed bashfully. Wait a minute. Didn't you capture me for my ability just now? That was a while back, I don't need it anymore. What do you mean? How could you be so fickle? Previously, I sought you out for your ability. Since I'm the last feather royal of the feather folk, I'm afraid that there will no longer be any pure-blooded royals in our family. I heard that you have the ability to impregnate someone, so I... She raised her palms to shield her embarrassment, her face blazing a fiery shade of red. But I never expected you to be so amazing. So I decided. I don't need any pure-blooded royals. Cece, let's get married. Let me bear you kids. Shouldn't a queen be resolute and responsible? How could you be so fickle and reckless? Are your people even aware of what you're thinking? Enough. Mu Xuan was grim. He glared at the queen coldly as though he was at his last straw. Get lost. With a wave of his hand, a flash of light flew over. The queen stumbled backward while Mu Xuan held onto Yao Si, and the next moment they were back on the aircraft. You guys are back. Lu Chen exclaimed, bolting upwards. Suddenly, the aircraft shook. Above them, the gigantic Lotus aircraft had split into two and was floating toward them. It split apart? Air, nanny dad. Is that angry? This. What happened? Lu Chen looked on in disbelief. The flower of the heavenly tree, how isn't it the most advanced aircraft in the galaxy? My aircraft. Lu Chen was still in a daze when a screen suddenly popped up. The queen's enraged expression filled the screen, and she glanced around before focusing on Mu Xuan. You despicable bastard, you dare destroy my aircraft. Return Cece back to me now. She screamed before sending a tender and pitiful look to Yao Si. Cece, are you really going to leave me? I entrusted you with my heart, so how could you believe him? All men are bad. I didn't abandon you. Start the aircraft. Mu Xuan disregarded the woman entirely, directing a chilling glare at Lu Chen. All right. Lu Chen trembled from his intense gaze and started the aircraft almost instinctively. He had no idea how the situation had become like that. Stop. Where are you bringing my Cece? The queen screamed frantically. You can't leave. Did you hear me? Enter the galactic portal, or heading to the next realm, Mu Xuan instructed. Lu Chen stilled. Didn't they want to explore the main planets of the various races? Why were they leaving so abruptly? However, he kept silent after catching sight of Mu Xuan's intimidating aura. It seemed as though any resistance would send him to his grave. You. The queen started to panic at Mu Xuan's disregard, and she turned toward Lu Chen. Does the Yao really want to go against my people? This, Lu Chen trembled and accidentally hit a wrong button. How did it escalate into a race issue? He wasn't ready to bear such consequences. Sensing him wavering, Lian Yu added, "Open the portal for your aircraft now and I won't pursue the destruction of my aircraft." Before she could even finish her sentence, Mu Xuan lifted his hand. Once again, a ray of light flashed, and the aircraft that had split into two was dissected into countless tiny pieces, its original appearance no longer visible. Mu Xian's expression darkened. "We're the Yao, but bloodlings. You can declare war if you dare." Without waiting for her reaction, he tapped on the screen. With another flash of light, the aircraft entered the portal. Far in the distance, a faint infuriated cry could be heard. Half a minute later, Lu Chen spoke up. "Boss, can I use a month's salary to ask what happened just now? I'll give you 3 months of your salary to shut you up." Employee has a grievance, but employee dare not complain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 151, Congratulations on your prize. Chapter 151, Congratulations on your prize. Translator, King Bao. Editor, Dark Gem. Mu Xuan was in a foul mood ever since they left the Red Planet. Nothing had been smooth sailing in concern to his plan to properly educate his young cub on the common knowledge of the galaxy for her to avoid dangers. At least she was learning well. Her first reaction upon encounter with a new race now was no longer to approach them but to browse through the notes he'd prepared. With such a diligent cub, he should be pleased, but with the bumps that continually presented themselves, he could no longer keep his spirits high and even started harboring an urge to take revenge on the society. When the F***ck did these thoughts arise? He could overlook the encounter with the water race, but then she had managed to impregnate a male. Still, he could overlook it since she was after all his own cub. But how did the Aves queen pop out from nowhere? Didn't those folk treat their queen like a precious pearl so she hadn't left the mother planet in the past hundreds of years? How could she venture so far just to snatch his cub? The main point was Cece's young age. It hadn't even been half a year since she had been fully converted into a bloodling. To a bloodling, she was just a young cub that hadn't even graduated from kindergarten. He had been nurturing her so carefully, afraid to bore her with his closeness, worrying his distance would bring her loneliness, constantly fretting about how the temperature would affect her. She was looked upon as a fragile treasure that needed to be babied, since she was a clueless and pure little cub. How could then all these foreign races try to corrupt her innocence? Didn't they have any consciousness? What's worst was that the Aves actually dared to kiss her. Twice. She kissed her. Kissed. Her. He had only pecked her occasionally and kissed her twice, so how could another person kiss her? How could she? The memory of the event sent a murderous intent through him. The entire galaxy seemed to be going against him. Mu Xuan. After processing the situation, Yao Si tugged onto his sleeve. "Do you think the queen fell for me because of my ability?" She recalled activating hot, and since the queen's ability was seduction. Since seduction was to bewitch others, her counter ability would be causing the other party to fall for her. Other than this explanation, she couldn't explain why Lian Yu would suddenly go crazy for her. After all, I barely know her and I'm a woman too. For her to fall for me at first sight. Even though I must admit she does look pretty, but Pretty? Before she could finish her sentence, Mu Xuan interrupted, his voice tense and chilling. There was even a frostiness to their surroundings. Yao Si paused. Did she say something wrong? You're still young, do not be bewitched by other races. His young cub was indeed being led astray, those horrid foreigners. There was an urgent need to correct her thoughts right this instant. He held onto her hands and spoke seriously, Cece, you can't just look at one's appearance, the Aves have always been a unique bunch. They sometimes act in unexpected ways. Unique? Yao Si stilled. What could be more unique than her ability? How so? The seduction ability is just one of them. Others include stiffening, strength, swallowing, cursing, and even calling on spirits. I have also heard that some AVs aren't able to detect their own ability, which is why they don't easily expose their abilities as a prevention method. That's amazing. Out of all the races, AVs are the most warlike. 2 of the 3 major galactic wars were initiated by them. We should avoid them at all costs. Ah. Oh. The large-winged race was so brutal? But the Queen didn't look the part at all. AVs have a diverse range of ability carriers, and even the bloodlings can't match up to their variety. We can't. Yao Si froze. Doesn't that mean that the AVs are considered an even more terrifying race? Mu Xuan hesitated slightly before nodding aggressively, using this opportunity to shame the race that had tried to snatch his cub. Resolutely, he declared, yes. Yao Si nodded. All right, I understand, I'll stay clear of them from now on. They were clearly a dangerous kind. The chilling aura around Mu Xuan dissipated slightly. Great, his cub was heading back onto the right track. His cub could never be snatched away. Lu Chen, who was witnessing, could barely suppress himself. Mom, hurry over and take a look at this. After so many years, this is the first time a bloodling is calling someone else dangerous. Regardless of how many abilities the AVs had, how could they match up to the bloodlings who were born with SSS-level physiques? What's the use of their ability when they could be defeated with just one punch? But why did Boss look like she was believing it? If I were to expose the truth, would I get a pay raise? The 3 of them were in the aircraft for an entire week, flying through 3 galaxies before finally landing on Heavenly Planet. Lu Chen explained that it was the main planet of the realm they were in, and it was also the prettiest one. Since it was a public realm, it didn't belong to any particular race and could be developed commercially with all sorts of rare items. Of course, the prices weren't cheap, and any random cup was priced exorbitantly. It was considered the luxury planet in the galaxy. As for why they had flown through 3 galaxies for this and not a particular race's planet, Mu Xuan had only one explanation: striking a balance between work and play. Yao Si didn't insist. It was probably a good idea to take breaks when appropriate. Besides, they were on a holiday. However, Heavenly Planet seemed vaguely familiar. She seemed to have encountered this term before, even though she couldn't seem to recall where it had been. It wasn't like the other pit stops which they had visited previously. They had to stop at a space station, and only after a series of procedures were they permitted access to the planet. It was only then that Yao Si gained a full view of the planet. It was a planet that seemed to have been splashed by a bucket of paints, for no 2 areas were of the same color. There was a transparent direct portal from the space station which was clear and without a single obstruction, so the planet was in full sight as they were transported over. Yao Si was awestruck by the scenery. As expected of the luxury planet, even the air seemed to carry the scent of money. The planet was unlike all the other commercial plants she had been to. To her surprise, there wasn't much of a crowd in the streets. The stores were quiet, but they didn't seem worried about the lack of customer flow. Just from the exterior, one would barely be able to guess that they were shops at all. The sky wasn't filled with screens and advertisements, not even those with Mu Xuan's imposter. Fine. That one could still be seen. What's that? Yao Si pointed to the right. It was a shop with the name Little Bridge to Family. When compared to the other cleaner and more striking shop fronts, it had a more ancient and retro take. Its inside was misty, as though the store was among the clouds. Let's take a look. Detecting her interest, Mu Xuan led her inside. Welcome. The very instant they entered the store, a sales attendant walked over to greet them with a sweet smile. After entering, Yao Si realized that they were in a flower shop. The entire store was filled with blossoming flora of every kind, some of which she had never seen before, some much taller than her, and some so tiny she could barely make out its features. Is there anything specific you are looking to get? The attendant asked with a sweet smile. Yao Si frowned slightly, starting to regret entering. Perhaps it was due to Chu Zhe's previous prank, but she seemed to have developed a flower phobia. Every time she come across any stock, she felt uncomfortable. But they had just entered the store, so it wouldn't be nice to just leave. Fortunately, the place had more than just flowers, and there were other items for sale on the side. Yao Si randomly picked out several knickknacks. Since she didn't have much of a concept in regards to the galactic currency, she didn't feel in a pinch for the amount spent. The sales attendant broke into a radiant smile, passing the packed merchandise over. With a casual tap to the screen at the side, a stack of cards flew open. Dearest customer, since today is the first day of our opening, every customer is entitled to a chance at a lucky draw. She pointed toward the stack of cards. You just have to scan your optical computer's information. The first prize is a free entrance to Rainbow Pond. Was this an additional benefit? But what was Rainbow Pond? Rainbow Pond is the main pond on Heavenly Planet, the best employee in the galaxy, Lu Chen explained. It has the best facilities and scenery in the entire galaxy, and it is also said to possess many mythical healing abilities. It's considered the most popular place in the entire Heavenly Planet and usually requires up to 4 to 5 years of waiting to get a spot, so it is definitely worth a trip. A bathhouse. Why do you even need to queue for a bathhouse? Let's try our luck then. But she never had much luck at such things. You guys can try first, I never have much luck at these. Lu Chen nodded, scanning his optical computer before tapping onto a random card. A notice popped up, ding, customer Lu Chen, you have picked the Slivian Bellflower. Thank you. Nothing, as expected. Mu Xuan lifted his hands. Ding, customer Mo Xuan, you have picked the blood-colored flower. Thank you. Nothing again. Yao Si didn't harbor much hope, so she casually lifted her hand to swipe at the screen. Ding, customer Si Yao, you picked the ancient emerald flower. Congratulations, you won the first prize. The sales attendant screamed out abruptly, switching off the machine. Reaching out, she grabbed onto Yao Si. Here's the Rainbow Pond voucher, please take a look. A pink voucher entered her optical computer's screen. Ah. I won. But, was it a hallucination? Didn't she hear the machine announce a flower? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 152, Off the Charts Luck. Chapter 152, Off the Charts Luck. Translator, King Bao. Editor, Dark Gem. Boss, you won. Lu Chen stared at the coupon in her optical computer in disbelief. It really is a Rainbow Pond voucher. As expected of our boss, to be able to win just like that. Is it difficult to get this? Yao Si poked the screen. Of course. Lu Chen nodded aggressively. Rainbow Pond operates for 2 months annually with restricted operation timing and voucher sale. The earlier you get hold of the vouchers, the higher their price. Now should still be the early stages of their operations when the Rainbow Pond is the busiest, which makes getting a voucher an arduous feat. It isn't something you can get with just galactic currency. Oh. Yao Si nodded. I guess taking baths is unusual in the galaxy? Dear Mrs., may I know when you intend to visit the Rainbow Pond? The sales lady took a step forward, seeming much more polite than before as she advised a little frantically, our shop has specially arranged a private aircraft for lucky customers, so you can take off right this instant. There are also additional services such as a temporary storage for your aircraft, free upgrading for your optical computer, etc. Should we head over right now? As expected of a luxury planet, even a free lucky draw could be so thoughtful. I would have to decline. Yao Si shook her head. I haven't traveled enough. If you like it, you can go instead. She sent the voucher over to Lu Chen. He froze, his entire being in shock. Boss, you're really giving it to me? MMH, isn't it just a bath? It doesn't sound like much fun. Boss, you're actually gifting me with such a precious voucher? Lu Chen was on the verge of tears. He rubbed his nose and tapped his chest. You are the best boss in the entire galaxy. Don't worry, I will cherish this voucher. From this day onwards, I will slave myself away for you, bringing in 2 times the profits from your planet. Straight face. Was that necessary? Wasn't it just a bath, or perhaps, she was normally stingy? Boss, do I have full authority over the voucher? MMH, go have fun. Then, his eyes lit up, suggesting cautiously, what do you think about selling it on the galactic web? Yao Si. Didn't you mention cherishing it? How could you turn it into a money-making opportunity? The Yao sure are money-minded. The price is unbelievably high right now, it's even higher than a month's profit of your planet. That was high. Oh. Let's have it. Deal. Mu Xuan. As they started to configure everything, the sales attendant paled. In a shrill voice, she started objecting, No. No. What? Yao Si stilled. Wasn't it her voucher already? Because, her gaze started to falter, the polite facade cracking with hints of anxiety. Because, only you are eligible for the use of the voucher. Besides, it's non-exchangeable and only valid today. The voucher is named? Yao Si's heart chilled as her money-making opportunity died. That's not right. Lu Chen turned toward his optical computer. It's not written here? It's indeed not indicated up there, but, the sales attendant started to panic, pointing toward the lucky draw area that was already closed. After the initial scan, the information had already been sent over to Rainbow Pond's system, so, only this lady over here can utilize the voucher. Oh, Yao Si's initial displeasure took over. Forget it, we're leaving. Yo, you're not going? The sales attendant's eyes went wide. There's only one voucher and it can't be transferred. What's the fun in going by myself? She tugged onto Mu Xuan and headed toward the exit. The sales attendant froze before rushing over to stop them. You, don't go. The attendant's face seemed to be much paler than before. How about you draw another 2 times? You might be able to win 2 more vouchers. What? Didn't you say everyone only had 1 chance? To award a group of 3 1 ticket is indeed our fault, so we are willing to provide another 2 vouchers. You won't have to spend any more, we will also increase the expiry date for you. You can do that? How about we increase it by 3 days? Or 4. Sis, can I ask you something? How many vouchers am I eligible for with the amount I spent just now? Why else would the shop be embarrassed, to the point they're forcing freebies on her? After leaving the shop, Yao Si checked her galactic account several times to ensure that the row of zeros was still intact before she could heave a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she was rich enough to cushion her lavish ways. She had never much grasp of the galactic currency. When she had started learning about common knowledge, she would keep track by counting the number of zeros, but as the amount started to increase, she stopped bothering. Maybe she was just lucky. However, Yao Si soon started to have doubts about the strength of her luck. In the second store. Congratulations, you are the 100th customer today. You win a free voucher to the Rainbow Pond. In the third store. Congratulations, there's a special promotion for this item here. You will be given a free voucher to the Rainbow Pond. On the road. Congratulations, you stepped onto our store's lucky brick. You'll be given a voucher to the Rainbow Pond. When she sneezed. Congratulations, you filled my face with saliva. Yao Si. Mu Xuan. Lu Chun. Did they enter the Rainbow Pond voucher hive? Why was everyone forcing a voucher onto her? Winning a voucher from stores was fine, but how did she get one from just rubbing her eyes and sneezing? Wasn't it supposed to be a rare find? Mu Xuan? The corners of Yao Si's lips twitched, and she turned to glance at him. What was happening, and why did it seem so weird? Did she suddenly awaken another weird ability? But she didn't sense the familiar surge within her? Mu Xuan caressed her head reassuringly while frowning. He seemed to have thought of something as he turned to Lu Chen. What's the race closest to this planet? Lu Chen stilled, not able to process the luck his boss was bestowed with. He turned on the map to take a look. This is a public realm, but the closest race is Lighting Sylvan. Mu Xuan's face darkened. What's wrong? Before Yao Si could process his words, Mu Xuan had already grabbed onto her, heading out. We're leaving. Why? Mu Xuan's face darkened as he pulled her toward their aircraft. It's not safe here. F***ck, he had actually forgotten where the avies were from. Why, where's this fog coming from? Yao Si lifted her head. The clear road ahead had disappeared and was covered with a thick cloud of fog blanketing the surroundings. In an instant, they could barely see past 2 meters around themselves. What was this? The specialty of the heavenly planet? Mu Xuan, this fog. The moment Yao Si turned around, her palms were suddenly empty. There was only fog left by her side. Where are you? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 153, Queen Studies. Chapter 153, Queen Studies. Translator, King Bao. Editor, Dark Gem. Yao Si hurriedly opened her optical computer to contact Mu Xuan, but there wasn't any reception. The fog started to thicken. What's with the weather? Yao Si started to wander around aimlessly, hoping to walk her way out or find someone with reception. However, the fog was far too vast, keeping her trapped even after walking for 30 minutes. Suddenly, 2 columns of orange lights flashed ahead. Were those street lamps? Yao Si headed toward them. Miraculously, the fog started to dissipate, thinning out slowly. After about 10 minutes, the fog disappeared entirely, and an ancient-looking house appeared. At the front of it were 2 exaggerated golden words, Rainbow Pond. Yao Si's lips twitched. Were they even bringing customers here forcefully? First was the odd lucky draws, then the streetlights. Couldn't they accept that she just didn't want to take a bath? Just as she was about to lament out loud, the 2 gigantic doors swung open. They were the kind whose top one couldn't see even if they lifted their heads up. Mist that was engulfed in celestial aura and water droplets gushed out instantly. Welcome, a sweet-sounding electronic voice said as a green luminous glow lit up in front of Yao Si. The next moment, a green arrow pointing to the left side appeared. Dearest customer, please come in. Is this their way of welcoming customers? As expected of a galactic bath, even employees weren't necessary. Yao Si glanced at her optical computer once again, but there was still no reception. She turned to take another look behind, but the thick fog was going to make locating Mu Xuan and the others hard. In the end, she followed the arrow in. The moment she entered the gates, the scenery changed, sending her into a pleasant countryside with green hills and clear water. She was surrounded by unfamiliar mythical flora, fauna, and geothermal baths of various sizes. It wasn't like a bathhouse but rather a celestial ground. It was indeed worthy of being the signature product of a luxury planet. The refurbishments. With just a glance Yao Si could imagine their hefty cost. Strangely, there wasn't a soul in sight, not even a single employee. The tiny arrow changed direction, pointing toward a small path to the right. Yao Si continued following the arrow, making a few turns before reaching a house. A sign lit up at the side, Phoenix Pond, extremely luxurious. The house wasn't big, but it was much more exquisite when compared to the others she had passed. It was probably equivalent to the presidential suite of a hotel. Yao Si circled the exterior. Even though she had money, the most crucial thing was to first figure out her surroundings. It was eerily quiet and there didn't seem to be anyone inside. After some thought, she decided to walk around in hope of meeting an employee. The moment she turned, her gaze blurred, and a row of arrows pointing toward the house appeared in front of her, obstructing her passage. The familiar reminder sounded once more, "Dearest customer, please come in. Dearest customer, please come in." Why does it feel like a trap was lying within? Yao Si had no intention of entering. Disregarding the arrows, she headed toward the little path on the side. But after 5 minutes, she was back at the house. She didn't want to succumb to fate and turn toward another pathway, but regardless of which path she took, she still ended up at the same spot. Even the original path she had come from led her to the same house. F***CK. She glanced at the exquisite little house. Forget it. Even if it was a trap, it would be better than the pointless walking around. With gritted teeth, Yao Si entered the house. The interior was different from the scenic exterior outside, for there was only one huge bubbling hot bath inside. Flower petals of every color covered the surface, and there was the sound of water dripping. There's someone. On closer inspection, there was a half-submerged person about 3 meters into the bath. The person had snowy white skin and a head full of long black hair, so it was most likely a woman. Yao Si heaved a sigh of relief. She had finally met someone. "Excuse me." She was about to ask about the situation when the woman suddenly turned and let out a shrill scream. "Ah!" She hurriedly hugged her bosom with both hands, burying herself deeper into the water, her face filled with utter shock. "What's with this situation, Dot? You dared to peek at me when I'm bathing." As the woman covered herself with a towel that seemed to have magically appeared, she pointed at Yao Si with trembling fingers. "Too much." Yao Si was appalled. "Who wanted to peek at you?" "You misunderstood, I'm a customer." The woman began sobbing. "How am I supposed to face anyone now?" She completely disregarded Yao Si's explanation and wept with a hand over her face. "Now that you have seen my body, there is no way I'll be able to get married." Was there such a conservative race in the galaxy? "In order to uphold my innocence, I can only marry you." "What?" Yao Si was startled. How the hell had the situation escalated to that? Why? Do you not intend to take responsibility for your misdoings? The woman's face filled with rage. Responsibility? But I'm a woman too. What's wrong with being a woman? Can you bully others just because you're a woman? She glared at Yao Si before breaking into another crying fit. Her eyes seemed like an endless tap that kept pouring tears out. "I don't care. Now that you have seen my body, you are mine. From today onwards, I'll follow you to the ends of the world." Was it another forceful scam? "I have a background, so I'll have to discuss with my family members before I can marry you. But you won't have to wait long, we can set the ceremony 3 days later." I know I'm pretty and have a likable personality, so there isn't anyone in the galaxy that isn't mesmerized by me, but you don't have to be upset. Since I married you, I will be loyal. I understand that we don't have a strong foundation, but don't worry, I will try my best to fall for you so there won't be any form of barrier. If you wish to do more intimate things, I won't mind. And, since we are going to be wed, you will have to treat me well. You will have to end all relationships with the stray flowers outside, and you will be forbidden from looking at guys, even if they are of your race. Those from Yao or Bloodlines are all forbidden. After registering, we can head over to the dreamy planet on Galactic 27, which is part of my property. The scenery is good and the place is calming, and no one will be able to find us. I mean it's the most suitable location for a honeymoon. There's more, we can. Sis. Were you reading a lot of novels just now? Not a lot, just 2 or 3. Oh. I get it. Lian Yu? Mh, the woman hummed instinctively. Yao Si. Lian Yu. The air went still. Oh Lord. It really was the Avi's queen. Straight face. You found out? Lian Yu's face paled instantly, her guilt apparent. He. Was it that hard? She was probably the only person in the entire galaxy who wanted to marry her this much. Cece, Lian Yu seemed to be on the verge of tears. She abandoned her act and tugged onto Yao Si pitifully. Then do you still want to marry me? Can I marry you? No. Yao Si withdrew her hands. Why not? The queen's eyes started to water once more. Isn't it stated in bloodline books that as long as a party's body have been seen, marriage will be necessary? It took me a lot of effort to steal this information from the Bloodline Museum, so I don't think I got it wrong. Why don't you take a few more looks? Lian Yu started to unravel the towel. Wait a moment. The corners of Yao Si's lips twitched as she stopped the queen mid-action. What kind of books were you looking at? We are both women, so devoting oneself doesn't count. Lian Yu stilled. She tapped open a screen, and she started to read intently. The title of the book flashed at the top of the screen, Bloodline Poetic Saga Information, Literature. The barbaric lord's little wife, Lord, treat me with care, the evil ruler chases the wife 101 times. What the F***CK? What exactly is kept in the Bloodline Museum? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 154, The Proud Queen. Chapter 154, The Proud Queen. Translator, King Bao. Editor, Dark Gem. Yao Si was entangled by another woman. Regardless of how she explained, Lian Yu was bent on following her, her eyes blindingly bright. There was no way that Yao Si could reject her either, as any harshness was met with an ever-ready torrent of tears. Sister Lian Yu, listen to me, my ability is a little unique. Yao Si inhaled deeply, preparing to expose everything, letting her know that her current infatuation was only due to her ability. You mean you have the ability to let someone fall for you at first sight? Lian Yu stilled. That's right. She nodded vigorously. Your attraction is only due to the influence of my ability. It will disappear after a while and you won't be feeling this way anymore. The queen frowned, trying to process her words. Then, the 2 guys that were following you around, were they also affected by your ability? Not really. Lu Qin is my employee, and Mu Xuan. Yao Si corrected herself instantly, before his real name slipped out. He's my guider, so he isn't with me because of my ability. Which means, you only directed your ability at me, MMH. That's great. What? The queen's eyes brightened as she reached forward to grab onto Yao Si's hands. As expected, Cece, you are interested in me after all, even to the point of using your ability on me. That's great. Since we feel the same way, shall we register our marriage? What logic is that? How did that become your main point? This is getting increasingly difficult. Forget it, we can talk about it next time. Yao Si massaged her temples. Can you explain the fog out there? The fog that had clouded the entire planet didn't look normal at all. It comes from, the queen went still, twiddling her fingers as guilt inched onto her face. I made the heavenly tree open the limitation for the rainbow pond so, Rainbow pond's limitation? What did that mean? This planet is called Heavenly Planet because of the rainbow pond. The queen hesitated slightly before explaining everything in great detail. Basically, Heavenly Planet wasn't originally like it was now. It was a planet engulfed in fog from the rainbow pond, which made it seem mystical and brought about its name. Rainbow pond originated from the planet's core, its water possessing a rare chemical that could unleash one's potential in terms of an ability's mental strength. It was a natural stimulant, which explained its popularity. However, if one were to stay too long in the fog, they would be trapped in their own world. The only ones who could defend against the fog were heavenly Sylvian, which came from the trees. They were able to restrict the fog to a certain region, preventing it from spreading, which led to the success of the heavenly planet. So, you mean to say, Mu Xuan and the others are stuck in the hallucination caused by the fog? The queen raised her head with a hint of anger. It was to find Yao Si. He was at fault for bringing you away, and even destroying my flower of the heavenly tree. If I hadn't found the heart of the tree in time, you wouldn't have been able to see me. So it's his fault? When do you intend to release them? I'm not going to. The queen cocked her head to the side, throwing a childlike tantrum. It wasn't easy for me to keep those bastards out. If he were released, he would definitely snatch you away. Isn't it recorded in history books that all female side characters are there to snatch the male lead? I won't ever make that mistake. Whoever told you to learn from those novels? Besides, how is Mu Xuan a woman? Forget it, I'll save them myself. Yao Si turned to leave the room. Si. Lian Yu stilled slightly before reaching out haphazardly to take hold of her. You like that bastard so much? In what way am I not good enough? Why are you going to him? Lian Yu, Yao Si took a deep breath. I apologize for destroying your aircraft, but that was only because you prevented us from leaving. Mu Xuan is my guider, and if you investigated bloodlings, you should be aware what a guider means to a bloodling, right? I am honored to have gained your attention, but regardless of whether the love is due to my ability or your heart, I'm sorry, I don't like you. Not the least bit. But this has nothing to do with Mu Xuan. I would never leave him in a pinch, even if he didn't require my assistance. Lian Yu stilled, her gaze darkening gradually, her excitement dissipating as she looked stricken. Yao Si didn't have time, so she sighed once more before leaving the room. She had to get to Mu Xuan. Just as she left the room, Lian Yu started to sob. It isn't that way, it's here. She suddenly lifted her finger toward the other side of the pond with a pout. The rainbow pond has hallucination-inducing effects. Even if he really is inside, you won't be able to see him unless you reactivate the restrictions. If you really insist on going, I can bring you there. Thank you. Yao Si heaved a sigh of relief while heading out. Let me make this clear, the queen added. I'm only doing this because of Yao Si. That bastard ruined my flower of the heavenly tree, and you should know its importance to me. I'm not going to let him off easily, but if you were to get angry and hate me because of that, wouldn't it make it too easy for him? I will never let myself down like that. Was she trying to forcefully save her pride? Yao Si sighed once more, the anger for being separated from Mu Xuan gradually fading away. Yes. Dear Queen, you are wise. I shall reward you with compliments. Obviously. The Aves lifted her head arrogantly, her eyes brightening. Does that mean you are starting to fall for me? No. All right. She fumed, turning to walk ahead. Let's go. Just one thing. Have you changed your mind about marrying me? No. Yao Si's lips twitched, and she pointed to the woman's lower half. Could you first put something on? Your towel fell off a long time ago. Didn't you feel airy? A second later. Ah! A shrill cry pierced the air. Yao Si suddenly had an impulse to pray for Lian Yu. Lian Yu had mentioned that the restriction was in the center of the house. She bypassed it and headed toward a silver pathway through the surroundings, which seemed to have become much foggier than before. It's right in front. Lian Yu pointed ahead as she explained, only the heavenly Sylvians are able to enter there. Yao Si stopped, discovering a transparent light wall that kept her out. She wouldn't have noticed it unless she inspected the place closely. Wait for me here, I'll be back after I turn the switch on. Lian Yu took 2 steps before turning back worriedly. You must wait over here. Only after repeated reassurances did Lian Yu leave. Right away, her figure disappeared into the fog. Yao Si had assumed that she needed some time, but less than 2 minutes later, a frantic shout sounded. Lian Yu, who had just entered, came flying out as though struck deeply. Yao Si reached out instinctively to catch her, but was struck by her weight and collapsed onto the ground. It hurts. I'm going to be flattened. What happened? Just as she was about to ask, Lian Yu bolted upright, her face pale. The heavenly trees, heart is in trouble. What? Yao Si stilled as a distinct snap could be heard in the distance. Turning, she inhaled deeply at the sight. F***CK. Oh. Dear Queen, what exactly did you just do? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 155, What's your family name? Chapter 155, What's your family name? Translator, King Bao. Editor, Dark Gem. From afar, Yao Si could vaguely spot a shadow emerging into the skies. It kept increasing in size, occupying up to half the sky in less than a second. Only when the foliage started to peek through did she manage to make out the image. It was a tree, a gigantic one. Besides, it seemed to be growing in all directions, even the ground started to shake from its growth. Yao Si inhaled deeply. Run! She grabbed onto Lian Yu and dashed away frantically. Maybe due to the appearance of the tree, they found a way out of the originally closed-off road. The ancient-looking yard had turned into a barren land, with nothing but the tree's roots. What exactly happened? What's wrong with the tree? Yao Si asked through her pants. It's the heavenly Sylvian king tree. Lian Yu turned back toward the tree that was still growing rapidly. I had placed the heart of the tree in the rainbow pond to release the restriction, but I never expected that the tree would grow so suddenly after. What king tree? Yao Si stilled. Wasn't the heart of the tree in her aircraft? When did it become the king tree? The king tree is the king of the trees, and it grows into the heavenly Sylvian king's tree. Lian Yu was a face of worry as she pointed to the tree. That was originally my brother. What? F***CK, aren't you an Aves? How did you get a brother from the heavenly Sylvian race? What's your mother's family name? It's complicated. The queen grew increasingly more frantic. My brother is the twin son of heavenly Sylvian king, but when he was born, he was just a seed that hadn't awakened. Even after many years, he could only grow into the flower of the heavenly tree. That's why I never expected him to grow so rapidly because of the rainbow pond. Lian Yu's resistance to the fog was due to the heavenly Sylvian genes within her. What do we do now? They couldn't just let it grow on forever? Cece, don't worry. The queen patted her own chest, her face full of confidence. Even though he hasn't awakened, he is still my brother. Even though he wasn't able to recognize me previously, he won't hurt me as soon as I return to my original form. She took a firm step forward before starting to enlarge, the massive wings emerging from her back. In a blink of an eye, she was back to how she looked the first time Yao Si had laid her eyes on her. Her massive wings flapped, sweeping gushes of torrential winds around the barren rainbow pond. Gradually, the tree that had been growing maniacally stopped. Lian Yu took the opportunity to shout at him, "Shimu, I'm your sister. Be good. Piak." With a loud sound, the tree directed a huge branch over toward them. With a tremble, Lian Yu shrank back down and was sent flying. Yao Si. Straight face. F***CK. Weren't you confident that it would be fine? Before Yao Si could process the situation, another branch came flying over towards Lian Yu, who had shrank down to normal size. F***CK, F***CK, F***CK. Yao Si's heart sank. She dashed forward to embrace Lian Yu and bring her out of harm's way. With a loud eruption, a hole about a meter deep formed at the spot where Lian Yu had been. Yao Si felt her blood go cold. She bolted while dragging a certain queen who had been knocked out senseless towards shelter. Only when they were finally out of the tree's attack range did they heave a sigh of relief, cold sweat dripping out their backs uncontrollably. If they had been even a second slower, they would have definitely become minced meat. Sisi, Lian Yu glanced at her in a daze, either too startled or frightened of the situation. Yao Si took a deep breath as fear still lingered in her heart. Are you biological siblings? The tree doesn't seem to treat you as a sister. Lian Yu remained motionless, but something flashed past her eyes. Sniffing, she muttered pitifully, he used to be obedient, really. Enough, enough. Yao Si pointed toward the tree that had grown another couple meters. Your idea isn't effective, he can't recognize you right now. We can only head in secretly to the heart of the tree. Now that the entire rainbow pond is covered, is there any other route we can use? There is, the queen hesitated before nodding. But it will be dangerous. Let's not bother too much about that and head over first. If the queen's brother was going to grow as big as the heavenly Sylvian king, the entire planet was going to end up in ruins, and Yao Si had to think about Mu Xuan, who was still trapped in the fog. She didn't dare to go down that train of thought and followed Lian Yu to the back of the house. Probably due to the tree's massive size, they were no longer chased by the branches. Lian Yu brought them toward a huge green gate that was the height of at least 2 people and whose top was filled with green roots. They were unlike those from Lian Yu's brother that was newly formed with the scent of soil, but were deeply rooted and seemed to have been here for many years. This is part of the restricted region, and the rainbow pond is inside there. But, this is the heavenly Sylvian king's root system, and it will require a strong blazing weapon to break through. It is also immune to all wood abilities. She seemed troubled. We won't be able to enter even with my wood ability. You have a wood ability? Yao Si asked. Of course. Besides that of Aves, there is heavenly Sylvian blood running through me as well. She lifted her hands, a seedling starting to form on her palms. So we need to find weapons. There isn't a need. Yao Si interrupted her. With her hands directed at the door, she sent out the burst of energy that was surging within her. A torrential flame appeared, morphing into a fire dragon that burnt the root system into a pile of ashes. Lian Yu stared at her with wide eyes, glancing at the pile of ashes that covered the ground. Her whole being was in shock. You have a fire ability. Aren't you? Hey. What's with your expression? My little contradictory ability can be quite reliable, okay? Let's go in first. Yao Si stepped through the pile of ashes, entering. There was a path inside that led underground. Probably due to her fire ability, the surroundings were all black and dark. Surprisingly, the interior wasn't dark and was instead brighter the farther they ventured. There was even a faint blue glow straight ahead. The surrounding restriction seems to have lost effect. Lian Yu caressed the black stone wall before pointing ahead. The rainbow pond is right here. Yao Si hurried forward, to where an endless blue stream came into sight. Even though there wasn't any barrier between the pathway and the stream, the water didn't pour over toward them and had simply risen upwards instead. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 156 Real Bloodline. Chapter 156 Real Bloodline. Translator, King Bao. Editor, Dark Gem. It should be over there. Lian Yu pointed toward the heart of the stream. I can feel it, Shimu's heart should be over there. Let's go. We'll swim over. Yao Si dived into the stream with her breath held. However, the water flowed past her body instead, forming a bubble around her. She almost forgot about the water-avoiding pearl the tiny merman had forced upon her. She reached out to pull Lian Yu into the bubble before heading toward the green seedling. It's there! Shimu, Lian Yu exclaimed, preparing to swim over. Wait a minute! Yao Si's heart clenched, and she pulled Lian Yu back to her side. There's someone there! Lian Yu stilled, taking a closer look. There was really someone beside the tiny seedling. He had light blue clothes and seemed to be one with the water, which made it hard to spot him. That man had to have noticed them, for he turned to face them. Even though he wasn't far, Yao Si wasn't able to distinguish his features. Was it mental strength? Were you the one who threw this here? He asked. Even though they were submerged in the water, Yao Si could hear him clearly, his voice deep and chilling. Suddenly, he reached out toward the seedling. What are you doing? Lian Yu asked frantically, dashing out of the bubble. Return my brother. Arg! Before she could finish her sentence, she choked on the water. The corners of Yao Si's mouth twitched, and she pulled the queen back into the bubble. Don't you know that we're underwater? Brother? He scoffed. You lowly races that dare to dirty my water, you deserve to be punished. He suddenly reached forward to pinch the seedling in his hands tightly. The seedling started to twitch. It was felt by the gigantic tree, and a painful shriek pierced through the water. That man was really going to kill the jade tree. Little Mu. Lian Yu's eyes went wide. Without caring about getting soaked, she spread her wings out, summoning up thousands of veins, and dashed forward without regard for anything. Yao Si started to panic, summoning up a fire ability to help. But it was useless. The man seemed to be surrounded by a protective barrier which prevented the ability from coming close to him. You're a bloodling? His gaze turned cold, and he released the seedling to turn toward her. The moment he lay eyes on Yao Si, a chill ran through her, and even her bones filled with a chilling frost. She took a step backwards, a horrifying fear running through her. The man was dangerous. As compared to these lowly races, your blood is a little thicker. His sinister voice rang out, and the next instant he was behind her. But lowly races are still lowly. You don't deserve to be a bloodling. Cici. Lian Yu screamed. Before Yao Si could even turn around, she felt a menacing cold force pressure her as a white light zoomed toward her back. It wasn't a foreign sight, since she had seen it multiple times on Mu Xuan during his fight with Li Zhang that had caused the destruction of multiple planets. When the exact same ray got close to her, her mind blanked out. Suddenly, a red light flashed and a crimson wall surrounded her whole, blocking the white ray. A force tightened around Yao Si's waist, pulling her into a familiar embrace. Cici? A frantic caress wandered around her face, anxiously checking on her. Be good now, breathe. Mu Xuan? Yao Si finally reacted, taking in a deep breath before starting to gasp for air, her body starting to tremble uncontrollably. It was the first time that she had had such a close encounter with death. Even when Li Zhang had stabbed her in the chest, it hadn't been so painfully real. The ray seemed like a force that she had no defense against. She tightened her grip on his clothes. Mu Xuan. Don't be scared, I'm here. Don't be scared. He hugged her tighter, repeatedly reassuring her, and gradually, the fear within her started to calm. Another one. The person didn't panic at his missed attempt, disregarding the both of them. As he smirked, disdain entered his gaze. You so-called bloodlings are indeed the most hate-deserving in the world. Before he could finish his sentence, Mu Xuan frowned, and a terrifying pressure fell onto the man. It was so great that even the rainbow pond started to bloat up. Hundreds of rays appeared, forming a tightly knitted light web that flew toward the man. The disdain on the man's face froze, his eyes widening as he turned toward Mu Xuan. You are a pure bloodling. The moment he said that, the rays reached him, and the entire planet shook from a loud eruption. Mu Xuan held onto Yao Si, and the next moment they were in outer space. Due to the rays, the entire heavenly planet was lacerated into pieces which went flying in all directions. Yao Si knew Mu Xuan's power, but she had an urge to weep. Hadn't she told him not to take revenge on the whole society even if he was angry? The people on the planet? They are fine, Mu Xuan replied immediately as though having awaited her question. Yao Si stilled, taking a closer look. Multiple bubbles were floating upwards from the planet with people who had been in the fog. Lianyu had to have evacuated most, so there weren't many left. Mu Xuan opened up a portal, sending all of them to the nearest planet. Suddenly, a man drenched in blood came flying out from the planet. F***ck, that pervert is still alive. Pure bloodling, there is actually a pure bloodling in this world. As opposed to his previous sinister aura, the man seemed excited. His gaze fixed on Mu Xuan. Come with me, I will show you what a real bloodling is. Real bloodling? What did that mean? Were there still fake bloodlings? Mu Xuan frowned deeply, completely disregarding his words. Since you dared to threaten my cub, you aren't going anywhere. He raised his hands once more to summon the light rays. Cub? Wait, the man stilled, but before he could finish his sentence, Mu Xuan had already released his attack. The man scooted to the side, barely avoiding it. You! He seemed enraged as he turned to glare at Yao Si, then instantly understood the situation and smirked. I never expected a pure bloodling to fall to such a state. You're with a bastard now? Who you're calling a bastard? Forget it, there is no rush. The man smirked before turning to look at Yao Si. He started to dissipate, becoming fainter and fainter. One day, you'll come begging for me. Mu Xuan's hands tightened to attack once more, but the man was gone already. A bad feeling started to form within Yao Si. Mu Xuan, is he perhaps a bloodling? He replied confidently. First generation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 157, Breaking Up the Heterosexual Couple. Chapter 157, Breaking Up the Heterosexual Couple. Translator, King Bao. Editor, Dark Gem. First generation. How was that possible? Weren't the first 30 generations all wiped out? Yao Si started to feel out of place, her position as an ancestor was in jeopardy. Mu Xuan, do you know him? He was the only person who has been here ever since the Earth's time. If a first generation was still alive, Mu Xuan should know him? Unexpectedly, Mu Xuan shook his head. I have never seen him before. His aura was unfamiliar. He had never seen such a first generation before, even back when he was on Earth. Then, who was he? I don't know for now. Mu Xuan tightened his grip around her, his expression serious. I don't think we can continue with this tour anymore. Cece, let's return. Cece, look over at the heavenly planet. Before he could finish, Lianyu exclaimed as she flew over with her seedling brother. Yao Si turned and saw a blue substance starting to form in the middle of the dissected planet. It was enlarging as a figure shook within it. What was that? It's the rainbow pond. Lianyu exclaimed. Why is it growing when the planet is already gone? The fluid recollected, forming a circular shape and eating up the fragments at the side as though a new water-based planet was being formed. In less than 10 minutes, the formation was almost the size of a tiny planet. How did the rainbow pond do this? Well, what exactly is this? Lian Yu muttered. Mu Xuan brought Yao Si away while warning them in a deep voice. There's something inside. What? Yao Si took a closer look, and, indeed, in the middle of the water ball was something moving. On closer inspection. Howl. A painful, shrill cry came from within as a massive figure burst out. It was a gigantic beast that wasn't fully formed. There wasn't any skin covering the upper half of its body, just flesh and blood with bones sticking out in places. It was covered in a yellowish fluid that was mixed with blood and water from the planet. A bunch of organs came falling out of its body. Yao Si was suddenly reminded of the bastard's words. He mentioned that Lian Yu's brother had polluted the water, which probably meant the one that had been in the rainbow pond. Yet what had he been harvesting? The beast moved rapidly. He seemed to have sensed their existence and opened its huge mouth toward the three of them. Yao Si froze. Even though it was a frightening image, she wasn't afraid. It seemed almost familiar as the massive beast was about to swallow them any minute. Mu Xuan lifted his hand, summoning a flame toward the beast. Before it could even howl, it had already turned into a pile of ashes together with the water ball. Mu Xuan, there's something behind. Yao Si tapped his arm, pointing toward the planet. The water was gone, but among the floating pieces was a black dot. When compared to the beast, it was extremely tiny. With a flash, Mu Xuan flew them over. The black dot was a blue hole, its inside pitch dark and flat, almost like a burn in a piece of paper. It was unlike the black hole in the universe that devoured everything nearby, but was silent and unmoving, just like a picture. However, it emitted an eerie aura that brought about discomfort. What is this? Yao Si asked. I don't know. Mu Xuan shook his head, his brows coming together into a tight knot. It looks like a transportation method, but I can't be sure where it leads to. Either way, it won't lead to someone pleasant. That Aves. He suddenly turned toward Lian Yu. Ah? With her brother in her hands, she replied instinctively before catching herself. Glaring at him, she asked irritably, what? Love rival. Intersection. Inform the heavenly Sylvians and get them to block off the area. Lian Yu frowned, then glanced at Yao Si, who was still in his arms, and pote. I'm the queen, why must I listen to you? Whatever. Mu Xian's face darkened, and his voice hardened. This isn't the Bloodlings' domain anyways. Without another word, he lifted his hand to open a portal to the red planet. Caressing his cub, he said, let's head home first. He needed to investigate that first-generation Nan more. Wait a minute, Sisi. Just as Lian Yu was about to stop them, they disappeared. She stomped her feet in frustration. She had known that the bastard would snatch her Sisi. All heterosexual love will end in disaster. My Sisi. Silently, she cursed a certain someone over 100 times before switching on her optical computer indignantly to contact the heavenly Sylvians. Who knew what else the heavenly planet would do, so it was better to get someone to check on it. After all, half of it belonged to the heavenly Sylvians. She contacted the king directly, informing him about what had happened in great detail. He then acted swiftly, delegating jobs to his people. After settling the matter, the queen could no longer keep her indignation under control. Uncle, I think I'm out of love. Out of love? When did you get a partner? Why wasn't I informed? Didn't you just dismiss the aerial prince, even declaring to stay single forever? That was the past. I never expected to meet her, but... Little you, that's the right decision. For the Aves, you really should form a family. When do you intend to register your marriage? Our little you is finally going to get married. She has a boyfriend. What's there to be afraid? I'll just snatch her over. You are the Avi's queen after all. Wait, boyfriend? It's a woman? Oh. What's wrong? Is it not permitted? You can, of course you can, whatever makes you happy. Come, tell your uncle who this lucky person is. How old is she? Who is her boyfriend? Do you need uncle to kill him for you? Oh right, which race is he from? He is a bloodling. Oh, blood. What? There was a moment of silence. Misu, how could you end up in such a hopeless situation? Why not consider someone else instead? He would even accept a beast. No, I like Cece. Cece? My dearest Cece, she is Yao. Isn't it nice? Doesn't it sound endearing and likable? Why does this name sound so familiar? I'm going to the red planet to find her and separate that pair. Goodbye, uncle. Oh, that bastard is called Mu Xuan. I think he's also a bloodling. Xiao, Mu Xuan. Mu Xuan. Sigma, degree. Thump, thump, thump. A bunch of objects came falling onto the ground. Little you, come back. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 158, Beast Harvesting Farm. Chapter 158, Beast Harvesting Farm. Translator, King Bao. Editor, Dark Gem. Due to the appearance of the first-generation bloodling, Mu Xuan ended the galaxy tour prematurely. He immediately informed the Elders' Council, sending people to the heavenly planet for investigation. A first-generation bloodling that had ambiguous views about his own race was indeed worth the attention. Besides, it had been such a long time since the bloodlings had left Earth, so why hadn't anyone heard of him? Where exactly did he come from? Yao Si started to form conjectures. Perhaps he was like her and had accidentally fallen asleep for many years, which allowed him to go unnoticed. However, Mu Xuan shot it down due to the Rainbow Pond in Heavenly Planet. Rainbow Pond had always been a mystery, with a general presumption being that it was a natural occurrence. However, that man had said that he was harvesting something there, and the half-formed beast had to have been connected to him. It was probably taken care of by him. For something like that to go unnoticed, he had to have technology that surpassed the current galactic standards. It wasn't something a recently awakened bloodling would be able to do. Ever since they returned, Yao Si could sense Mu Xuan's anxiety. It was unlike before with Li Zhang, since Li Zhang was just a fourth-generation bloodling. The newcomer was a first generation. Even though Mu Xuan had awakened the ancestral blood and would definitely defeat him in a battle, he had an Achilles heel, her. Even though that man had called her a bastard, he didn't seem to hate the entire bloodling race, since revenge at this point in time would be a little late. Instead, he seemed nonchalant, even if his disgust was apparent. However, his attitude toward Mu Xuan was totally different. Besides, he had mentioned, Mu Xuan, what's a pure blood? Yao Si couldn't seem to figure it out. She had never come across such a term. Wasn't the only difference between the bloodings their generation? He was probably referring to the ancestral blood that runs in me. Mu Xuan frowned while taking her hands into this. I'm the only bloodling that awakened the ancestral blood, while his blood seemed weird. Weird? Yao Si stilled. What does that mean? Mu Xuan's brows slammed downwards. After half a minute, he seemed to have found a suitable explanation. Bloodlings are all connected by the bloodline. Younger bloodlings aren't able to resist the control from senior bloodlings, but he didn't have any connection. He seemed totally different from us. Different? Yao Si exclaimed. He isn't a bloodling? He is indeed a bloodling, but his face sunk as he sighed. He caressed her head. Maybe I'm confused since it's been a while since I last saw bloodlings from the first generation? I can only be sure after we managed to find him. Yao Si was getting increasingly confused. Their problems seemed to be escalating. When she remembered how the person had just disappeared, she couldn't help asking, "Oh right, what exactly is his ability?" It's mirage. His real body wasn't on the heavenly planet. It was how he managed to disappear so suddenly. His form had been just an illusion he had created. But he definitely has more than one ability. He has other abilities? That isn't all. Mu Xuan's expression turned grave. He should have a full series like me. Full series. _ Yao Si suddenly felt as though a strong boss had made its appearance. Even though I can't be sure of his motives, his attitude toward the bloodlings is definitely hostile. Cece, just as he was about to start nagging, the notification of a message rang. He switched open his optical computer. Yao Qian, who had been tasked to investigate the matter, appeared on the screen. Your Majesty, the results of the Heavenly Planet investigation are out. Yao Qian reported anxiously once the call went through, fully aware of Yao Si's presence. Results? Mu Xuan asked. Your Majesty, you were right, that black hole is indeed a portal. Yao Qian pointed to the black hole in the middle of the planet's fragments. But after running some tests, we found that the location isn't fixed under normal frequencies. We can only get a rough estimate of the location near the border of the galaxy. Border? Mu Xuan sank into a moment of silence before saying, what about the beast? How's the investigation? That's even weirder. Yao Qian's expression crumbled as he reported the data with a hint of surprise. We restored the beast's data and evaluated its genes. Mu Xuan opened the data, and his frown deepened. It's just a young beast. No, to be exact, it's an embryo that is about 50% developed. It should have been fully formed in about 2 years. By then, it would be at least 10 times bigger. A beast this size could only be. Galactic beast, Mu Xuan interrupted. Yao Si stilled, sucking in a cold breath. A galactic beast? Wasn't those only found in the Abyss Zone since they could grow big enough to engulf a planet? Why was it on the heavenly planet? Even though it was public land, it was considered to be in a centralized region that was eons away from the Abyss Zone. We suspect that the black hole would be used to transport the beast over to the border. Yao Qian's face darkened. That beast wasn't from the Abyss, which means, Mu Xuan's side heavenly planet has always been a harvesting farm for the galactic beasts. Yes. Yao Si. Mu Xuan. Yao Si could feel her heart sink. Even though she had considered the idea that the bastard had been using the Rainbow Pond as a harvesting farm, she had never expected the beasts he raised to be galactic beasts. Your Majesty, Yao Qian's face fell as he hesitated. According to my tests, the half-formed galactic beast that you killed is of SSS level and above. A beast of this level has never been seen in the Abyss, which means that they have been experimenting and advancing their knowledge. Besides, based on how often the galactic beasts appear, there should be more than one of such harvesting farms. I understand. Inform the Alliance and get them to investigate similar planets. Yes, Your Majesty. Yao Qian did a salute upon completion of the report. However, his gaze suddenly flickered over to Yao Si. Anything else? Mu Xuan frowned. He hesitated slightly, taking another peek at Yao Si before stuttering, It isn't anything important, but someone wanted me to pass a message to Her Highness. Before he could finish his sentence, he was pushed out of the screen. A stunning face replaced him. Cece. You're Cece, right? Cece. I'm Lien. Thud. Mu Xuan turned the call off in a flash. He should have split the Aves planet as well. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 159, Dad about to erupt. Chapter 159, Dad about to erupt. Translator, King Bao. Editor, Dark Gem. Ever since they discovered the situation on the heavenly planet, Yao Si was expecting the bloodling to take some action, but surprisingly he disappeared without a trace. When the Alliance investigated the planets, they found several similar harvesting farms. However, unlike the one on the heavenly planet that was exposed, the ones found were concealed. Ever since the news that galactic beasts had been harvested artificially spread across the galaxy, it turned into the hottest new topic. Galactic beasts were never considered a threat due to their distance from civilization. No one thus expected their nests to be almost within their backyards, which sent everyone on high alert. Among the many harvesting farms, there was a particular one named Mother Planet. Within it were beasts that could easily swallow an entire planet. Even though they would be sent to the borders after being fully harvested, no one knew when the bloodling would stop transporting them out. If the beasts were to appear in the galaxy where the various races resided, it would be a catastrophe. The situation caused a state of hysteria with everyone living on the edge, but despite the situation, the main culprit was nowhere to be found. The bloodlings mobilized almost all their troops to find the first-generation bloodling, but it came down to nothing. Even Mu Xuan was starting to get frustrated as he worked endlessly through the night. His face never brightened and seemed to be constantly on the brink of an eruption. Yao Si was certain that the beasts were sent to the borders for a reason. There will probably be clues there. Mu Xuan. Yao Si felt a need to remind him about it. I want to. No. He objected before she could even ask anything. Yao Si stilled. I haven't even started my question? You don't have to. I know what you're going to ask, and I'm not going to allow it. Hey, what do you even know? Si. He spoke with a solemn expression. It's dangerous outside. You have to be within my sight for me to feel at ease. Before everything is settled, you are not allowed to go anywhere. All right, she didn't have to go. Mu Xuan, I want. Even thinking about it is forbidden. His face grew stiff, his grip on her tightening. Si, you're still young. There are some things you don't understand. Be good now, that person isn't nice at all. F***ck, stop treating me as a child. If I can't go, then you can. No, if I go, what about you? What can happen when I'm here on the red planet? His face fell. He stared at her so deeply, he seemed to be able to see her very soul. Si, I feel uneasy if you leave me but for a second. Yao Si's heart shook, her face burning. Hurriedly, she turned her face away. F***ck, why was her heart beating so fast? Was he teasing her? He had to have been, right? When did he get so skilled at it? Wasn't he going for the pure, innocent lover approach? Ahem, then, alright. We will both not go. Steady there, I'm experienced. This isn't that urgent, so you can just get one of the elders to go. No. Mu Xuan's face darkened. He seemed on the verge of explosion as he bolted upwards abruptly. Why? Yao Si was startled. This was the first time he had reacted with such aggression. He was never a parent that disregarded his cub's opinion. Wait a minute, what exactly did you think I was going to say? Regardless of what you say, I won't allow it. His face sank before he added resolutely, I can agree to anything else but this. I will definitely not agree to let in that Aves to meet you. No, not just here, I will not allow it anywhere else in the galaxy as well. Aves? Lian Yu? When did she mention anything about her coming to the Red Planet? Once he started, he became increasingly agitated. From a person that barely spoke 10 words a day, he was now a firecracker that had gone off, nagging endlessly as he paced about the room. Cece, you have to set your sights further. She is an Aves and you are a bloodling. There aren't genuine feelings between different races, but it's easy for you to get misled due to your lack of knowledge. Cece, the Aves aren't a benevolent race. Thunder Silvani king from the previous generation was blessed with 2 heavenly seeds, which is considered a miracle for the royal family who's only had 1 heir before. It was also an opportunity for them to flourish. However, one of the heavenly seeds ended up marrying the Aves queen, which ended their dreams of flourishing. Cece, you are my only cub and she's decided to direct her intentions onto you, but since you are still young, you can't see her ill intentions. Cece, I've restricted the movement of all Aves that want to come to the Red Planet, but she still managed to intrude several times. This shows just how cunning these Aves can be. He frowned, his jaw tightening. I guess restricting their entrance isn't enough. I'll have to lock down the entire galaxy. The more he spoke, the more assured he became. Turning on his optical computer, he started to go through with his plans. Yao Si was left speechless, before suddenly processing the situation. All this while, his constipated face and the endless buzz wasn't because of the first-generation bloodling on the heavenly planet, but rather because of trying to keep Lian Yu from finding her on the Red Planet? Where's your bloodling ruler pride? Mu Xuan, her brain was too small, and she needed time to process such a revelation. No, the galaxy too wide, which makes it susceptible to intrusion. To ensure complete safety. I guess a war is necessary. He found the number for all the elders. He was about to make the order when Yao Si grabbed his hands to stop him. No. She finally found the source to the bloodling's horrible habit of calling for war whenever there were disputes. Now she had finally gotten the explanation for his moodiness and sunken face in the past few days. It had seemed as though he was on his period the entire month. And she had blamed everything on the first-generation bloodling. But instead it was because of Lian Yu? He had been jealous all that while? Winky face. For the past few weeks, he had been on the verge of an eruption, and all that was because of Lian Yu? The truth was too unexpected, but it seemed kind of cute. No, this matter has to be resolved as soon as possible. Mu Xuan was oblivious to Yao Si's internal shock. He pushed her hands aside and pressed firmly onto the call button. Mu Xuan. Your persona will be ruined if you continue with this fit. With a racial war at stake, Yao Si started to panic. She reached forward to grab his face and pressing her lips against his. Mu Xuan froze, paralyzed. She then sensed his tension going out, a red slush tainting his flawlessly white skin. The moment he seemed to have calmed down, she lifted her fingers to explain everything word by word. First, I do not like Lian Yu. We aren't even close enough to be considered friends, and this has nothing to do with her being an Aves. Second, I am straight, so I would definitely go for a guy. Third, I only like you. Understood? Mu Xuan remained frozen, unmoving. Hey, say something. Could you react? What's wrong? F***CK, why is your nose bleeding? It's just a kiss. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 160, Accumulating Experience. Chapter 160, Accumulating Experience. Translator, King Bao. Editor, Dark Gem. Accumulating Experience in Process. After their haphazard conversation, Mu Xuan agreed with Yao Si's suggestion to send bloodlings over to the Abyss for an investigation. Hence, Yao Qian, who had just finished his investigation on the heavenly planet, was sent straight to the borders. As expected from the Yao family elder, he managed to finish his investigations in less than a day. Your Highness, for the past year, there haven't been anything unusual about the galactic beasts that have appeared in the borders. Regardless of the level and the number of times they appeared, it's all similar to the past few years. You mean there aren't any issues at the Abyss? Yao Si stilled. What he was saying wasn't logical. Your Highness, that's how it seems on the surface. Yao Qian's expression sank. Surface? What do you mean? It's like this. He suddenly sent a bunch of data over. After comparing with the number of appearances made by the galactic beasts in the past 15 years, I found that there is indeed an increase in the past year. Previously, there would only be one for every few years, but this year, there has already been 3. Besides, other than the increased frequency, there is also another anomaly. What is it? Yao Si asked. Your Majesty, Your Highness, please take a look. He tapped open the galactic map and started to operate at the side. Pointing toward the red dots, he explained, these are the galactic beasts that appeared in the abyss for the past few years, and these are the 3 that appeared this year. Yao Si looked between the 2 different groups of beasts again and again, but there didn't seem to be any difference. Is there a difference? It looked the same to her. It's the position, Mu Xuan said with a frown, his voice grave. For the past few years, even though the beasts have been appearing at random, it would usually be on the asteroid belt or near planets. But this year, they have been appearing closer to the borders and nowhere near any planets. No planets, then what are they doing there? That's right, Yao Qian added hurriedly. I've asked the person in charge of the space station. He mentioned that the 3 galactic beasts found this year were noticed by the patrol team in the same district with less than 1 light-year distance between them. They seem to have come out of the abyss together. If this is true, then there are more galactic beasts in the abyss, Mu Xuan finished. Yao Si's heart sank. Those were beasts that could swallow a planet in just 1 bite. If there were more of them, then the entire galaxy could be destroyed. I understand. Don't take any action yet. I'll head over right now, Mu Xuan instructed before switching the messenger off. Turning to face Yao Si, he said, Sisi, I have to head over to settle this. Alright, I'll. You can't go this time. Before she could finish her sentence, Mu Xuan dashed her dreams of following him. Why? Yao Si stilled. Didn't you promise to never leave me behind? The abyss is too dangerous, I'm afraid I won't be able to take care of you. He reached out to caress her head, his expression solemn. The situation there isn't clear, and I won't be able to focus with you around, so just be good. I'll be gone for around half a day, maybe a bit more. Oh. She nodded. She could understand his reasoning. It wasn't as though she was an unreasonable bimbo. But he isn't going to let me join in on the fun. Carrot. When I'm not at home, remember to have your meals on time, to not to stay up late, and to not surf the galactic web for 10 hours each day. Yes, yes, yes. Nanny Dad. She'll only use it for 9 hours. Mu Xuan. He corrected her out of habit. And the most important thing. MMH? Don't pick up calls from strangers, especially from women. Can't you just tell me not to pick up calls from Lianyu? Intersection. It's been happening for such a long time, so why aren't you over it yet? After nagging for a while more and getting multiple reassurances from Yao Si that she was going to stay on the red planet, did he finally leave through a space portal. Just as he entered, Yao Si reached out to grab onto his sleeve to remind him once more. Mu Xuan, aren't you forgetting something? He stilled, his face reddening as a thought crossed his mind. The flush kept increasing in intensity as his gaze wavered. Ahem, si, this, he choked as he took a step back. You agreed to this. Yao Si took a step forward with a radiant smile on her face, almost pressing against him as she lifted her head. The flush deepened, the shade so deep it seemed to be on the verge of reaching crimson. Mu Xuan stared at her face intently, until after half a second, he seemed to have made up his mind. He bent down and lowered his lips onto hers before escaping into the space portal, the entire process lasting about as long as a blink of an eye. Yao Si. Am I some sort of virus? After his bleeding incident during their first kiss, she was sure that a certain someone had been single for far too long, which caused a lack of experience. In order to prevent him from keeping all his emotions to himself due to his shyness, she seduced him, ahem. Shameless, PSSH. She spoke earnestly and sincerely in a systematic manner to agree on a suitable solution. The crux of the solution, experience. They just had to kiss more often. Hence, they made up a series of events: good morning kiss, good night kiss, goodbye kiss. The goodbye kiss was only late by an hour. It seemed like an improvement when compared to the morning kiss that only came after her nap. Wait a minute. Wasn't he pinching his nose when he left? Straight face. Improvement retracted. Yao Si sighed. Mission failed. She had to try harder. Just as she was about to research 101 ways to teach one's boyfriend, the portal that had just disappeared opened up once more. CC. Mu Xuan was suddenly back again. I forgot the previous times. He dragged her into his embrace and lowered his lips down onto hers. Yao Si stood stunned. Before she could react, she felt a stinging on her lips. She inhaled swiftly. It hurts. The next second, he had already released her. That's enough. Turning, he left with the portal disappearing behind him. A startled Yao Si. What did that mean? He turned back halfway just to bite her? Or, did he have any opinion about her accumulating experience methods? Oh. Just as Yao Si got lost in her thoughts, the doorbell rang. It seemed to be something urgent, since the ringing kept on increasing in intensity and frequency. When she opened the door, she found Gu Shucheng, who she hadn't met in a long time. Nephew Gu, you are back from your honeymoon. Your Highness, is His Majesty at home? He interrupted her uncharacteristically, his face panicky as he glanced around the room for Mu Xuan. He just left. What? He started to panic. Did he say where he is going? Your Highness, can you get a hold of him? The abyss at the borders. Why is he there? There isn't even reception there. Why is he there at such a crucial time? What's wrong? What's the rush? Yao Si asked. Your Highness, his hands formed into fists at his side, and his face became serious. Red Planet is in trouble. What? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 161 Enemies Love the Red Planet. Chapter 161 Enemies Love the Red Planet. Translator, King Bao. Editor, Dark Gem. The opposition loves the Red Planet. What exactly is it? Yao Si hurriedly left Mu Xuan a message before boarding the aircraft with Nephew Gu. His face sank. It's regarding the previous time the Galactic Beast was eradicated. Galactic Beast? Isn't it the Red Planet that's in danger? It isn't. His brows slammed downwards. We investigated according to the data sent back by the 13th Elder, but not long ago, Yi swapped out the data and found something else about the Red Planet. Something else? What is it? We can't be sure yet. He shook his head while starting to grow increasingly frantic. No one has seen it before, but you'll understand once you get a look at it. The aircraft increased in speed, sending them to the Elders' Council in less than 2 minutes. Surprisingly, the Elders hadn't been awaiting their arrival. Nephew Gu went straight in and got a square object for her to pin to her chest. It's a particle transportation device, he explained. The location has been set, so you will be sent there directly. The Elders are already there, waiting. Yao Si didn't doubt his words and activated the object at the same time as him. In the blink of an eye, they were transported to another location. The space was huge and enclosed, the surroundings filled with black mud. The sky was covered with equipment to light up the place so that it wouldn't be too dark. Your Highness, why are you here? The moment they arrived, a group of people closed in on them. On closer inspection, Yao Si realized that there were other people besides the elders involved in the investigation. Just as Gu Shuchang was about to explain, second elder's face darkened, and he turned to Shuchang with anxiousness. This is absurd. Her Highness is still young. How can you bring her to such a dangerous place? If anything, His Majesty will kill all of us. Forget it, I made him bring me over. Yao Si stepped forward to explain Mu Xuan's whereabouts before shifting the conversation. Oh right, you mentioned that something special was found. What exactly is it? The elders' faces paled, and they exchanged glances with each other. In the end, second elder turned to point at the back. Your Highness, take a look over there. Her gaze followed his fingers, but it was pitch black there. At first, she assumed it was so because there weren't enough lights, but on closer inspection, her eyes went wide. F***CK. What's that? Oh. The pitch-black darkness wasn't an empty space. It seemed to be occupied by something that kept fidgeting, its movements resembling water ripples that glistened. Yao Si immediately associated it to the harvesting water, but as she concentrated, she realized the water wasn't blue but red. Large patches of red fluid covered the space. It seemed like blood? What's that? Even though it was a fluid, it was definitely not the same harvesting water she had seen on the heavenly planet. Without any samples, we aren't able to determine what it is. Second elder frowned. But it has taken over a large area, almost a tenth of the red planet. That's a lot. Yao Si exclaimed, recalling the situation on the heavenly planet. Has the area been scanned? Are there any galactic beasts? None. He shook his head. After we found this, we did a thorough scan of the entire planet, but there aren't any signs of life. That's good. Yao Si heaved a sigh of relief. Shaking her head, she glanced at the red blood before taking a few steps back. Back what exactly? Your Highness! Several cries rang out together before she could finish her sentence. Yao Si turned to see a sea of shocked faces. What is it? She didn't do anything, right? Why, Your Highness, can you go in? Nephew Gu asked. Go in? She stilled. What did he mean? What do you mean by go in? Where do I go? Your Highness, can't you feel it? His shock intensified. Gu Shucheng took a step forward, stopping about 3 to 4 steps away from her. He reached out to feel the space in front of him. There's a barrier here. None of us can pass through it. Barrier? The corners of Yao Si's lips twitched. There's such a thing, . She walked back to where Nephew Gu was and reached out. There isn't. I guess this doesn't affect Her Highness. The elders frowned. None of us can get close to that thing, even the sensor can't get through. That explained why they were looking over at it from afar. Is this a mental barrier? She remembered the research base on Nirvana planet. I'm afraid not. Second elder shook his head. We can't be sure what it is at the moment. Your Highness, could you help us extract some of that substance? We would like to test it to determine what it is. All right. Yao Si reached out for a transparent test tube and headed toward the pile of blood. As she got closer to the fluid, a familiar feeling started to surge within her. It seemed like she knew it? But where had she seen it? She tossed the ambiguous emotions aside and followed second elder's instructions. After opening the test tube, she reached for the fluid. But suddenly, she heard agitated screams. Your Highness, be careful. Yao Si's heart sank, and she took several steps back before lifting her head up. The calm fluid seemed to have been triggered, bubbling furiously and sending huge red waves into the air. It seemed as though a large hand was reaching out toward her. F***CK. She took a few more steps back, but it was too late. The blood seeped past her body and trapped her like a snake, rendering her paralyzed. "Your Highness!" the elders exclaimed. They activated their abilities at once, preparing to save her, but despite the number of times they tried it, everything stopped midway. It was only then that Yao Si saw the barrier. It was transparent and split the space into two separate areas. "Heh, I never expected you to seek me out even when I didn't go looking for you myself," an eerie voice said from behind her. This voice. That F***king pervert. F***CK, this can't be true. Why is he here? Why do all these radicals like hiding on the red planet? Yao Si stilled, a chill running through her. She turned and shouted to the crowd that was still trying to save her, "Leave this place. It's too late." A tall and lanky figure came out from the blood. He lifted his lashes and gave her a narrow-eyed look. It was the same arrogant gaze from before. Disdain and scorn oozed from his eyes. "I wanted to leave you bunch of bastards alone, but since you dared to disrupt my peace, you should be prepared to die. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 162, The Blood Contract. Chapter 162, The Blood Contract. Translator, King Bao. Editor, Dark Gem. The Blood Contract. The blood in their surroundings turned almost lifelike as it morphed into 1,000 blood swords that flew straight toward the group. There were so many of them, there wasn't any space between them. The group's abilities were completely useless against the blood swords. The elders were on the verge of being killed, and Yao Si panicked. The pervert was a first-generation bloodling, so the elders wouldn't be able to heal from his attacks. This meant that they would really die. Her heart sank. Gathering the strength she didn't know she had, Yao Si pushed past the binds. "Stop!" Energy surged within her, and her body seemed to have a will of its own as she released the power. A white glow gradually emanated from within her, sweeping through the whole space. The sky full of blood swords and even the elders' abilities disappeared as though they had never existed. The blood that was restraining Yao Si was gone too. She felt her body rise upwards before she fell down on her bum. The entire space had been cleared out forcefully, leaving everyone including the pervert stupefied. Before they had time to react, Yao Si shouted at the crowd, "Leave with the particle transports." Worried that they weren't fast enough, she summoned out the 5th generation's bloodline suppression. The crowd snapped out of their daze and left with the help of the transportation devices. Yao Si pressed on the device as well, and a white glow washed over all of them. The elders disappeared. In the blink of an eye, they were all back at the council room. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They were still alive. That person will be here soon, so the red planet is in danger. We have to evacuate all the bloodlings and inform His Majesty. Your Highness, why don't you, Her Highness, where is she? Yao Si, who was still at the same spot. Why am I still here? Didn't she activate the device? Did she get a fake transportation device? I never expected you to have such wits. The sinister voice of the pervert came from behind her. Yao Si trembled. She could vaguely feel a word floating above her head, doomed. It's a pity you can't use any of those little devices once you are in the vicinity of my energy. He glanced behind her, and Yao Si remembered the barrier. She then cursed internally. F***CK. Why didn't anyone mention that? Such luck. Oh. But you really left me in awe. He laughed without a tinge of humor, his gaze turning cold. But a bastard is still a bastard. Even the best ability is child's play at best. He turned abruptly, heading over toward her. With every step he took, the pool of blood behind him grew. It seemed to come alive. As he raised his hand, the fluid rushed over to wrap around her. I had no intentions of meddling with you bastards. He glanced at her coldly. But you had to serve yourself so willingly. But I guess it would prove too useful. With your death, that pure breed will definitely wake up from this unrealistic dream. The next moment, the sky filled with blood swords who flew toward her. Yao Si was stunned. That guy was really going to kill her. F***CK. What luck! Who did she offend? Why did everyone want to kill her? Instinctively, she tried to resist like before, but the energy within her was long gone. Even at such a crucial moment, her ability was playing tricks on her, but the number of blood swords started to increase. The slightest movement of the man's fingers was enough to send the sky full of swords flying toward her. Yao Si felt a chill wash over her as despair drowned her. Instinctively, she screwed her eyes shut. Mu Xuan. Ding. Surprisingly, the pain never arrived. The second before the swords hit her, a layer of transparent shield encapsulated her, stopping all the swords. Yao Si's forehead grew warm with the slightest hint of a sting as a red flame mark emerged. Blood contract. The pervert exclaimed, the disdain on his face replaced by astonishment as he stared at her in disbelief. Mixed emotions crossed his face: suspicion, shock, unwillingness to accept, and hatred. Like a gust of wind, he flew over and yanked her arm over, his eyes wide open. You are his contractor? Contractor, what's that? The man didn't seem to need a reply. His suspicion was confirmed as he glared at the mark on her forehead, his jaw tightening. After half a minute, he released her arm, and even the blood that kept her captive went away. The man seemed to have met with an unexpected situation, and he started to pace about anxiously as he mumbled to himself. Wasn't she supposed to be a cub? The old man is just deceiving himself. How could such a thing happen? It's a contractor. She really is the contractor. He really found the contractor. F***CK. 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 How is this possible? I guess it won't be possible to go back with his help, but why him? Why is it like this? Why could he find it? The pervert grew increasingly distressed, his expression changing every second. Yao Si's heart sank as she caressed her heated forehead. Even though she couldn't understand his actions, but he seemed to be too preoccupied to kill her. Exploiting his confusion, she inched toward the barrier. First step, second step, third step. Almost. Where are you going? F***CK. The pervert moved like the wind, appearing in front of her. Yao Si raised her hands weakly. You seem rather busy, so why don't I go first? His face turned green, but surprisingly, he wasn't the least bit infuriated. Instead, he glanced at her with a mix of emotions, looking her up and down. Half a second later, a thought seemed to have struck him, and he glared at her ferociously. I can't let you go yet. He yanked her toward the red fluid, speaking to himself, F***CK, I've really gotten myself a burden. Hurry, I'm busy. Yao Si stumbled, almost falling from his yank. She hurried to follow his pace, however, he seemed to have turned into a different person, the murderous intent completely gone. What were his intentions? Was he afraid of Mu Xuan and wanted to use her as a hostage? But from the looks of things, he didn't seem to care about Mu Xuan at all. What are you looking at? He turned to glare at her. Hurry, stop wasting my time. I can't kill you anyway. Yao Si stilled. He didn't say that he wasn't going to kill, but rather, he couldn't. What did that mean? She frowned, relaxing a little. Since you can't touch me, I'll be fine. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 163, The Opposition's Cultivation. Chapter 163, The Opposition's Cultivation. Translator, King Bao. Editor, Dark Gem. The pervert dragged Yao Si into the middle of the red fluid. Surprisingly, she could breathe normally while submerged in the blood pool. Even though it seemed like a liquid, it felt as light as air. With the pervert clearing the way, the fluid lost all of its aggression, slipping past her as smoothly as silk. Shortly after, they were at the heart of the fluid. Suddenly, a black patch appeared before them. The area emitted an eerie and sinister vibe. It was the portal Yao Si had seen on the heavenly planet. Her heart sank, and she took a few steps back. But with a forceful tug, the man pulled her forward, and the momentary imbalance knocked her off her feet. Just before she smashed into the ground, the pervert seemed to have sensed it, and like a gust of wind, he caught her. "Are you blind? Can't you walk properly?" He spat the moment he opened his mouth while glancing her up and down. "Hurry up! This old man won't care even if you injure yourself." He turned and continued with dragging her forward. Still, it seemed like he had slowed down slightly. The pervert brought them into the black portal, and Yao Si felt a shiver run through her. The next second, light poured over them, the glaring glow invading her eyes, forcing them shut. "We're here," the pervert announced, finally releasing his grip on her. Yao Si opened her eyes cautiously. They were in a fully furnished room that had been tidied so meticulously that she could even see her reflection on the ground. The place was clearly meant for a long-term stay. Why did the pervert bring her here? "You'll be staying here until I finish my experiment." He pointed toward the room before sweeping a glance at her. "Don't worry, since you are the contractor, I won't touch you, but you better not mess around or..." He smirked threateningly, but when compared to the sinister demeanor from before, it fell short and skewed more toward a false bravado. A strange thought emerged in Yao Si's head. Perhaps his tolerance towards a contractor was quite high? "What exactly is a contractor?" she asked. "You don't know?" He stilled, glancing at her as though she was retarded. Was she supposed to know? He waved his hand, not intending to explain. "Why don't you ask the pure breed next time? I have no intention to educate others." He glanced at the time on the optical computer. "I'm busy. We aren't on the red planet anymore, so you better stay here obediently and don't stir up any trouble." He gave her another warning look before turning to leave the room. The second he reached the door, he turned abruptly, his face scrunched up. After half a minute, he clenched his jaw and cursed under his breath, F***K. He returned to the room, found a control table on the right and started to retrieve a bunch of items from it. He placed everything in front of Yao Si. "It's duck blood curd snacks, have them when you are hungry. These are galactic novels, read them when you are bored. These are games I downloaded. You can play them if you want to. These are soft pillows, they'll prevent a sore neck. And this a flexible pet. You can alter its appearance to your preference." He then stuffed a woolen rabbit about the size of a dog into her embrace. "All right, that's all. If you need anything else, just let me know." He exhaled deeply as though having accomplished something grand and folded his arms to look at her inquisitively. Half a minute later, the corners of Yao Si's lips twitched. She recalled the question she had been inching to ask since a while ago. "What do you want? Why, you're sick, right? Wasn't she a hostage? Why did he feel more like a nanny?" The pervert had issues, serious issues. It was the weirdest experience since she had been kidnapped to the foreign planet. From the moment of her arrival, he had been treating her unlike a captive that she had envisioned. No. It was the opposite extreme. Rather than being called a hostage, it would be more appropriate to call her an ancestor, the kind that was worshipped. He tended to even the most minute issues, taking extremely good care of her. Even though his words could be harsh and he often put on a scary front, he would answer any of her requests. He was so unbelievably obliging that it brought her back to, "Are you F***king retarded?" He bolted into the room like a tornado / "Didn't I already prepare food? What do you mean by only craving for spiritual beast blood curd? Will it kill you to eat something else? Don't you know my experiment is currently in a crucial stage, so I can't be disturbed? How can you call for me at such a time? Are you seeking death?" He seemed like a firecracker that had been lit up as he jumped about in exasperation. Then, with a loud thud, he slammed a bottle of the Red Planet's hot seller, spiritual beast blood curd. Straight face. "Thank you." Yao Si completely disregarded his rage, gulping the entire bottle down in one go. Not bad." With just one sip, she could tell that it had been manufactured just that day. "Oh right, pervert, did you only bring one bottle?" She swept a suspicious glance at him. "My name is Lin Long. Haven't I already told it to you 1,000 times? If you call me pervert one more time, I'm going to make you perish." He grew increasingly aggravated. It looked as though smoke was about to emit from his head at any moment. Even so, he didn't forget to retrieve another 3 identical bottles of spiritual beast blood curd from his optical computer storage. With another thud, he slammed them in front of her once more. "I hope it kills you, . Yao Si immediately unscrewed another bottle. She was starving. She seemed to have gotten immune to Lin Long's continuous threats. She gulped down the 3 bottles, but just as she was about to reach for the last bottle, he snatched it away. "Do you really intend to kill yourself?" He glared at her while unscrewing the bottle. "Are you dumb? This drink is cooling, so you're going to die from diarrhea." "I'm a bloodling, so how can I die from diarrhea?" Yao Si rolled her eyes before sweeping a look of disdain at the other dishes. "Besides, what's with all this fast food? Back at home, Mu Xuan would always cook my meals, yet I didn't once complain to you. Who are you to pity me? Get lost, why should I pamper you when I'm not even your contractor?" Lin Long downed the bottle in his hand and turned to the chair at the side for an apron before fastening it around himself. "Are you the only one with a contractor? Are you guys the only ones that can cook? Ha! What's the big deal with knowing how to cook? I can cook too. Today, I'll have you dumb bastard open your eyes and understand the true meaning of culinary skills." After saying that, he busied himself in the kitchen. Such upright behavior. Was he all right? Yao Si sighed, turning to look at the busy figure. She then said, "I want it extra spicy." "Shut up. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 164 Radical Without a Bottom Line. Chapter 164 Radical Without a Bottom Line. Translator, King Bao. Editor, Dark Gem. Yao Si opened her optical computer in hope of contacting Mu Xuan, but there still wasn't any reception. Which planet did the pervert had dragged her to? For the past few days, she hadn't been held captive, but besides the house in which she stayed, there weren't any other buildings in sight. All there was endless greenery, mountains, and streams. Initially, she had planned on tricking something out of Lin Long, but he didn't have any spare time as he slaved away in the lab. He seemed to be conducting tests, judging from the incident on the heavenly planet, so it probably wasn't anything good. After several days of it, Yao Si decided to switch to a more direct approach. "You want to follow me into the lab?" Lin Long placed the bowl down, his expression turning guarded. "What do you want? This place is deserted, and there isn't a soul I can talk to." Yao Si turned a sideways glance at him. "I'm bored and it's starting to hurt, alright? Head, don't take me for a fool." He scoffed, his disbelief obvious. Aren't you trying to find out what I'm doing? Do you really think I'm that dumb? Then, he proceeded to lead her into the lab. MNH, you aren't a fool, but a little cute. The building had the advantage of having the research lab underground. The pervert's lab was really under the house. The area underground, however, was much larger than the space the house occupied, and it seemed to be about 1,000 square meters. However, there wasn't anything inside, the entire space was hollow and white. So what if you come in? Lin Long seemed displeased with her presence in the lab, but it was hard to say if he was angry at her or at himself for letting her enter. After sending her a furious glare her way, he seemed to have redeemed part of his dignity and scoffed. With the current technology from your galaxy, you won't be able to comprehend any of this. He then proceeded to ignore her while he switched the room on. The next moment, the entire space was filled with screens reflecting all sorts of data. Fine. She really couldn't understand anything. Lin Long walked to the middle and started to operate, the screens blinking rapidly as the information changed. Yao Si glanced at each screen slowly, hoping to find some clues. With just a glance, she realized that they weren't using the galactic language or any language she knew, but it seemed familiar. The nearest screen reflected several words that, though foreign, triggered some sort of meaning: final planet restoration. What did that mean? She reached forward instinctively to tap the few words, but with a flash and a buzz, the entire screen disappeared. What are you trying to do with my data? Lin Long turned to glare at her. It was an accident. Yao Si stilled, dazed. Did she press the delete button? Enough, you have seen what you wanted. He waved his hands impatiently. Go back upstairs to drink your spiritual beast blood curd and stop disturbing me. Yao Si had a sudden thought. I'll look around a bit more before going. Lin Long continued to work without sparing her another glance. She lifted her head toward the room full of screens, and a tiny bubble of odd excitement formed within her. Maybe she knew what she had to do. The next moment, she slammed another screen without any hesitation. She then proceeded to the next few, and a continuous buzz echoed through the room. I'm sorry, my hand slipped. I didn't see that, it's an accident. This really wasn't intentional. Please believe me, the screen did it first. Enough. When a large portion of the screens had been deleted, Lin Long could no longer keep his anger suppressed and exploded. F***CK, do you know how many years I spent collecting all that data? If you dare delete another screen, I'll tear you apart along with the data. Yao Si glanced at him calmly, and after half a second, she tapped onto yet another screen. Buzz. And another. You're asking for it. Lin Long's face sunk, and the bone-chilling aura returned, a gust of black air surrounding him, but instead of getting infuriated, he started to laugh. Do you really think I won't kill you? Don't forget you are someone else's contractor, not mine. Yao Si's blood went cold, and she took a step back instinctively. Her main motive was to disrupt his experiment and also to test his tolerance level, but she seemed to have gone overboard. Lin Long went crazed from anger, his eyes turning a menacing shade of red. In a flash, he appeared in front of her. He lifted his hands, preparing to grab her neck, but at the last moment, he froze. Thousands of emotions flashed past his face, distorting it. He gritted his teeth and forced his hands away. Instead, he grabbed her collar, picking her up like a tiny chick before walking to a corner of the top floor where he released her. Stand here! He howled irritably. Stand straight for half an hour. After barking his commands, he turned back down only to stop halfway when a thought struck him. He picked up the long-haired bunny and stuffed it into her hands. Hold this. With a loud thud, he then turned the deadbolt. Was this the face-the-wall punishment? Yao Si held onto the bunny in her arms. The kind with added weights? Straight face. Yao Si couldn't seem to figure out Lin Long's attitude toward her. The first time he'd seen her, he'd clearly been after her life, but ever since he dragged her to this house, his tolerance level had miraculously grown out of bounds as he endured all her mischief. For the past few days, she had tried all sorts of destructive acts, even setting the house on fire. He would be enraged every single time, howling at her for 2 whole hours, but he never once lay a hand on her. No, just that. He not only spared the rod, he acted just like a nanny, finding all sorts of methods to make her life on the planet enjoyable. And in the times when his anger went off the charts, he only made her face the wall for 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Even though he would threaten that she'll have to stand the entire day, 2 days, or sometimes even up to a month, it would be less than 10 minutes before his resolve crumbled. He would bring a bunch of food and toys over while pretending to be mean and evil as he cajoled her. Yao Si felt like she'd returned to the days when she just met Mu Xuan and he treated her like a baby. It was as though she would break apart if he wasn't watching. Yao Si brushed the mark on her forehead that had suddenly appeared and was supposedly linked to the contractor Lin Long spoke about. But he refused to elaborate, and she didn't have any ideas about what it meant. All she could do was wait for Mu Xuan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 165, The Radical and the Ancestor. Chapter 165, The Radical and the Ancestor. Translator, King Bao. Editor, Dark Gem. Yao Si glanced at the route to the underground portal. Ever since the deleting episode, Lin Long had never allowed her inside the lab. Even though she had sneaked in twice intending to cause disruption, it never worked out. He had made a copy of everything. Hence, till this day, she had no clue what he was doing. Just as she was pondering about it, the door suddenly flew open, and Lin Long came into the room. He seemed to have encountered a pleasant event, since his usually infuriated expression was gone. Instead, his brows were relaxed as he gifted her with a rare greeting. Hey, someone else's contractor. Hey, dumb pervert. Yao Si retorted. Lin Long's lips twitched, his joyful expression stiffening momentarily before returning back to normal as though he'd gotten used to her behavior. Haven't you been complaining about being bored? I'm in a good mood today, so let me bring you around. Bring me around? Am I your dog? Where are we going? Let's go. He pulled her off the sofa. You will know when we're there. He made a curve in the air, a black hole appeared. It was space transportation. Yao Si stilled. It was the first time she had seen someone other than Mu Xuan use this ability. Lin Long dragged her into the portal, and in the blink of an eye, they were no longer on the ground but rather floating in midair. The area before them was pitch black, with only 2 faint glows in the distance. Where are we? The boundaries of the abyss. Abyss. Wasn't that near the borders? Why did he bring her there? Yao Si stilled. His words explained the lack of planets around them. She recalled Mu Xuan mentioning the abyss being a deserted galactic with little planets since the majority of them had been eaten up by the galactic beasts. But what was odd was that the surroundings weren't all dark. She turned toward the glowing lights instinctively, but all she could see was a gigantic blue planet. The nearest one allowed her to vaguely make out the vast oceans and the familiar outlines of dry lands and towering mountains. Earth. She spat, her eyes widening. This was clearly the planet she was most familiar with, but how could it be? When she awakened, she had witnessed the destruction of Earth firsthand, so why was it here? Wasn't it in the Milky Way? You know the blue planet? Lin Long turned to glance at her inquisitively, then a thought seemed to strike him as he looked her up and down. Were you an ancient Earthling? Yao Si turned her head to glance at him. Was it odd that she was an Earthling? Wasn't it well known in the galaxy? F***ck, you really are. His expression was full of disbelief. I can't believe there's still converted Earthlings around. I assumed you were a clone created by the pure breed. I was wondering where he got his luck to meet a real contractor like that. F***ck, F***ck, F***ck. He cursed repeatedly, jealousy and hatred clouding his face, but gradually his expression started to morph as a hint of mockery surfaced. Old man worked for so many years, even to his death, only for someone else to find the contractor. What a joke. Old man? Yao Si stilled. This was the second time she had heard this term from him. What old man? What do you mean? Lin Long glanced at her, his expression complex. After a long sigh, he said, I guess it's okay to tell you. He sunk into a moment of silence as though pondering how to begin. Do you know where the so-called bloodlings originate from? Aren't they from the blue planet? Yao Si pointed to the planet at the back. All the bloodlings, including the first generations, were originally Earthlings. That isn't the blue planet, it's just something I reconstructed that looks exactly the same, he explained casually. Yao Si's spirits started to rise. Then this planet. No. He objected as though he could predict her question. He then mockingly added, how can life begin so easily? If the blue planet really could be revived, why would you guys still be cloning people? Oh, her spirits dampened. It was after all her most familiar place, her home. You guys indeed originated from this planet, he said. But bloodlings have always been dependent on bloodline inheritance, and the second generation can only come about with the first generation. But where did the first generation come from? Ancestor? That's right, it's from the ancestor, but who is the ancestor? This. Yao Si really had no clue. Regardless of it being back when she was on Blue Planet or in the bloodling history, there had always only been the term ancestor. Even though she knew it as the beginning, the knowledge was limited to just the term. Lin Long's questioning. You've met the ancestor. Yao Si looked at him in shock. We aren't just acquainted, I had been cleaning his *SS for thousands of years. His lips twitched. Were you guys close? Yao Si started to feel agitated. That person was after all the ancestor of all the bloodlings. Hurry, tell me. What exactly was he called? Aggressive and regal names floated in her mind, Cain, Dracula, Orlingo, Ho-Ching, Marmot, Junction? Was it Western or Oriental? He's called, he turned to look at her, his expression solemn as he announced, Wang, Mo. What? You must be F***king kidding me. Wang Irma. How can the ancestor of the bloodlings be called Wang Irma? Why isn't he called Zhao Erga too? Lin Long's eyes went wide, surprise clouding his face. How did you know I was called Zhao Ergu in the past? Yao Si wanted to puke at the absurdity. Underscore? Angle, underscore dot. Goodbye. I'm not going to believe this rubbish. Wait a minute, where are you going? He grabbed onto her wrist. F***ck. I'm telling the truth. I wasn't lying. Lie, continue lying. Let me see what lies you are going to weave next. F***ck. Back then, if Juan Irma hadn't thought of such an incredulous plan to find his contractor, how would I have ended up in such a state? Wait a minute. The old man you are referring to is the ancestor. Who else could I be referring to? He was a F***king nutcase. His jaw clenched as he grew increasingly infuriated. Where is he? Is he still alive? He's dead. He scoffed coldly, his face distorting. He was a complete nutcase, converting every earthling in sight just like a mad dog. He claimed it was the fastest way to find the contractor, but he just got himself killed. So, this was the beginnings of the first generation bloodlings? Because the ancestor had gone bride crazy? What rubbish logic was that? Wait a minute. Aren't you a first-generation bloodling? Logically thinking, he should have also been converted by the ancestor, right? But his hateful demeanor didn't seem characteristic of a cub at all. Who told you I'm a first-generation bloodling? He rolled his eyes. No. I'm from the same generation as Wang Irma. According to your ways, he turned to face her, I'm an ancestor. F***CK. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 166, Pure Breed Single Dog. Chapter 166, Pure Breed Single Dog. Translator, King Bao. Editor, Dark Gem. So, as compared to me, converted ones like you are just bastards from both earthlings and bloodlings. He lifted his chin haughtily, disdain apparent as he gazed at the world down his nose. At best, you guys can only be considered rabies carriers that had been bitten by that crazy old man. You are the rabies carrier, your entire family are rabies carriers. Hee, the corners of Yao Si's lips twitched. Such racial discrimination triggered her the most. If we are rabies carriers, shouldn't we be grateful to the mad dogs from your kind, not? She placed specific emphasis on the last few words, and Lin Long stiffened, realizing that he had been dragged into the insult. But Yao Si had never expected Lin Long to be an ancestor. Even Mu Xuan had been mistaken, taking him to be a first-generation bloodling. Mu Xuan was probably not aware of the other details as well, so she can only ask Lin Long personally. Tell me, what exactly is a contractor? You also mentioned that you're an ancestor, so how many ancestors like you are there? You don't have to worry about that. Lin Long waved his hand dismissively. In this world, there was only me, an old man. Oh, I can painfully acknowledge your pure breed is one too. What's a pure breed? Of course it's someone like me, a pure bloodling. He pointed to himself. Your so-called bloodlings are all converted from earthlings with only a portion of the characteristics of my race, so you cannot be considered real bloodlings. You're not an earthling. Of course not. How can I be from such an inferior race? He scoffed in disdain. Yao Si felt a vein pop on her forehead as she struggled to ignore the urge to beat him up. The pure breeds he mentioned referred to the people who had awakened the ancestral bloodline. What exactly is a contractor? He turned to glance at her with a myriad of expressions on his face. He seemed glad and worried, but with a hint of either envy or jealousy and hatred. She couldn't say for sure, but he was unusually focused, sending her heart in a frenzy. Instinctively, she took a step back. Our race spends their entire life looking for their contractor, and only lucky ones find theirs. He pointed toward her with resentment. Just like that lucky bloodling of yours. Luck? Wasn't he rather appreciative of Mu Xuan previously? How did things turn sour? But the majority are forever in search. Those who are mentally stronger carry on with their hope, while those that aren't end up just like the old man, going crazy. Who gave the pervert rights to call someone else crazy? Are the contractors the same as cubs? Who would be the same as you guys? Disdain clouded his face as he seemed determined to draw a clear line between the two races. Bastards can get a cub by randomly biting anyone, so how can that ridiculous setup be compared with our one and only contractor? But hey, how are the bloodlings ridiculous? Besides, there is only one cub to each bloodling. Contractors aren't the same. Lin Long's eyes started to glaze as a thought struck him. That is the only reason for our existence. To find our one true contractor is considered an honor among us. They are a treasure of our life, our soulmate, and we would never be able to reject a contractor's request. Only when we manage to find our contractor can we be complete. It isn't just any random person. Which after removing all those excessive descriptions means that You guys are eternally looking for a perfect partner? Lin Long stilled, the glazed look replaced by a deep flush. A weird thought must have struck him, for he even started stuttering. If that's the contractor's wish, it isn't impossible to marry. Besides that's our only chance. Once we find our contractor, we will never leave them till death. So, the ancestor that had created the bloodlines of today was just a single dog that had gone crazy from looking for his wife? Why did it suddenly seem like her own race wasn't that sacred? Return my respect. She turned to glance at a certain someone who was still immersed in his dreams. Just then, a question struck her. Yao Si tapped onto his shoulder, asking seriously, "Bro, I have a question, how long have you been single?" Lin Long froze, his face paling instantly. After half a minute, he blew up. It was as though someone had touched a sensitive spot, all his hair stood up as if he was an enraged lion. What has that got to do with you? I'm not the only one obsessed with finding my contractor to the point the concept of time has become blurred. Have I disrupted their lovey-dovey interactions? Do you think everyone is like your pure breed, this lucky? Don't be haughty just 'cause you have found yours. What's wrong with single dogs? Single dogs have hope as well, alright? We have an endless sea of opportunities. Are you guys the only ones allowed to find their partners? Are we single dogs not allowed? Do you think contractors are like cabbage, $1 per kg and easily located? F***ck, what's so great about finding your contractor? Can contractors be eaten like duck blood curd? Contractors. Con. F***ck. I just can't find mine. I'm just a little slow. I'm still locating her, so what's wrong? Heh, I have never seen anyone who only lived for a couple million years finding their contractor. Only that one of yours has been blessed with such luck. He is the one and only one like that. Are you happy? Are you satisfied? If it wasn't because we can't harm someone else's contractor, do you really think I would have suppressed myself to this extent, keeping you here to infuriate myself? This is all because of that pure breed of yours. I don't have a contractor, I'm single but I'm proud. What's wrong with that? F***ck, it's all because of that lucky pure breed. F***ck, I've scoured the whole place twice, but there's still no sign of her, so how could he find his? That damn old man couldn't find his after so much trouble, so who gave yours the rights to find his? Why him? Lin Long started to grow increasingly agitated, his complaints coming out like water from a broken tap. His entire being seemed engulfed in a layer called hatred. The confused Yao Si. What, exactly had she said? Yao Si suddenly felt a need to stay clear of single dogs. They could get really frightening. Lin Long's complaints went on for half an hour. In the beginning, it was directed toward her, but as he went on, the insults started to gear toward Mu Xuan, down to every strand of his hair. This was definitely the first time in Mu Xuan's male god history that he had been insulted to such an extent, and the crux of the content was because he had a contractor. Straight face. With Lin Long's infuriated howls, Yao Si could feel the entire galaxy flooding with a sour scent, a single dog's jealousy? Why don't you cool down with a drink? She hurriedly took a bottle of spiritual beast blood curd out of her optical computer and passed it over. Lin Long grabbed the drink and finally stopped to take a breather. He downed a mouthful while glaring at her. His expression seemed to say, even the best composer wouldn't be able to form a medley of my sorrow. What else do you want to say? One more question. Shoot. What exactly is the ancestor? She asked. Or maybe I should rephrase my question, where did the ancestors come from? Lin Long opened his mouth to answer. Of course we're. Before he could finish his sentence, the silent space before them started to morph. The sea of darkness seemed to be ripped apart as a gigantic hole opened up. In no time, the hole widened enough to fill up their whole vision. But it still continued to widen as though something was ripping it from the inside. Yao Si's heart clenched as goosebumps rose on her skin. F***CK. What's wrong now? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 167, Creation of the King of Galactic Beasts. Chapter 167, Creation of the King of Galactic Beasts. Translator, King Bao. Editor, Dark Gem. It's starting. Lin Long murmured abruptly in an ambiguous tone before turning to focus on something in the distance. What? What's starting? Explain yourself. Before Yao Si could ask her questions, more black holes opened up around them. Suddenly, with a slight falter, she was almost blown to the planet behind her by the space fallouts. Don't you have a brain? Lin Long reached out to grab her. There's so many portals here, so the space is definitely unstable. Hurry and activate your ability to block the force. Yao Si was speechless. I don't have an ability now. No ability? Lin Long was struck dumb, sweeping her a glance before looking away in confusion. Do you think I'm blind? Was it air you summoned back on the red planet when you were eliminating my blood fog? F***CK, if it wasn't because of you, full series ability pervert, would I be relegated to such a state? Forget it, you don't need to do much anyways. Lin Long grabbed her hand nonchalantly. She then felt something enveloping her, chasing away the forces that had been attacking her. Look at your weakling self. Steady now and stop fidgeting about, since I won't care if you fall to your death. Ha! He glared at her with fury, but still took a subconscious step forward, shielding her behind himself. The corners of Yao Si's lips twitched, and she stuck out her middle finger behind him. F***CK, let go if you dare. I'll head back to the red planet to lodge a complaint. I'll get my guardian to bash you up. Yao Si exploded into a hurricane of curses internally while the black holes started to grow increasingly distorted. With a ripping sound, a crack appeared, and a gigantic white figure came climbing out. It was a white gigantic beast that she had never seen before. Its skin was covered in white scales. It had a fish-like figure, but numerous legs, while its back was covered in rows of sharp thorn-like objects. Even though it seemed a distance away, its size was similar to that of the planet behind them. Such magnitude could only belong to a galactic beast. Yao Si inhaled, but before she could ask Lin Long about his intentions, galactic beasts started to pour out of the other black holes, each one of them different. Some were scary, some were slightly more tame and peace-loving, but every single one of them was as big as a planet. How is it? My pets are impressive, right? Lin Long glanced at the galactic beasts with pride. With a wave of his hand, several screens lit up and he started operating them. Pets? How the F***CK do they look like pets? The Alliance had gone all out in their inspection, eradicating the majority of the breeding farms, so why were there still so many galactic beasts? Based on the amount of the black holes that were already on the edge, there should be a few hundreds, no, more like at least 1,000 of them already. What exactly was he up to? Yao Si's heart clenched, and a term that a certain someone favored floated the front of her mind, taking revenge on society. Was he without a contractor for too long and went crazy while searching, to the point that he intended to destroy the entire galaxy? With the number of galactic beasts, it was totally possible. How could the galaxy withstand such an enormous army of galactic beasts? With just a bite, a whole planet would be gone. At that moment though, the white beast directly in front of them opened its mouth to swallow another galactic beast. Sigma, degree. It's eating its kind. Yao Si and her little partner. No, she was the only one in shock. Lin Long didn't seem the least bit affected. He only glanced to the side before burying his head back into his work, typing away. Was it a hallucination, or did she see the galactic beast increase in size after it had eaten its own kind? Even the scales on its back and body seemed to have grown sharper than before. Yao Si turned toward the other galactic beasts and was left dumbfounded. The galactic beast in front of them wasn't an isolated case. The others were swallowing each other as well, showing not a hint of love and care. What was going on? This internecine strife didn't seem one bit like taking revenge on the society. In less than half an hour, the sky full of galactic beasts was half cleared, and in a while more, only the strongest one would remain. This method. Yao Si stilled. With a flash, an absurd realization dawned on her. You are rearing pets. Pets? Lin Long fell into a momentary daze before wrapping his mind around what she meant, and he didn't seem to mind one bit what she said as he continued to type. Mate, the idea is there, but I intend to create the king of the beasts. King of the beasts? Why would he need that? The numbers started to dwindle, and soon, there were only two left. One of them was the white beast Yao Si had noticed at the start, while the other was a black one. On closer inspection, she realized that she hadn't been hallucinating previously. The two beasts were indeed much bigger than before, and the scales that were originally white now had a slight reddish taint. Had they advanced in level? Yao Si's frown eased slightly, and she took a deeper breath. Lin Long probably wasn't after absolute destruction, since a troop of galactic beasts was far more advantageous than just one evolved king of the beasts. Besides, even though his breeding farms were situated all over the place, he transported all of the beasts to the abyss, so it was obvious that he wanted to avoid civilization. Lin Long started to type more aggressively. The satisfactory results were probably a source of motivation, since even his expression was growing more animated by the minute. Great! The numbers are getting closer to perfect. He tapped open the last screen before finally coming to a halt. There were two galactic beasts on the screen with a row of statistics in red, ancient data similarity 90%. The last two galactic beasts fought an intense battle, and the instant the black galactic beast engulfed the white one, the percentage on Lin Long's screen jumped up to 99%. Finally it's complete, ha ha ha, Lin Long laughed loudly. It sounded as though his long-standing wish had been fulfilled. With a long sigh, he turned toward Yao Si abruptly. There's one more step left. She stilled, but he wasn't looking at her. Instead, his gaze rested on the blue planet behind her. Lin Long waved his arm, and a bright ray of light bolted toward the last galactic beast. It wasn't meant for murder but rather to attract its attention as it flew towards the beast's horns. The black galactic beast roared, turning to dash at them. As it approached, its size became apparent. It was much bigger than the blue planet behind them. The beast opened its mouth as it pounced toward them. Lin Long tugged Yao Si, and the next second they were behind the planet. The galactic beast's mouth grew even wider, preparing to engulf the entire blue planet. You just have to eat it to become the king of the galactic beasts. Lin Long exclaimed excitedly as he focused all his attention on the galactic beast. The only reason he reconstructed the blue planet was to feed it to the galactic beast. The difference elimination is complete with all the areas matching. My efforts to reconstruct that entire planet hadn't gone to waste. His smile widened further as the galactic beast's mouth inched shut, preparing to finish off the planet. Even the percentage on the screen had started to jump, 99.4%, 99.5%, 99.6%, 99.7%. Lin Long gripped his hands in anticipation, barely suppressing the joy within him. Ha, it's been millions of years. After rearing them for such a long time, the day has finally arrived. With the king beast, I will definitely leave. Before he could complete his sentence, several white rays flashed past them. Almost instantly, both the gigantic beast and the planet were dissected into tiny tofu-like pieces that spread through the abyss. Yao Si felt a tightening around her waist, and the next moment, she entered a familiar embrace. "Sisi, don't worry, I'm here," Mu Xuan comforted her with worry in his voice. The percentage on the screens remained stationary at 99.9% for a time before falling down to 0. DD. Target dead, similarity failed. DD. Target dead, similarity failed. Yao Si. Lin Long. Mu Xuan, who came to save Yao Si. Silence fell on them. After half a minute. F***CK, I'm going to kill you lovebirds. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 168, An Explanation. Chapter 168, An Explanation. Translator, King Bao. Editor, Dark Gem. Wait a minute, calm down. Yao Si's heart sank, but it was too late to stop him. Lin Long dashed toward Mu Xuan without any regard, unleashing his attack. A white glow filled their vision, sending tremors through the entire space. Yao Si had assumed before that Lin Long was a first-generation bloodling, but now that she had learned that he was an ancestor, she started to worry for Mu Xuan. Moreover, Lin Long was mad from fury. If he wasn't careful. Thump! Suddenly, with a kick from Mu Xuan, a certain someone went flying like a shooting star. Yao Si swallowed her words silently. All right. As proven, Dad will always be Dad. How did it look like Mu Xuan was losing? He definitely had the upper hand, taking full control in less than 5 minutes. Rather than calling it a match between two equally matched ancestors, she should call it a beating from Mu Xuan. Too brutal. Yao Si shielded her eyes silently, having an urge to lit Lin Long a candle. It's impossible, how can I lose to you? F***CK. Are you a F***king pervert? How can you have such a strong force? Ah. F***K, F***CK, F***CK. Are you bullying a single dog now? Are you looking down on me? Wait a minute. Not the face. Ah. F***CK. I won't forgive you, heterosexual couple. Ah, woo. It hurts, hurts, hurts. The air was filled with a certain someone's anger-filled grievances, a hint of helplessness and ugly sobbing. Straight face. 10 minutes later. They finally came to a stop, each of them taking up a side. It was as though an entire universe separated them. You guys. Lin Long panted, trembling uncontrollably. He seemed to be in a confusion from pain and anger, even his intense healing powers unable to save his badly bruised face. He glared at Mu Xuan in fury before turning his death stare over to Yao Si. I'm going to blame it on my bloody luck. In a flash, he disappeared. Mu Xuan didn't persist with the chase. Instead, he appeared in front of Yao Si with anger still tainting his features. He reached out, pulling her into his embrace before heaving a sigh of relief, caressing her head in comfort. Good girl, everything is all right. But there wasn't anything wrong. Let's go home. You aren't chasing after him? Yao Si asked. It was totally unlike Mu Xuan's style. His face sank. He seemed to have sensed something as he spoke resolutely. He isn't the same as us, I can't kill him. Without explaining, he opened a space portal back to the red planet. Once they reached home, Yao Si reported her suspicions and everything that had happened. Even though Lin Long had done a lot, he didn't seem to be doing anything against the bloodlings or anything bad at all. She talked most about his identity. In the beginning, he had mentioned that the bloodlings originated from the old man and he seemed to have converted a whole lot of earthlings. He also mentioned that he was the only ancestor left in the galaxy. He had later mentioned about his race, if it could be called a race. There had to be more than 2 people for that, and he was definitely not referring to the bloodlines that existed today. Where were the others then? Next was his attitude toward Mu Xuan. Initially, he had treated the bloodlings with disdain and repulsion, adamant that they were created by his ancestor friend, so he had even refused to acknowledge their identity. But he remained insistent on Mu Xuan's pure breed status. Even though Mu Xuan had awakened the ancestral bloodline, he was originally an earthling as well. Lin Long had also used the term this world. Initially Yao Si had assumed that it was another name for the galaxy, but from the conversations, it didn't seem as such. He seemed to have completely removed himself from the scope, but if he didn't belong to this world, where was he from? If everything was true, a bold suspicion started to form within Yao Si. If it could be confirmed, perhaps Lin Long's real motives could be figured out. His bloodline is a little odd. Mu Xuan seemed to have thought of something. I can't feel any connection with him. That was the reason he couldn't kill him. Even though Lin Long had been attacked by another bloodling, he was still able to self-heal. Maybe his ancestor claim is true. The corners of Yao Si's lips twitched as she was reminded of the two ancestors' ridiculous names. I'm afraid he's the only one with the answers. Mu Xuan frowned. It won't be easy for us to investigate by ourselves. Why don't we ask him? Yao Si suggested. Mu Xuan. Yao Si's assumption was simple. Even though Lin Long was mysterious, wasn't there a portal to his nest in the heart of the Red Planet? The other bloodlings weren't able to enter, but that didn't mean that Mu Xuan would be held outside as well. Besides, 3 days had passed since they had fought, the King Beast was killed, and Blue Planet was destroyed. Regardless of how angry he was, he should have calmed down. Probably? As for that incident, even though it was Mu Xuan who had killed the King Beast and coincidentally slashed the Blue Planet apart, Yao Si couldn't help the guilt that rose within her. Previously, once they met with a disagreement, they would fight to their deaths. But as a weakling with level 0 ability, there was no way Yao Si could stop anyone. Initially, Mu Xuan was against the idea of walking into the lion's den, but after she assured him continuously that nothing bad was going to happen and mentioned her special identity as a contractor, he garnered up an incredulous amount of tolerance before agreeing to give it a shot. As expected, the blood fog that kept everyone away had no effect on Mu Xuan. They managed to enter successfully, and in a short while, they arrived at the house she had stayed in for about 3 days. Yao Si had thought that they would need some time to find Lin Long, but he had no intention of hiding. The instant they arrived and lifted their heads, the sight of him splayed on a couch like a dead fish came into full view. What do you guys want? He glanced at them, his body lifeless on the couch, showing no intention of being about to stand up. What is it? Is beating me once not satisfying enough, or you want to be an eyesore? Mu Xuan, who had been in high alert and prepared to attack at any moment. The ancestor wasn't what they had expected. Are you here to laugh at me? Lin Long asked then. Are you happy now that I can't go back? Go back? Yao Si exclaimed. Where do you want to go? Don't you know? Lin Long bolted upright while looking at them. Then why the F***ck would you kill my king beast? Heir. You kidnapped my young cub, Mu Xuan replied coldly. Do you F***king think I liked keeping your contractor? Lin Long exploded and pointed at Yao Si before starting on a series of complaints. She's arrogant, a picky eater, and F***king made me download danmei novels for her every single day while forcing me to evaluate which one is better. I'm a perfectly straight guy, so how would I know? Take her away. I never want to see her again. Heir. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 169 Bloodling from Elsewhere. Chapter 169 Bloodling from Elsewhere. Translator, King Bao. Editor, Dark Gem. The corners of Yao Si's lips twitched. Turning to a certain nanny dad, she asked stiffly, would you believe it if... I told you he wasn't referring to me? Mu Xuan. Ahem, who could that possibly be? Go straight to the point. Yao Si coughed, diverting the topic of the conversation. Why exactly did you harvest the king beast? When you said you wanted to go back, what did you mean by that? Lin Long pouted as he slumped back lifelessly. Without hiding anything, he began to explain in a low voice. Where else could I go back to? My home. Back to my universe. Since I can't find my contractor here, doesn't it mean that she's elsewhere? Another universe. Even though Yao Si had held her suspicions, she hadn't expected him to really be from another world. Ha! You're speaking as though it wasn't where you came from. He rolled his eyes. I understand if you refuse to return since you found your contractor, but why the F***ck are you stopping me? Didn't I just borrow your contractor for a while? Did she lose a strand of hair or some fur? Was there a need to take revenge against me? Are you trying to kill us single dogs? What do you mean? Yao Si's face was full of confusion. What do you mean by Mu Xuan refusing to return? Don't all the bloodlings that have found their contractor have no intention of going back? His voice increased in volume, but when he turned around, he was startled by confusion written all over both their faces. Wait a minute. Don't you guys know that the real bloodlings originate from another universe? Aren't you a pure breed? I was originally a fourth-generation bloodling, Mu Xuan replied truthfully when he sensed that something was wrong. You're an earthling. Lin Long jumped, staring at Mu Xuan in disbelief. How can that be? Your aura is clearly that of a pure bloodling. How could you be an earthling converted by the old man, an AF* king fourth generation at that? Where did your perverted abilities come from? I awakened the ancestral bloodline. Mu Xuan frowned, pulling Yao Si behind him subconsciously. He had to cherish the young cub and avoid doing anything stupid. Nonsense. What F* king ancestral bloodline? Lin Long exclaimed in agitation and began pacing about in the room. Did I not know your ancestor? That old man was a complete weakling that was constantly wreaking havoc for me to clean up. You're trying to tell me you used his ability to win against me? That's nonsense. The memory of the one-sided beating from 3 days ago brought an ache to his bones. How can you not be a pure breed? What does pure breed mean? You really aren't? Lin Long was clearly in shock, disbelief clouding his vision. Sucking in a deep breath, he started to explain everything in detail. There were countless universes present at one time, and the universe he came from only had one race, bloodlings. The pure breeds weren't like the various races in the galaxy who needed reproduction or an inheritance. They were produced naturally by their universe. They were similar to the present-day bloodlings in terms of their immortality, but they didn't possess single or double abilities like the average bloodlings. Instead, they were all full-series bloodlings just like Lin Long simply put, that universe had an entire nest of ancestors. Yao Si felt as though she had become a cabbage. Straight face. The only difference between the two types of bloodlings was that the ones on another universe didn't possess bloodline suppression among themselves. Even though there were still differences between each individual's ability, self-healing was possible. In theory, they embodied the true meaning of an immortal being. Similar to the bunch on the red planet who wrecked their brains trying to convert a cub for themselves, their people spent their entire lives trying to find their one true contractor. But they were hit a lot worse since they had no idea where their contractor could be or who they were. They could be of any race, and the only way to find them was to locate them. It was purely coincidental. If one managed to bump into their contractor, they'd lose their single status, but if not, they'd continue to bark by themselves. Due to their long lifespan, the technology in their universe had reached an unbelievable state. It was thus commonplace for bloodlings to travel through the different universes to look for their contractors. Lin Long and Wang Irma were like that, but even so, the chances of finding their contractors were akin to locating a needle in a haystack. There was only the tiniest chance of succeeding. That explained the common consensus within the race to treat contractors that had appeared with unbelievable tolerance and to spare no effort in their protection. It was regardless of how the contractor treated them. It also explained why, even though Lin Long had insulted Yao Si since the beginning, he had still went through with her requests. "Why must you find your contractor?" she asked. The bloodlings on the Red Planet did it due to the bloodline connection they would gain, but it probably didn't exist for the contractors, right? There had to be a reason why they held the contractors in such high regard. Lin Long paused, then glanced over at her with a surprisingly solemn expression. She could even catch a glimpse of something sacred there. "Because the contractors are the only ones in the world that can grant us death." What? Underscore. Only with the contractor's approval can we conclude the blood contract. He raised his fingers toward the marking on her forehead. There isn't an end to our lives, but those that have concluded the blood contract can pass on with their contractors, entering an eternal rest. That is the highest form of honor for our people, What's with that ridiculous stipulation? Doesn't it mean you spare no effort in search for a contractor ultimately because you're seeking death? Aren't you guys too big-hearted? And you call yourselves real bloodlings? You should be renamed to people that have grown frustrated with their long life. There was still a glazed look in Lin Long's eyes. The contractor is the one true partner in our lives. They are a person that cannot be replaced. Wait a minute. Mu Xuan, why are you nodding? Don't be influenced by this maniac. Sigma, degree. Lin Long sighed, sinking back into his lifeless state. He then glared at Mu Xuan, his gaze full of hatred. When I first saw him, I thought he had sealed his memory due to boredom and so had the misconception that he's a bastard. After all, it's quite a common practice. I was waiting for him to recover so that I could tap into his ability to open up a portal back. But after I realized that you were actually his contractor, I continued with my research on the King Beast, hoping its space ability could be used to open up a universe portal. The anger within him thickened as he explained everything. As a fellow pure breed, I could forget about how you didn't help, but how could you kill my King Beast? Do you think it was easy for me to rear that pet? Who gave you the right to kill it? Are you sure that's the correct way for rearing pets? Weren't you rearing pets as big as a planet? What was wrong with it? He is in a rage. All I did was dig a bit in a few planets to build the breeding farms. After they started to form, I didn't let them roam around the planet but rather sent them over here to the uninhabited abyss to grow. But you dug other races' mother planets. It isn't right to rear your pet on someone else's planet, right? Bullshit. He exploded. Those breeding farms have been around for a few million years, and those races weren't even around at the time they were built. How can you blame me when they decide to plant themselves over my farms? F***ck, those breeding farm have been around for such a long time? He's the real indigenous race. Those lowly races killed off 2 or 3 of my galactic beasts that decided to go for a stroll, but I endured it since I was breeding a ton of them. But you F***king killed my king beast this time, and what for? Who did I offend? Why are you bullying a single dog? So the yearly trips for galactic beasts happened when he let his pets out for a stroll? Why was the truth so absurd? Yao Si had the sudden urge to go forth and soothe Lin Long's ruffled dog hair. Underscore. Ha! If the old man didn't get into trouble, we would have opened a portal to another universe together and I might have already found my contractor. This is all your fault. Old man? Yao Si was suddenly reminded of the ancestor with the odd name. Oh right, aren't you guys immortal? How did the ancestor die? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 170 Post-Traumatic Stress. Chapter 170 Post-Traumatic Stress. Translator, King Bao. Editor, Dark Gem. How would I know? Lin Long frowned. I wasn't on the blue planet at that time. When I returned, he was already dead. The specifics on how he dead might be. He found his contractor, Mu Xuan said. Lin Long's face stiffened, and he started his endless cursing once more. Yes, all of you have a contractor and I'm the only one without her, happy? F***CK. If it weren't for you guys, would I still be here? To find a contractor on the same universe was considered a miracle. He had already suspected that it was the reason behind the old man's death, hence he wanted to try his luck in another universe, but till now, he still hadn't found a way out. It was Yao Si's appearance that had confirmed to him that he couldn't find his contractor here. But at the same moment, the king beast that he had reared with difficulty was killed as well. Yao Si and Mu Xuan shared a glance, starting to feel embarrassed. Even though their actions were understandable, it was after all their fault. Ahem, that's someone. Yao Si was suddenly reminded of someone. Didn't you mention that two pure breeds can travel through the universe without the help of the king beast? Why not? She turned toward Mu Xuan. Even though she wasn't sure about his bloodline, they could still try it. Why don't we help you test it out? In the end, Lin Long remained around, but it wasn't because he wanted to do it. Even with Mu Xuan's ability, certain preparations were still necessary. He needed to find a primer, a point similar to something in his original universe. Only then would he be able to open his space portal accurately. This primer was the blue planet, which was quite similar to his mother planet. He needed it to return, and it was the reason why he'd spent quite a lot of effort in reconstructing it. But now, it was in shambles. Fortunately, the fragments were still floating around, making the reconstruction much easier. But with the large number of fragments, it'd still take a while to piece everything together. Mu Xuan promised to send him back after he managed to piece the planet back, then brought Yao Si back to the red planet. A tumultuous period tided over just like that. However, from then on, there were no longer any sightings of galactic beasts, causing many businesses that centered around it to go down. The alliance, which prided itself on having the best hunters, could no longer monetize this segment of their income. Yao Si couldn't help her longing for something ever since the galactic beasts disappeared. Hence, she silently sent a message. What has your cravings for galactic beast curd have to do with me? Why are you telling me when you aren't even my contractor? What? The ones I raised? Are you blind? Didn't you see all of them die? Where do you expect me to get them then? I already told you there are no more. Not a single drop left. If you're that great, why don't you go up to the heavens and get them? With a thud, he then slammed the phone shut. 3 days later, Yao Si received a gigantic parcel with 3 huge bottles of fresh galactic beast blood. It was piping hot and would last her for up to 3 weeks. Having special treatment is great. As the galactic beasts industry went into its sunset years, a new business plan blossomed. Once the planets holding the breeding farms were proven to be safe, they were developed into tourist attractions. Due to the special benefits from the ponds, those that visited left with amazing reviews, bringing about even more traffic and boosting the planet's economy. With the fall of some, there were joys for others. Yao Si couldn't help being reminded of the special red fluid within the red planet. It seemed slightly different from the water in the breeding farms. Lin Long told her that it was his past hibernation spot, so the main purpose of it was that of a pillow. It was unlike the breeding farms, which could bring about special benefits. It was common for single dog bloodlings to develop a hibernation habit. Previously, Mu Xuan would often sink into hibernation for a few hundred years, but not one bloodling would hibernate to the extent as Lin Long, who sometimes slept for a few thousand years. It was thus understandable for him to create a blood fog for a more comfortable sleep. Besides, according to Lin Long, ancestors like them would hibernate often to seal their memories so they could restart as a brand new people when they woke up. Yao Si could understand their intentions. Even the bloodlings on the Red Planet would sometimes feel an urge to take revenge against the society due to their long lifespans, let alone ancestors like Lin Long who couldn't die. If they kept remembering every single detail of their life, it would definitely drive them crazy. Yao Si was then reminded of Mu Xuan's identity issue. Lin Long had been confident about him being a pure breed, since it was the only explanation for having an ability that was greater than his. As for his insistence on being a fourth generation, he had to have implanted that memory and sealed a considerable amount of his ability before his hibernation. This was probably how he managed to pass off as a fourth generation when he awakened. However, during the doomsday, the powers within him had awakened, explaining his current abilities. This was also the reason behind his inability to convert others. It wasn't because of his earlier assumption on how his bloodline was thicker, making it impossible for an average earthling to withstand it, but because he already had a contractor, making his body automatically resistant. This meant that Mu Xuan was a legitimate ancestor. As the cub of the ancestor, didn't it mean that Yao Si was of first generation? She suddenly felt herself swelling with pride inside. Carrot. Yao Si lounged at home for 2 whole months, her main tasks being eating, sleeping, playing games, and staring at Mu Xuan. She was positive that he had developed a post-traumatic stress. Ever since the day she had sneaked away and met Lin Long, who held her captive for 3 days, a sense of alarm had shrouded Mu Xuan's mind. He as though the whole world was trying to snatch his young cub. He was beside her at all times, never leaving her hands alone and hugging her whenever possible. He couldn't even take his eyes off her while preparing their meals. He would nag on relentlessly, sparing no efforts to educate her about the perils in the galaxy. It was to the point that Yao Si's common knowledge had morphed into 100 ways to contact your guardian, cultivation through staying home, follow your guide, where's the young cub, and etc. Mu Xuan acted as though she would disappear the moment he turned his back to her. The intensity of his gaze made Yao Si feel satisfied. Mu Xuan, it's been a while since we laid out the cards. Don't you think it's time for some advancement? Perhaps we should sleep together? Don't make a fuss, be obedient, sleep tight. Alright, but if I'm by myself at night and someone comes to get me? In a flash, a certain someone climbed into the bed. Yao Si suddenly found a remedy for Mu Xuan's bashfulness. Such days could last a little longer. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 171 Bloodline Coming of Age Ceremony. Chapter 171 Bloodline Coming of Age Ceremony. Translator, King Bao. Editor, Dark Gem. Mu Xuan's post-traumatic stress went on for a few months, during which he spent his days indulging in affectionate behavior with Yao Si. After expending an immense effort, she had finally managed to elevate him from a pure, naive boy who would blush at the slightest touch to a man that could share the same bed with her without a flinch. He even managed to button up her deliberately open top. But even after sharing the same bed for a couple of months, nothing exciting had happened. Everything remained innocent. From the start, Yao Si had been dropping hints aggressively, but as time passed, her shyness morphed into anger, her actions turning more forceful. However, Mu Xuan would always stop her at the very last second, putting a stop to all her advances. There were times he would even tap on his ability. Yao Si could feel a dagger ripping through her heart every night, the blood loss enough to fill a river. Even though Mu Xuan was affected by her advances, he still held on to his defense. With his actions, Yao Si sometimes felt like she was a pervert that preyed on young, naive ladies. Mu Xuan's only excuse was her young age. *CK that. She hated when people called her young. You better clarify yourself, which part of me looks too young? Just as Yao Si was trying to figure out what had caused the misconception, Bai Yi sent her an urgent message. Your Highness, Are you heading to the Ability Planet the day after tomorrow? Ability Planet? I have never even heard of it. Why would I go there? It's Luo Ying's coming-of-age ceremony. He pulled out an invitation for her. Xu Cheng sent me the invitation a few days ago, so didn't you receive one as well? It can't be. It isn't possible for him to miss you. Yao Si paused, remembering that she hadn't opened her inbox in a long while, since the planet they were on previously hadn't had any reception. With a quick search, she found the invitation. I received it. She waved the invitation about. But, why is there a coming-of-age ceremony? Isn't she already of age? It couldn't be hasn't she hadn't registered her marriage with nephew Gu? Of course not, and it's not even my turn yet. Bai Yi seemed to have been reminded of something, for his speech filled with indignation. I planned to join her, but after her graduation test on Nirvana, she went over without any notice. She's really too much. And to think Gu Shuqing actually agreed. I was only informed after she had passed the coming-of-age test, he fumed, itching to bash him up. Wait a minute. A coming-of-age test? What do you mean? Yao Si was growing increasingly confused. Wasn't the coming-of-age ceremony a formality when friends and family would gather for a meal? Why is there a need to head over to Ability Planet? Are there any other standards or requirements for coming of age? Of course there are. Why else would I still be a single dog, one that has been enduring the flaunting of love from two heartless beings for so many years? He said, sneaking in a complaint into his explanation. But Your Highness, it's normal that you aren't aware of such a formality, since it hasn't been long since you awakened. As usual, he started to fill up the gaps in her knowledge. A bloodling wasn't considered of age no matter their years since awakening or what education they had completed. They were required to pass a series of stringent tests to ensure they possessed sufficient abilities to protect themselves before they were considered of age. Once they were recognized as adults, they were no longer required to study, but more importantly, they would be able to send a cub request to the Elders' Council. This would then place them in the queue for a converted clone. This explained why Gu Shucheng had Luo Ying while Bai Yi was still alone, even though both of them belonged to the same batch of converted bloodlings. Back then, Gu Shucheng went off to Ability Planet secretly, without me, and Luo Ying did the exact same thing. They really are too much. Bai Yi remarked while holding onto a grudge. If Ability Planet didn't focus mainly on the attack power of one's ability, I would have passed eons ago. There's no way I would be without a cub to this day. Yao Si was suddenly reminded of his mind-reading ability. There was indeed not much attack power in it. She silently lit up a candle for him. What's that place about? She asked then. That's the only uninhabited planet in Galactic E, Bai Yi answered. The atmosphere and terrain there is highly unusual. Even though the environment is suited for life and has dense forests, the climate can change drastically in just a day. The airflow is extremely erratic as well, sometimes emitting even ability-like phenomena. Its harsh and unpredictable environment is the reason why the Elders' Council has chosen it for the coming-of-age test. Those who can survive on the planet for a month are said to have passed. 1 month? That explained why Luo Ying hadn't been with nephew Gu recently. That's right, Luo Ying has already been there for about 30 days, and the day after tomorrow will be the last. Bai Yi pouted. Gu Shucheng invited us over purely to flaunt it, but... Are you sure you can be considered an adult bloodling once you pass the coming-of-age test? Yao Si confirmed once more. Of course. He nodded. Joy spread through her, and she turned toward a certain someone who was serving her drinks on the side. Mu Xuan, I want to go to the Ability Planet this instant. Immediately. She was finally going to get rid of the young cub title. Wasn't it just surviving in a deserted place for a month? She would do it, and no one would call her a baby ever again. Mu Xuan was against her impulsive decision, spending 2 days in the same sorrowful state of, my young cub wants to drive herself to her death again, seeking urgent help. However, he relented under her insistence and constant coaxing. After congratulating Luoying hastily, Yao Si immediately headed over to Ability Planet. At the last moment, a certain someone started going through all the minute details with a sunken expression. Is your optical computer fully charged? It can last for 3 years. Have you brought the defensive equipment? I brought it, 10 sets. What about food? Spiritual beast blood curd, abnormal beast blood curd, duck blood curd. I brought everything. They're all piping hot in the thermos flask. What about clothes? Have you brought enough? Did you bring your favorite black and white set? Yes, I have everything. I can wear 3 completely different sets each day. Have you brought emergency medications? I'm a bloodling, I can self-heal, but self-healing isn't fail-proof. What if something goes wrong? What if you encounter a situation you can't handle? What if? Alright, I'll bring some. You'll also need a simple housing for accommodation, a heater, a backup navigator, games for entertainment, sleeping. Ah! There's so many things you'll need that I don't think you'll be able to handle all the weight. I'll go with you. Enough. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 172, A+1. Chapter 172, A+1. Translator, King Bao. Editor, Dark Gem. After a lecture that lasted for 3 hours and an optical computer that got stuffed full of things, Mu Xuan was finally reassured. The moment the administrative work was complete, Yao Si was out of the space station in a flash. She was determined to pass the coming-of-age test. She was over being looked upon as a baby all for the sake of more intimate acts, for coming of age. Wasn't it just a foreign planet? She could treat it as part of a tour even if she was alone. F***CK, what are you guys doing here? Yao Si glanced ahead at the 2 that had arrived at the same moment. Your Highness. That's great. We finally managed to catch up. Bai Yi broke into a radiant smile. I never expected Your Highness to also be attending the coming-of-age test. What a coincidence. What do you mean by coincidence? You followed me, didn't you? I didn't have a choice. He complained pitifully when his lie was exposed. Your Highness, you should know that my ability doesn't have any attack power, so there is no way that I'll pass by myself. This is already my 3rd try. I have been single for such a long time, so can't you take into account the ties we have as former classmates? Are you really ruthless enough to see me without a cub forever? Yao Si finally understood his intentions for mentioning the coming-of-age test a while back. It seemed that he had been scheming all the while. What about him? She turned toward Li Zhang. She could understand Bai Yi's reasons, but why did he drag Li Zhang along? When compared to her, he seemed more like a young cub. Before Bai Yi could explain, Li Zhang chirped in a loud voice. Dad, your child is here to see you. Get lost. Who's your dad? Haven't I corrected you enough times before? So why haven't you learned yet? Old Li wanted to see the world, and he would have to come here one day anyway. He just managed to grasp the galactic language, but is yet to learn much of the common knowledge, so I didn't feel okay leaving him behind, Bai Yi explained. The corners of Yao Si's lips twitched. Isn't it all your fault? How would he be able to learn common knowledge when wasting his days gaming with you? Oh right. She was suddenly reminded of something. Has his ability awakened? He was an early generation bloodling, so his ability should be of a certain standard. Nope. They shook their heads in unison. Didn't that mean that Yao Si had 2 burdens? But it was too late to chase them back, so she just glanced at the dense jungle ahead, contemplating on whether she should find a safe place to pitch a tent. After all, she had to stay here for an entire month. Bai tapped open the map before her then and asked like a sycophant, "Your Highness, which checkpoint are we heading for first?" "We'll listen to your every command." "Checkpoint?" Yao Si stilled. What was he talking about? What's a checkpoint? Your Highness, didn't you read the test manual at the space portal? Bai Wai froze as well, startled. The corners of Yao Si's lips twitched. When she had been at the space portal, she was busy trying to stop Mu Xuan from stuffing the entire house into her optical computer, so where would she find time to look for some manual? Bai spared her and tapped onto the map in explanation. The main aim of the coming-of-age test is to assess a young bloodling's individual ability. Even though the ability planet can be dangerous, it isn't entirely without safe zones. In order to prevent bloodlings from viewing the test lightly, there are many high-level checkpoints scattered around the planet. In order to pass, a bloodling has to reach 10 checkpoints within a month. So that was what they had to do. Yao Si had been prepared to just camp for a whole month without doing anything. "Where's the nearest checkpoint? I'll check." Bai zoomed in the map and stared at it for a short while before pointing to a red dot. "The checkpoints are rather dispersed, but there are 2 points near us. The first is number 23 in the south and the other is number 77 in the north. They are situated in the opposite directions." Yao Si inched toward the map, then zoomed out for the full view of the planet before pointing decidedly on the checkpoint to the south, "This one. There are more checkpoints surrounding it, so there'll be 10 of them if we move in a circular route." But, Bai frowned, looking troubled. "There are indeed more checkpoints in the south, but it'll be a rough terrain. It'll take at least 10 days for a wind ability to fly over, and if we were to walk, Don't worry, I have this." Yao Si pulled out 3 flying devices the size of circular plates out of her optical computer. Flying device. Bai's eyes went wide in shock. "Why, Your Highness, you actually brought a flying device? How could that be? Weren't they strictly prohibited from bringing along any galactic equipment? Wasn't this cheating? Wasn't it outright cheating? What's wrong? Isn't it enough?" Yao Si asked in confusion. Bai and Li Zhang. "Your Highness, when you entered, wasn't there any staff around in the space station?" When they had entered, everything, even their boxers, had been removed. They could only bring the map and their optical computer in order to ensure a fair competition. "I saw them." Yao Si nodded. They were rather friendly and nice bloodlings." Friendly? Were those really the same people as those who had seized even their boxers? "Isn't your baggage too much?" "Oh, I didn't intend to bring anything, but Mu Xuan stuffed it all in. If possible, he would have stuffed a ship in as well. His Maja's fine. If Bai was part of the staff, he wouldn't dare to utter a word as well." "What's wrong? We can't use the flying devices. Why don't we just use a machine instead? Do you want a defensive one, an aggressive one, or one for comfort?" She clicked 3 machine space buttons. Bai. Li Zhang. After half a minute. "Your Highness. What else did you bring? Could you say it all at once? There's too much, so it's a little hard for me to consolidate everything, but let me put it this way. I even brought condiments along. Do you want some?" Bai wondered if she should be glad to be acquainted. Yao Si seemed like the exploitable sort. In contrast, Li Zhang wasn't the least bit restrained. He took a step forward and blurted the first thing that came to his mind. "Dad, do you have boxers with you?" Yao Si. Bai. In the end, Yao Si went with the flying devices. It was only after she started the journey that she realized the enormity of the planet. It took an entire afternoon of flying for them to leave the forest, and according to the map, they had only covered a tenth of the distance. They were forced to take a break then and continue the next day. It was at that time that she understood the dangers of the planet. Throughout their journey, they witnessed almost all the different natural disaster in existence: earthquakes, volcano eruptions, tornadoes. All of them happened one after another, without any room for a breather. A distance that could be covered in about 5 days took them more than 10 days. The planet had a fickle temperament that seemed to be changing by the minute, and there was barely a safe spot on which for them to land. If they hadn't been flying, it was likely they would have long been buried by sudden surges of water or cracks in the ground. The erratic environment sent energy bursting through Yao Si: wind, rain, lighting, electricity, gold, wood, water, and fire coming all at once. Her ability was reliable for once, activating any time they came face to face with danger. They managed to stay safe through the tricky situations, and on the 12th day, they finally reached the first checkpoint. It left Yao Si stunned. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 173, First Checkpoint. Chapter 173, First Checkpoint. Translator, King Bao. Editor, Dark Gem. F***CK. What's that? Yao Si stared ahead with her mouth agape. The entire area was covered with black holes that looked like bug holes. They're devouring portals. Bai Yi paled as he stared blankly at the black holes that littered the area. The presence of all these black holes can only be explained by the planet being situated on a space node, but I would have never expected the Elders' Council to place a checkpoint in such a location. There was a possibility of getting torn apart at the slightest touch, which was a little too brutal for a test. Yet such a tricky spot happened to be their first stop. The checkpoint seems to be over there. Li Zhang pointed ahead. Yao Si raised her head and saw that not too far away there was indeed a red machine floating on top of a massive rock. Above it was a striking red sign, checkpoint, . They weren't too far from it, only around some 100 meters, but between were about 10 black holes, some of which were moving. What do we do? Bai Yi hesitated. Do we give up on this checkpoint? It seemed too dangerous. Yao Si calculated the time mentally. We should give it a try since we are already here. It had taken them close to half a month just to reach this checkpoint, so it would be a waste to just walk away. Moreover, there were 9 more checkpoints to go. Bai Yi, help me scan these black holes and find the pattern of their motion. Once that's done, maybe you could calculate the safe path? On a closer inspection, there seemed to be a pattern to the movement of the holes. If they were to flit about at a fast speed, they could possibly get through them. It is possible, Bai Yi frowned. But my optical computer is restricted, so even if I wanted to calculate. Use mine. Yao Si removed her optical computer and stuffed it in his hands, allowing him access. Great, leave it to me. Bai Yi slammed his chest before starting to type rapidly on her optical computer. After about half an hour, his face lit up with joy. I found it. He enlarged the map and pointed at it. Your Highness, the situation is much better than expected. There aren't any devouring portals in the air, so we can move about in the stratosphere before heading down. We would be able to avoid all the black holes like that. Good job. What are we waiting for then? Bai Yi's words were as expected of a tech-savvy nerd. Yao Si stuck her thumb up in compliment before heading back to the mini flying devices. Let's go. Bai Yi and Li Zhang followed behind, ascending after her. As expected, the sky didn't have the same dense collection of black holes, so they flew about 100 meters ahead before cautiously making a descent toward the checkpoint. Between them were 2 mid-sized black holes which they managed to avoid easily. We're here! Bai Yi exclaimed. As he had hoped, following after Her Highness had its benefits. After landing on the massive rock, Yao Si saw a sensor-like object floating nearby. Let's get it signed. Bai Yi headed toward it and placed his hand on the sensor. A cold electronic announcement greeted him. Ding! Bloodline Bai Yi's checkpoint marked. Total number of checkpoints completed, 1. Li Zheng came forward hurriedly and mimicked Bai Yi by tapping the sensor. Ding! Bloodline Li Zheng's checkpoint marked. Total number of checkpoints completed, 1. Yao Si sighed in relief. It wasn't a wasted trip after all. She placed her hand over the sensor, but unlike before, an enthusiastic and overly friendly response came bursting through the announcer. Her Highness Yao Si's of our race coming of age checkpoint marked. Congratulations, Your Highness. Congratulations, Your Highness. The first checkpoint you successfully completed is the Devouring Portal checkpoint with S-level difficulty. This little checkpoint is happy. Oh. Your Highness is indeed equipped with strong abilities that no one can catch up to. For the millions of years to come, you will be the number 1. Press on. Checkpoint number 23 will support you spiritually. Go forth to the remaining 9 checkpoints. Your Highness' next goal can only be the vast ocean among the stars. What the F***ck is with such a stark contrast in the announcement? Why was mine so different from the others? Who came up with such a ridiculous script? Bai Yi. The checkpoint seems to be discriminating against us. Li Zhang. +1. Forget it, let's leave this place, we can settle the scores when we're back. Yao Si was about to gather everyone into the flying device when a sudden familiar force came surging within her. Wasn't it her ability? Be careful! Yao Si shouted turning to pull the 2 add-ons over. They fell and started tumbling down the massive rock. The next second, a large chunk of the spot where the checkpoint floated was eaten by a massive beast. Even the biased checkpoint was gone. Replacing it was a black hole about 4 meters in diameter and spiraling about maniacally, devouring everything it touched. F***ck, weren't the black holes not supposed to be here? It's a hidden portal. Bai Yi ignored the pain from the hit on his head as his face clouded with shock. I didn't expect this place to possess such an engulfing portal. I wasn't able to scan it previously since it appears in intervals. Your Highness, do you have any flying machines? Bai Yi calmed himself as he turned to ask her. He really didn't want to be sucked into the portal. Can't take it out. Yao Si shook her head. It's too big. The moment I'll take it out, half of it will be engulfed by the black portal. What are we going to do then? Bai Yi started to panic as the portal began to enlarge, its suction power growing in strength. The wind scraped his skin like daggers. They could barely stand on their feet, but they couldn't turn back either, since there were many holes behind them as well. Do we give up? Yao Si bit down on her lip, pondering about their problem before replying. Why don't I use my ability? Oh right, Your Highness' space ability. Bai Yi's eyes lit up, and he looked at her with a bright gaze. The energy can cancel itself out. Your Highness, you just have to create a portal about the same size as that black hole for it to disappear. Li Zhang's eyes lit up as well, and her turned to gaze at Yao Si in amazement. Dad, I didn't know you had such a strong ability. You're amazing. You are indeed worthy of being Your Highness. What a reliable presence. We'll leave everything to you. Dad, go for it. Son has faith in you. The corners of Yao Si's lips twitched. Do you guys have some sort of misconception about my ability? And if you stop calling me Dad, we can still be friends. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 174, A Pro Sent by a Monkey. Chapter 174, A Pro Sent by a Monkey. Translator, King Bao. Editor, Dark Gem. Yao Si finally understood the meaning of immense pressure. She glanced at the black portals ahead. Since they were all at their wits' end, she could only go all out. Yao Si inhaled deeply, gathering the power that was accumulating within her. With the previous horrid experiences with her ability, she didn't just unleash all the power at once. Instead, she raised a cautious hand upwards, letting just a little out. As expected, a spiral appeared, which was about the size of her palm. Joy spread through her. She knew about her space ability. Mu Xuan had mentioned that her space ability was a counter, which meant that she could retrieve anything that was sucked into a portal. Bai Yi had been right. The two powers would counteract each other, eradicating themselves in the process. Once she opened the portal to counteract the black hole in front of her, they could leave with ease. Besides, there wasn't anyone unleashing anything else here, so there wasn't anything else that could be countered. The worst scenario was for the checkpoint to reappear, but there wasn't going to be any other problem. Most likely? Yao Si's nerves were strung tight as she enlarged the portal gradually. Soon after, it was almost the size of the hidden portal. Once it fully opened, the devouring black hole stopped as they had predicted. Its power started to diminish as well. Success! Yao Si's heart trembled, but she continued to focus on the devouring portal as it grew smaller. It was only when it had completely disappeared into the one she had created that she finally relaxed. Waving her hands, she stopped using her ability. Great, great! There weren't any mishaps this time, so my counter ability was... Ah! Just as she was in the mid of her exhale, the portal that had closed up reopened once again with a loud thud that sounded like bones cracking. The black portal was spat out together with a human figure. Useful, was it? How could something that had been swallowed be spat out? And what was with the person that came out? Buy one get one for free? Are you F*King crazy? The figure appeared in front of Yao Si like a whirlwind, glaring at her with fury in its eyes. Wait, it looked familiar. I was busy reconstructing my planet at home, so why did you drag me here? Didn't I send you the spiritual beast blood curd? What else do you want? Lin Long. Oh. F***CK. Didn't we promise not to spit out random things? It seemed like the nature of her space ability was, it won't be comfortable unless it spits something out? But why Lin Long? Why are you here? You're asking me? Who the F***CK should I ask then? Didn't you suddenly open a portal that pulled me in forcefully? He fumed, seemingly about to eat someone up. It took me so much effort to piece the planet together. I was about to test the space connection, so how could you just drag me over without any prior notice? You're doing it on purpose, aren't you? Did I offend you? Air. It's a misunderstanding. When she had opened the counter space portal, he happened to be testing out his own space portal, so he was dragged over purely by coincidence? Was that even possible? Your Highness. Bai shouted out abruptly while taking a look at her before glancing over at Lin Long, who had suddenly appeared. He seemed to have remembered something as he pointed in front of them anxiously. Hurry and look at that black hole. Yao Si glanced over. F***CK. Her previous attempt at space ability usage had failed, and the black hole had grown even larger. It had even started devouring the surrounding black holes. If all of them joined it, the planet would be in trouble. Where the F***CK is this place? Lin Long frowned, disdain apparent on his face. Hey! The one with the surname Yao, someone else's contractor, what exactly do you want from me after dragging me all the way here? What sort of greeting is that? I'll explain to you in a moment. Yao Si pointed toward the black hole anxiously. You have a space ability as well, right? Could you help me close that hole up? Why should I help you? Who are you? Lin Long scoffed with an insufferably arrogant look on his face. I haven't even gotten even with you. So why should I help you? Do you really think you are amazing just because you are a contractor? Ha! What do you mean by space ability? My abilities are stronger than you can ever imagine. Don't forget, I'm a pure breed, so what do you bastards know? In the entire galaxy, my abilities are considered the second best. It's just a few black holes, so what's the big deal? He waved his hands. Several loud thumps rang out as large space portals opened up. In less than half a minute, all the black holes and unstable portals in front of them disappeared. The entire area was cleared, and the surroundings sunk into silence. By E. Li Zhang. Yao Si. Yo, Your Highness, he is? A pro sent by a monkey. I'm going back to my tests. Lin Long waved his hand, prepared to open up a space portal, but a thought struck him then. He turned back to glare at Yao Si with an extremely scary expression as he spat through clenched teeth. In the future, don't ever drag me over out of nowhere, or I will kill you. Wait a minute. Yao Si tugged at his sleeve. What else do you want? He pushed her hands away with contempt. Since you're here, you should stay a little longer. Yao Si smiled. A pro that had come willingly should not be wasted. This planet is rather dangerous, but we have to visit a few more spots. Since your ability is the world's second best, why don't you go along with us? Why did you drag me here? He glanced at her with suspicion. Where's your pure breed? Did he burn his brain and decided to toss you here? Yao Si coughed into her hand. The situation is a little special. Who would have known that this planet was so deceptive? Besides, it was after all a coming-of-age test, so if she were to seek help from Mu Xuan, she would probably never escape the status of a young cub. Because of that, she couldn't seek help from him. Plus, she had brought along two burdens. Just say the word, will you help me out? Not helping. He replied firmly. I finally understand it, nothing goes right whenever I meet you, huh? I just want to head home right now and can't be bothered with you guys' business. You can do whatever you want. Without another word, he turned to leave. Yao Si remained still, counting down silently, 1, 2, 3. F***CK. Even before he made it 10 meters away, Ergo came back with clenched teeth. Speak, where else do you need to go? So? Yao Si taped open the map and pointed to the next checkpoint. Lin Long waved a portal open and headed inside. When they didn't rush in after, he turned and glared at them. Are you guys dumb? Why are you still standing there? Move. By E. Li Zhang. Your Highness, he a little. Bai Yi lowered his voice, but he still couldn't spit the words out. Yao Si sighed deeply, then patted his shoulder. Young man, get used to it. Arrogance is considered an illness and has to be treated. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 175, Last Checkpoint. Chapter 175, Last Checkpoint. Translator, King Bao. Editor, Dark Gem. With Lin Long helping them, they flew through the checkpoints. Even though they had taken 20 days to reach the first checkpoint, the next 8 were all completed in less than a day. Total number of checkpoints completed, 9. Your Highness, we are left with one more. Bai Yi broke into a radiant smile and waved his optical computer excitedly before turning toward Lin Long. Thanks so much, bro. This is the first time I have completed 9 checkpoints. Who's your bro? Lin Long took a step back in disgust before scoffing. Isn't it just opening up several space portals? Is there a need to be so happy? I'm not trying to brag, but this is just transporting people within a planet. I could even open up portals to send myself to any planet I desire. So why would I care about the gratitude of bastards like you? Isn't your smile a little too bright for someone who doesn't care? Even though his words were relentless, his body sure was honest. Throughout their journey, Bai Yi and Li Zhang couldn't understand what Lin Long meant by bastards, but they seemed to have grown accustomed to his haughty ways and obvious disdain, and weren't the least bit offended. They laughed loudly. "There's just one last checkpoint, bro. That boss, we'll leave it all to you. Whether I'll be able to get a cub or not is all in your hands now." "Whose cub?" Lin Long stilled. Just as he was about to ask, Yao Si yanked him aside, taking him away from the explanation. "Nothing, it's nothing. Lin Long, let's hurry to the last stop, . Are you seeking death? How could you talk about cubs in front of a single dog for 1,000,000 years? Isn't that just rubbing salt on his wound?" If he knew the coming-of-age test was actually a requirement for obtaining a cub, the legendary certificate to quit the singles club, there was a possibility he would turn hostile and fall out with them. "Do you no longer want your expert?" Yao Si hurriedly opened the map, pointing toward a random checkpoint in an effort to divert the topic. "This. Let's head over here next. Once we sign into the last checkpoint, our mission will be complete, and you will be free to continue with your reconstruction." "Really?" Lin Long shot her a suspicious gaze, but he didn't pursue the cub topic anymore. He glanced down at the map to confirm the location. "Are you sure this is the last checkpoint? There won't be anything else afterwards?" "Don't worry, it's definitely the last point. Do you have any problems with it?" "You must be joking." He smirked. "What problems could I have? Isn't it just opening a transportation portal? That wouldn't be able to trouble me at all, and we'll settle with this point." With another wave, a ray of light shone, and a tiny opening appeared. But just as it was about to widen, it suddenly closed shut, disappearing. F***CK. We really can't enter. How can that be? Lin Long frowned and raised his hand to try again. Just like before, the space portal disappeared before it could fully form. "What's wrong?" Yao Si asked. Lin Long frowned, his brows forming a tight knot. "There seems to be a force inhibiting the space ability, so there isn't a way to open a space portal directly." He waved open another portal to the side, and this time, it appeared successfully. "I opened a portal in the nearest possible location. I'm curious to find out what exactly do they have there." With a step forward, he took the lead. Wait a minute." Yao Si's heart clenched. She wanted to stop him, but it was too late. They could have just headed for another checkpoint if there was something wrong with that one. Why was there a need to travel all the way to that one? She glanced back at Bai Yi and Li Zhang before sighing. They could only follow along with their teeth clenched. The moment they entered the portal, they were transported from a dense forest to a huge deserted land. The horizon was extremely vast, but there wasn't anything other than an endless stretch of deserted land. "The checkpoint is still 900 kilometers away." Bai Yi pointed ahead after glancing at the map. "What are you waiting for? Let's go." Lin Long turned to head forward, determined to find out what was ahead of them. "Wait a minute." Yao Si acted swiftly this time and grabbed hold of him. She pulled out the flying devices she had picked up when Lin Long had appeared from the space portal. "These flying devices still have some power, so we should use them." There was still 900 kilometers to go, so was he really planning on walking all that way? Lin Long glanced at the damaged flying devices scornfully. Only you bastards would use such outdated devices that travel at a few thousand meters per second. F***CK, don't take it if you don't like it." Yao Si told Bai Yi and Li Zhang to board the flying devices, and they started toward the checkpoint. They passed through the deserted surroundings where even the horizon couldn't be seen. The flying devices moved quickly, and in less than 5 minutes, they arrived at their destination. "You guys better be careful, since there should be something with at least a level S ability for it to block my space portal." "No, it should be even higher than that," Lin Long declared firmly. The three of them inhaled sharply, their hearts fluttering as they grew extra cautious toward the location. But there was nothing. Straight face. The deserted land only gave way to another stretch of nothing with only a lonely checkpoint floating in the middle. Yao Si. By E. Lin Long. Yao Si could vaguely hear someone's heart tumbling to the ground. This can't be. Ergu was full of disbelief. That protective barrier must have hidden itself. Sure. Take your time and find it while I'll get the last checkpoint signed, Yao Si told him on her way toward the checkpoint. After 2 steps, she lifted her head, but Bai Yi and the other 2 were still in front of her. You guys came here so quickly? She murmured unconsciously, without much thought. Since Bai Yi had been single for such a long time, his anxiety was understandable. The 3 of them glanced at her in shock. What's wrong? Why were they looking at her like that? Your Highness. Bai Yi's eyes went wide as he looked at her with shock. He turned back toward the checkpoint machine. This. What's wrong? Yao Si could not understand what was happening. If you're in a rush, you could get it signed first. You are both here anyway. That's not it. Bai Yi replied. We didn't go over, but it's you who appeared behind us. Huh? What did that mean? There is indeed a problem here. Lin Long frowned, then took a step forward. After less than 2 steps, his figure started to waver, and he suddenly disappeared in front of their eyes. The next second, a familiar voice came from behind them. That explains why my space portal wasn't able to open up. Yao Si took a glance ahead before turning around toward Lin Long, who was behind her before gaining enlightenment. The same thing had happened to her. Once she had reached the checkpoint, she had been transported away. Was that a revolving space portal? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 176, You Became Me. Chapter 176, You Became Me. Translator, King Bao. Editor, Dark Gem. There seems to be a special force surrounding this checkpoint which keeps foreign objects out, Lin Long explained as he tested the space with his optical computer. His brows slammed together when he remarked irritably, F***ck, my computer can't detect what it is? How about we head for another checkpoint? Yao Si suggested. There was sufficient time after all. No. Lin Long had a "are you looking down on me" expression. I don't believe a small force like this will be able to stop me. What are you going to do? Yao Si's heart sank with a feeling of facing an inauspicious omen. Ha! If I can't go in, I'll just destroy it. Hey, don't be rash. Lin Long disregarded her warning and raised his hand. The next second, ghastly flames enveloped the sky, blanketing the special circle of forces and sending the entire horizon into a sea of red flames. Yao Si and her comrades were left speechless. Turning to violence upon disagreement was indeed a tradition of bloodlings. The temperature soared, and even the air was on the verge of bursting into flames as fiery red fire covered their vision. Yao Si stumbled backwards unconsciously. Just then, the checkpoint came into sight. It was on an empty patch with a semicircle of a protective barrier. Due to the high temperature, the checkpoint seemed to have faint signs of melting. Yao Si was struck speechless. Even if the force could be eradicated, the checkpoint would most probably be destroyed as well. Was Lin Long trying to help or cause trouble? Just as she was about to stop him, a white ray came bursting from the force field, and all the flames disappeared almost instantly as though they had been absorbed. The originally transparent force field turned red instantly. It came alive then, producing thumping sounds, like a countdown. What's wrong with this thing? It actually ate up my fire. Then let's see how much of it you can swallow. Yao Si's heart shook. No. It was too late, however, since Lin Long had already raised his hand to summon a fire dragon which bolted straight toward the force field. With a slight rustling, almost as though the dragon had entered water, it was engulfed. The force field started to tremble with a faint shadow swimming inside, but the next moment, a whirlpool of fireballs came swarming toward them like rain droplets. F***CK. This isn't a force field, but F***King catapult. Run! Yao Si shouted out as she turned around, planning to run with Bai Yi and Li Zhang. Lin Long wasn't an pro, but a troublemaker. The moment she turned, a wave of heat came gushing over. A few steps away from them, a massive fireball had appeared. There seemed to be something leaking out from its core. "Your Highness!" Bai Yi exclaimed. He wanted to grab hold of her, but it was too late. The fire dragon that had disappeared suddenly appeared in front of them, speeding straight for Yao Si. F***CK, they had totally forgotten that the force field could teleport everything that went in out of the place. Yao Si started to panic. Almost instinctively, she directed all the welling force within her at the fire dragon. She assumed a water ability would appear, but her entire being was shock. It felt as though something was tugging at her, then, together with the force within her, it exploded in all directions. Her vision started to blur, and the massive fire dragon disappeared, morphing into a gigantic fireball. F***CK. She only had time to secure her head before the fireball smashed against her. With a series of rustling noises, thick burning scent choked up her senses. With a buzz in her mind, her vision darkened and she passed out. She could vaguely hear Bai Yi and Li Zhang's exclamations. "Your Highness! Boss! Long Ergu, what did he do this time?" When Yao Si regained her consciousness, she could hear faint murmurs, but the tone and voice were familiar. "What's wrong? How could I know what's wrong? F***CK, I didn't want this to happen, alright? Who did I offend? Why are you here?" You should be asking her that. Did you think I came willingly? Her Highness became like this because of your fire dragon. I summoned it because... Wait a minute. What are you trying to do? Hey, Mu, this has nothing to do with me. Don't you dare turn aggressive. F***CK, do you think I'm afraid of you? A series of rustling and shuffling sounds proceeded. Were they fighting? F***CK, you maniac. Great. Come and beat me. Since the situation is already such, you can just go ahead and lay your hands on me. Anyway, if this body is injured, won't you be the one in pain? Silence suddenly fell. Yao Si's consciousness started to waver, and she had to exert immense strength to force her eyes open. The first thing she noticed was the splitting headache. It felt as if there was something churning in her brain. The pain was so unbearable, she inhaled sharply. Cici. A familiar face appeared before her, its owner, helping her up into a sitting position. How are you? Mu Xuan? Was she back in the space station? What exactly had happened? She turned back toward Mu Xuan, but it seemed like he was sitting a little farther away than usually. What happened? Your brawling was the first thing I heard when I woke up. Mu Xuan's hand stiffened, and his worried expression twitched slightly before, turning a little odd. He looked as though he had been constipated for a few months. What was wrong? Did she contract some sort of terminal illness? That couldn't be. Wasn't she a bloodling? You, Your Highness? Bai Yi and Li Zhang asked in unison, their expressions even more animated than that of Mu Xuan. Are you alright? I just have a little headache. Yao Si caressed her throbbing head. What exactly happened to me just now? Why are we back? Are you guys alright? Oh right, where's Lin Long? The three of them paled, turning to glance at each other. After half a second, Mu Xuan turned to comfort her abruptly. Cici, don't be agitated. Agitated? She stilled. The three of them suddenly inched apart, and Yao Si realized that there was someone behind them that seemed to be a woman. She had long hair and was dressed in black clothes that looked like the ones she had been wearing. She wasn't tall and was flat-chested, which was just like her, and even her face was exactly. She looks just like me. Yao Si pointed toward her instinctively, but in her peripheral vision, she caught sight of a muscular arm. Eh? What's wrong with my arm? When did it become so thick? She glanced down instinctively and realized that it wasn't just her arm. Her whole body seemed to have grown by a few sizes. Her chest muscles were even higher than her 2 lumps before, and she seemed almost masculine? F***CK. _. Suddenly, she became aware of the situation. She jumped off the bed and bolted upright. You are me? That's right, you are the old man right now. The next second, she saw herself take 2 steps toward her and speak in a familiar voice. Our bodies swapped. Swapped bodies? Didn't that mean that she had become Lin Long? What the F***CK? No, this can't be. This is the Galactic Generation, a scientific society, so how could such a magical thing happen? This must be a hallucination, I couldn't have become a man. Yao Si gritted her teeth. What she had to do first was to verify her gender. Hence, she lowered her head and grabbed onto her pants, pulling it open. Stop. 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 Four screams pierced the air in unison, and 4 hands from different sides rushed to her, all of them pressing onto her hands which were about to unzip the pants. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 177, Please return to being an Earthling. Chapter 177, Please return to being an Earthling. Translator, King Bao. Editor, Dark Gem. What exactly happened? Yao Si shoved the 4 death grips on her hand while resisting the urge to pull open her pants to clarify the situation. Judging from their reactions though, the person in front of her was probably telling the truth and her body had been swapped with Lin Long's. How do I know? She saw herself roll her eyes. I have been like this ever since I woke up. How can we change back our bodies? Yao Si was starting to feel uneasy. She had never expected to turn into a man and definitely not long ergo. Silence fell upon them. It was obviously the first time they had experienced such a situation. Si. Mu Xuan frowned, and his voice was grave. Tell me what exactly happened. Don't skip on anything. What could have happened? We were attacked by the force field in the last checkpoint, and Lin Long insisted on using his fire ability to forcefully break through the barrier. In the end, the force field swallowed and sent it back. Under that critical situation, Yao Si stopped midway through her speech. Her eyes went wide when a sudden possibility struck her. My ability. F***CK, could the situation be because of her absurd ability? Back when she had activated it, Lin Long had been using a fire ability, so she had assumed that with her counter ability, a water ability would appear. However, she had forgotten that he had a full series ability, which meant that she was supposed to have no reaction at all. Her current predicament, was it perhaps caused by her ability countering the force field and not because of Lin Long? Since it had been a revolving portal, could the counter ability be reincarnation? Returning her back to her human state? F***CK. This is ridiculous. Before she fainted, the fire dragon in front of her had turned into a ball of flame. At that time, Lin Long should have been the only one facing the fireball, which meant that their bodies had already swapped by then. Everything was really caused by her ability. Mu Xuan seemed to have come to the same conclusion, and he turned to face Lin Long. Do you have an ability now? Why? Lin Long took a cautious step back. You still want to fight? Let me tell you, don't assume I'm afraid of you. Which means you don't. Mu Xuan ignored him, and turned toward the person at his side. Si? Yao Si understood his question and took a moment to sense within herself. Even though her body was different, it was still empty without the hint of any ability. She shook her head. Mu Xuan heaved a sigh of relief. Their abilities seemed to have swapped together with their consciousness, so Lin Long still had a full series ability and Yao Si still had that absurd ability of hers. Since their abilities hadn't changed and they were in their current predicament because of her ability, if they were to return to the original location and activate it once more, there was a possibility they could return to normal. I.e., where's the last checkpoint you guys went to? Bai tapped open the map and pointed toward the bottom left of the planet. Your Majesty, this is the checkpoint. Let's go, we're heading back to Ability Planet. He grabbed onto Lin Long and headed out. Why are we going back? Lin Long asked in confusion. Hey! Put me down, I'm not going back to that ghostly place. What if something else happens? Hey Mu, put me down. Mu Xuan paid him no heed. Once he reached the door, he turned to call for Yao Si. Si. She went after feeling a little odd when she witnessed Mu Xuan pulling her out the door, but his intentions were clear. Even though her ability was absurd, it could always be summoned. There was a chance they could swap back if she were to activate it once more. Since the last checkpoint couldn't be entered through a space portal, they headed over in a ship. Fortunately, they were in a space station close to the Ability Planet and not far from the checkpoint. Mu Xuan dragged the unwilling Lin Long with one hand while Yao Si followed after. His expression was solemn and frosty as he passed through the lengthy passageway toward the ship. A common sight seemed almost paradoxical now that their bodies were swapped. All the employees were unconsciously attracted, causing a strange atmosphere to blanket over the space station as an endless stream of conversation could be heard. His Majesty looks fierce, what's wrong? Did they argue? Can't you see him dragging her? Poor thing. Isn't Her Highness still a young cub? I heard she was injured during the coming-of-age test, so is His Majesty perhaps angry that she didn't pass? Doesn't His Majesty know how to treasure his cub? It's been so many years after all. Do you guys understand? It's possible. But whose cub didn't fail a few times before passing? It's Her Highness' first failure. Didn't you hear the rumor from the Elders' Council? Back when His Majesty first woke up and heard that Her Highness was a fifth generation, he immediately acknowledged her as his cub. There seems to be an inside story. With his current temper, do you think His Majesty would? 100%. Poor Her Highness. Her Highness really is pitiful +1. Mu Xuan. Lin Long. Yao Si. F***CK. Why are these people looking at me like that? Lin Long could feel his hair standing up from all the sympathetic gazes. He cursed, then rubbed the goosebumps forming on his arm before turning toward Mu Xuan. What exactly did you do when you awakened? Mu Xian's face darkened. Shut up. He hastened toward the ship. He had finally learned where the rumor about how he had randomly grabbed a fifth-generation cub from desperation originated. Those guys in the Elders' Council needed to be taught a lesson. Slow down. Lin Long complained without end while being dragged by Mu Xuan. He then started cursing again. F***CK. I have short legs right now, so why are you walking so fast? Don't think I'm afraid of you. Let's have a match if you dare, you and carrot and carrot, and it carrot. An endless string of vulgarities sprouted from his mouth continuously without a breather, leaving Yao Si speechless. She leaped forward and sealed his mouth shut. Any more and you'll ruin my reputation. After enduring odd stares from the people in the space station, they finally reached the ship, but just as they were about to board it, the floor started to tremble. The space in front of them started to distort, and the ship that was originally in front of them disappeared. It looked as though something had eaten it up. A gigantic ship that looked like a lotus suddenly appeared in the space station. It was snowy white and almost the size of the entire space station. Yet it seemed oddly familiar. Wasn't it the flower of the heavenly tree? Before Yao Si could react, the ground started to crack, inching open slowly. She lost her footing momentarily, and fell in with Mu Xuan and Lin Long, who was beside her. "Cici." Mu Xuan raised his hands, and the next second, a transparent bubble floated over, about to engulf her. Suddenly, a familiar voice drenched in excitement rang out. "Cici, I finally found you." A massive figure appeared, and stunningly beautiful pair of butterfly-like wings spread open before them. "Lian Yu. Dearest, I won't let anyone take you away this time." The next second, light shone from the lotus. It bypassed Mu Xuan's transparent bubble, speeding over at high speed. With a loud splash, it engulfed Lin Long, who was beside Yao Si, and disappeared instantly. Yao Si. Mu Xuan. The stupefied crowd. The next moment, both the flower of the heavenly tree and Lian Yu were gone, leaving a half-ruined space station and a bunch of ridiculed bloodlings. Lian Yu's oath continued to ring without end. "We have the true love, 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 love. F***ck your love. Return me my body." If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 178, Your Family Will Bring Trouble. Chapter 178, Your Family Will Bring Trouble. Translator, King Bao. Editor, Dark Gem. After much difficulty, they had found a method to swap the bodies back, but the moment they were about to do it, Yao Si's body was kidnapped. Lian Yu's actions infuriated her immensely. This was? Bai asked in confusion. He hurriedly switched open his optical computer to search for traces of the ship that had disappeared, but soon after, he looked back at them. "Your Highness, I can't find. That ship seems to have a unique movement system, and our system isn't able to locate it. What should we do?" The corners of Yao Si's lips twitched as frustration ate at her. The flower of the heavenly tree wasn't a ship at all, but Lian Yu's younger brother, a royal member of the Lighting Sylvani. Because of that, it couldn't be traced. She can't hide forever. Mu Xuan glanced over at Yao Si before turning to Bai. "Instruct all the bloodlings in the galaxy to look for signs of the flower of the heavenly tree." He reached out to caress his cub's head. "She couldn't have gone far, so we'll definitely be able to find her." Yao Si suppressed the frustration within her. It would be just a slight hindrance, nothing more. Bai nodded and opened the messenger on his optical computer. "I guess we can only wait. Bai, inform me immediately when there is news. I'll head to the washroom first." Yao Si said. "No. No. No." The three men rejected in unison. F***ck, what do those gazes even mean? "I really need to pee, it isn't an excuse to pull open my pants." The Lighting Sylvani King was experiencing a bad year with an endless stream of misfortunes. Nothing seemed to be progressing smoothly, which prompted his logical mind into believing the destiny that Celestials believe in. He had even consulted a senior Celestial to read his fortune. It had showed poor family affinity and for him to beware of those close to him, specifically those that are related by blood. The only solution was for him to follow a solitary path and to not meddle in the affairs of the younger generation. He had exploded in fury then. The Celestials were indeed all liars. The royal tree was the reproduction core of the entire Lighting Sylvani race, so in theory, the entire race was considered his relatives. By advising him to avoid his relatives, wasn't that asking the impossible? He concluded that the Celestial had to have heard about the incident on the Red Planet a few years ago when he had gone to seek an explanation about the royal seed. After that, his planet was split into half. The Celestial hadn't been the least bit sensitive, bringing up a past that the entire galaxy knew about. Besides, he had already called a truce with the Red Planet, got his planet mended, and even his royal seed had sprouted into a seedling, so what else could happen? The Lighting Sylvani King had a strong intuition that the Celestials were just a bunch of conmen who sprouted rubbish just to earn money. He expressed his utter disbelief for such superstition, but the Celestial had stated that he would understand one day. The Lightning Sylvani King hadn't expected for that day to arrive so quickly. On that day, his left leaf had trembled continuously the entire afternoon. He interpreted it as a hungry royal seed and proceeded to water the little seedling. However, as he was doing it, a white ray of light flashed past, slicing a leaf off the royal seed. The Lighting Sylvani King was enraged, but just as he was about to seek out the culprit, the planet he took much pains to piece together was split into half once again. Again? Who was it this time? Oh, greater than over equal to less than over equal to, oh. Before he could react, 5 words formed in the sky. Hey you, come over for a moment. The culprit came into view, and coincidentally, it was the same perpetrator as before. The Lightning Sylvani King's anger that was about to build deflated instantly. Blue Bloodline King. He wanted to weep as a cold shiver ran down his back. Were the Bloodlings starting to enjoy the background music of planets being sliced apart? He struggled to recall what wrong he had committed this time. What could have caused the Bloodline King to act personally? While he was considering it, the other person blurted out something unexpected. Where's the Aves Queen's flower of the heavenly tree? What? Aves? Xiao Yu? He stilled and raised his head to glance at Mu Xuan and the unfamiliar man beside him. An inauspicious feeling filled him, and he decided to test the waters. Is there a reason you're looking for Xiao Yu? Mu Xuan's face darkened, and the unfamiliar man's face seemed to have fallen as well. He took my cub's body. What? What does cub's body mean? The Lighting Sylvani King was utterly confused. But before he could ask anything, the unfamiliar man gave him an explanation. Lian Yu appeared in the flower of the heavenly tree through a space portal and left after securing the body. We tried tracing her movements, but could not do it. As the Lighting Sylvani King, you should know best about the royal tree, hence I would like for you to help us locate the royal tree. The Lighting Sylvani King shook, finally understanding what was happening. Xiao Yu had actually dared to snatch a bloodling's cub. And on that venture, she had even brought along her little brother. His niece has stirred a lot of trouble. But why were the Lighting Sylvani paying for her misdeeds? Who did they offend? Besides, wasn't Xiao Yu's brother still recuperating from his injuries? When did he recover enough to help his sister snatch a partner? The Lighting Sylvani King started to curse internally. This, even though the royal tree is part of the Lighting Sylvani race, it isn't considered part of my people. The exact location, his expression grew perplexed. Everything could be negotiated, but this was indeed a question he didn't have an answer to. Mu Xuan's face darkened, and he spat out each of his next words. You can't find it? An eerie chill was emitted from his body. The Lighting Sylvani King shivered from fear while nodding aggressively. I can find it. The Lighting Sylvani are all connected, and we're even talking about the King Tree. As long as we're in the same galaxy, I'll be able. Find it. Mu Xuan commanded, his gaze never leaving him. Chilly air went off him in waves. The Lighting Sylvani King shivered, cold sweat pouring out, and he didn't dare to probe anymore. He switched open the optical computer and entered the data for the flower of the heavenly tree, then started to scour the entire galaxy for traces of similar data. After 10 minutes, the Lighting Sylvani King lit up with joy. I found it. He opened a galactic map. Galaxy N's Area 57 has signs of the flower of the heavenly tree, but this galaxy is very far. Even if you use space leaping, it'll take a few days. There's no need for that. Mu Xuan interrupted, his ability springing to action right away. In less than a minute, a gigantic portal opened up in front of the ship. It flew right in, and the next moment, they arrived in the galactic the lighting Silvani King had mentioned. Yao Si frowned, most worried about Lian Yu. Lin Long was after all an ancestor, and he didn't have a particularly nice personality. She was worried that he might be infuriated after being kidnapped so abruptly and under such a peculiar situation. Over here. Once they left the portal, the lighting Silvani King could immediately detect the flower of the heavenly tree's location. He thus pointed toward a nearby area in Galaxy N. Mu Xuan sent the entire ship toward the destination without any hesitation. However, there were only a few planets in sight, and no flower of the heavenly tree. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 179 Hide and Seek. Chapter 179 Hide and Seek. Translator, King Bao. Editor, Dark Gem. The royal tree must have gone invisible. Before Yao Si could ask, the lighting Silvani King had already pointed ahead while explaining. I can feel its presence there, and invisibility is the royal tree's special ability. You won't be able to find it unless it is attacked. Before he could finish his sentence, Mu Xuan had already turned and slammed the attack button on the control table. Almost instantly, flashes of light lit up on the screen, and with a thundering roar, the night skies exploded with a blinding spark. Soon, a massive lotus floated up as predicted. Lian Yu was really there. Ding, enemy communicating. A warning popped up, and the next moment, an enraged Lian Yu appeared on the screen. Beside her, Lin Ergo held onto her face. He didn't seem as frustrated as expected, instead, he seemed unusually calm. Was that an illusion? Why did he look like he was blushing? Xiaoyu, the lighting Silvani King, brightened up, prepared to advise her, but Lian Yu didn't give him the time. F***CK. It's really this bastard. Lian Yu glared at Mu Xuan vehemently, prepared to take down everyone that dared to stop her. You're pretty fast, but it's too late, Cici has already agreed. Don't you dare try to separate us, we are two willing parties. Even if the galaxy perishes, we will still be together. Ha! Without waiting for a reply, she switched off the communication. The entire time, she never once glanced at the lighting Silvani King. Yao Si. Mu Xuan. Heavenly Silvani King. B***TCH. Yao Si could vaguely see the throbbing veins on Mu Xuan's temples. Wait a minute, Mu Xuan. There are other planets here. It was too late though. With a wave of his hand, a white glow sped straight for the flower of the heavenly tree. Any second now and it would be severed into half. Suddenly, a protective barrier covered it. With a loud thud, it protected the ship from Mu Xuan's attack. When the massive force crashed onto the barrier, it was sent a few meters back. Yao Si wobbled slightly, almost falling over, but Mu Xuan was fortunately there to stabilize her. When she finally gained her footing, the flower of the heavenly tree was inching backward into a space portal behind it. Mu Xuan! Yao Si exclaimed, pointing toward the screen anxiously. But it was too late. The flower of the heavenly tree was gone. It can't be. The heavenly Silvani King was full of disbelief as he checked the data. Even though Xiaoyu's brother is a jade tree, it can't even be considered a seedling. Even if it's a jade tree, there's no way it would be able to summon a space portal so quickly. Check their new location. Mu Xuan commanded. The heavenly Silvani King started the investigation, and after a short while, he said, they're in Galaxy G, Area 67. They've actually passed the nearest 3 galaxies in such a short while. Mu Xuan opened a portal immediately, but they could not catch their target. Lian Yu seemed to be playing hide and seek with them as the moment they reached the ship's location, she would immediately send it elsewhere. Just like that, They traveled through over 10 different galaxies while catching only a quick glimpse of their target before the ship would disappear. Yao Si's frustration grew with the continued chase until even her blood began to boil. After 3 hours, "It's gone," the heavenly Silvani king remarked with a blank expression. "What do you mean gone? The flower of the heavenly tree can't be found anywhere. They disappeared from the galaxy." F***ck. The frustration that had accumulated throughout the day in Yao Si finally exploded. F***ck, I give up. "Sisi," Mu Xuan said in a comforting voice. "Persevere a bit more and we'll find them. We have been chasing for the entire day." "I don't care, I don't want to wait anymore." "Sisi, be obedient, F***ck obedience." Yao Si could feel her insides burning with rage, and she exploded. "You said that 4 hours ago. Keep it in, keep it in, keep it in. What do you take me for? If you continue to stop me, I'm going to hate you." "Let me repeat once more." She inhaled deeply, gritted her teeth, and made sure to articulate each word very clearly. "I want to visit the washroom. F***ck. She had held it in the entire day, ever since they were on the space station. Mu Xuan and the others had been using all sorts of ways to stop her from visiting the washroom, insisting that she had to hold it until she returned to her own body. Wasn't the heavenly Silvani king the route to capturing them? F***ck the galactic safety, F***ck galactic peace, F***ck the peace between the two races. Even a galactic destruction couldn't stop someone from a nature's call. "I need the washroom, now, this instant." "See? Shut up. If you dare to object, I'll sever all ties with you this instant." Mu Xuan stilled, his face sinking. After half a minute, he seemed to have come to a conclusion. In a serious tone, he declared, "I'll accompany you. Get lost." A stunned crowd and the heavenly Silvani king. All of them had a pressing question: what did chasing after the flower of the heavenly tree have to do with going to the washroom? No one, however, had the courage to ask. It seemed far too scary. The heavenly Silvani king insisted that the flower of the heavenly tree has disappeared from the galaxy since he couldn't sense its presence. Initially, he had assumed it was because the royal tree's data had been changed, so the lighting Silvani king would be unable to find it, but Mu Xuan rejected that hypothesis since the flower of the heavenly tree wasn't even a real ship. The data couldn't just be altered so easily. Besides, due its connection to the lighting Silvani and the Bloodlines' bloodline suppression, it was impossible for the lighting Silvani king to not have contact of it. Since the heavenly Silvani king said that he couldn't sense the flower of the heavenly tree, it just meant that it really wasn't in the galaxy anymore. If it was true, it meant they are in the abyss, Yao Si blurted out. As expected, during such a critical timing, her thoughts were much clearer. Mu Xuan nodded, the thought having occurred to him as well. He opened a space portal. "We're heading to the blue planet." After passing through the portal, a familiar-looking blue planet came into sight. Lin Long hadn't been lying previously, he was almost done with the reconstruction of the blue planet. It was back to the familiar sight Yao Si knew well. But there was still a small portion missing at the bottom right corner with several tiny fragments floating at the top. The thing was about 95% completed. Flower of the heavenly tree. The heavenly Silvani king caught sight of the gigantic lotus straight away. Unlike before, it wasn't invisible and didn't require to be attacked to show up. This time, it floated openly, not the least bit afraid of being discovered. "Let's go in." Mu Xuan pulled at Yao Si's hand, and in a flash, they entered the flower of the heavenly tree. It was an endless sea of flowers, but this time, there wasn't a stunning beauty in the middle. Where are they? After scouring the place, they realized that the flower of the heavenly tree was empty. Both Lin Long and Lian Yu weren't in sight. Where had they gone? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 180, An Ancient Dog Leaves His Singlehood. Chapter 180, An Ancient Dog Leaves His Singlehood. Translator, King Bao. Editor, Dark Gem. After scouring the reconstructed blue planet and doing multiple scans over it, there still weren't any signs of Lian Yu and Lin Long. Other than the flower of the heavenly tree that was left stationed conspicuously in mid-air, there wasn't a single trace left behind. More and more loopholes started to emerge, and the entire situation seemed rather odd, as though it wasn't as simple as they had originally anticipated. Yao Si could understand Lian Yu's intentions for leaving the flower of the heavenly tree behind, since she probably already guessed that they tracked them through it. With the presence of the Lighting Sylvani King, the flower of the heavenly tree's safety could be guaranteed, and without the burden of it, they couldn't locate her anymore. But Yao Si couldn't understand why Lin Long would indulge in her willfulness. According to his stubborn personality, seeking his cooperation would be harder than ascending to the heavens. Even with the contractor's name on her, he had deliberately agitated her, forcing her to endure his vicious mouth and endless nagging. But Lian Yu was a stranger and a member of a race he despised and deemed to be inferior. In Galactic N, in that fleeting encounter, Lin Long hadn't unleashed his explosive personality, but instead seemed rather cooperative with Lian Yu, who was his kidnapper. Previously, when Yao Si had accidentally pulled him onto Ability Planet while he was frantically trying to mend the planet, he complained the entire journey. So this time, why was he so cooperative with Lian Yu's game of hide-and-seek spanning the whole galaxy? On top of that, he allowed her to station the flower of the heavenly tree on the blue planet he spent so much time to reconstruct. Something was certainly amiss. Was he really that bored, or did Lian Yu manage to convince him with her eloquence, moving this ancient single dog heart into obedience? When did the person who would create planets on impulse and keep galactic beasts as pets become so easygoing? Wasn't their race filled with ruthless and uncompromising bloodlings who despised other races except for? A bold assumption came to mind, and Yao Si's eyes went wide. Mu Xuan, do you think Lian Yu is Lin Long's contractor? Mu Xuan stilled, and his frown deepened. The thought seemed to have crossed his mind as well. It's possible. Lin Long had once mentioned that bloodlings would never be able to disobey their contractor's wishes. The only reasonable explanation for his compliance would be that he had bade his single dog life farewell. That's not right. A thought struck Yao Si. This isn't Lin Long and Lian Yu's first encounter. They had already met before on Heavenly Planet. Besides, there was a dispute between the both of them because of the flower of the heavenly tree. If she is really his contractor, why didn't he recognize her back then? Besides, if it was really so easy to find one's contractor, he wouldn't have been single for such a long time. Cici, Mu Xuan said in a low voice. Did Lin Long ever tell you how the pure breeds identify their contractors? He didn't. She shook her head while caressing her temples. He only mentioned that this ink represents a blood deed and that a pure breed would only have a blood deed with his contractor. Yes. I kept forgetting to ask you, what exactly is a blood deed? Why did you suddenly give it to me? She could only remember him biting her before he had left for the abyss. She had brushed it off as lack of experience, but on further thought, he seemed to have done it deliberately. The blood deed had to have been left behind at that time. I'm not too sure. Surprisingly, Mu Xuan had a blank look. He reached out to caress the mark on her forehead. At that time, it just felt like something I should do. Lin Long's claim about Mu Xuan being a pure breed that had sealed up his memory to live a brand new life seemed almost possible at that moment. Even without remembering anything, he still possessed the instinct that probed him into sealing the blood deed on his contractor. It's fine. Yao Si didn't spare much thought for the details. Regardless of whether Lian Yu is Lin Long's contractor, the most pressing matter right now is to locate them. The issue will be clarified once we find them. Besides, I have no intention of staying like this for much longer. Mu Xuan's expression sank, and he caressed her head again. I instructed the Red Planet to notify all the peers in the Alliance to sound an alarm when they enter. Si, try to recall if the Aves Queen ever mentioned any special place or anywhere she wants to bring you. She didn't. Yao Si shook her head. We only met 3 times, so how could our conversation go so far? Besides, every time we met, she would be either trying to kidnap me or proposing, so how would I know? Yao Si paused mid-sentence, a possibility striking her. She turned to head toward a certain someone who had secretly shrank and hidden the flower of the heavenly tree. Lighting Silvani King. Ah! The Lighting Silvani King trembled so much he almost dropped the heart in his hands. Sweat started to stream down his face. He. What else can I do for you? Lian Yu is your niece, so you know a lot about Aves, right? I do. Could he say he didn't? He was on his way to severing all ties with them, though. Where do Aves register their marriage? What? The Lighting Silvani King was struck with shock, but he still replied obediently, for Aves marriages, they would have to go to the fig tree in the royal Aves planet. Before he could finish his sentence, Mu Xuan's face went thoroughly black. He opened a portal to the royal Aves planet. Let's go. He tugged onto Yao Si and entered. Yao Si wasn't well acquainted with Lian Yu, but in their 3 fleeting meetings, the woman had kept harping repeatedly about one thing: let's register our marriage. Hence, the location Lian Yu most wanted to go to and was probably it should be marriage registration point. If they were really there, after such a long time, then. Yao Si felt her heart clench, but she tossed the thought aside and headed into the black space portal that Mu Xuan had opened. They were transported from Blue Planet to their location almost instantly. She caught sight of a massive tree at first glance. Even though it wasn't as big as the Lighting Silvani tree's real form, it was tall enough to reach the clouds. The branches were plentiful, and the leaves luxuriant, but they were colorless and slightly transparent. Under the bright sun, the leaves reflected sunlight, forming a mesh of colors akin to the aurora and creating a dream-like atmosphere. Directly below the tree were 2 figures. The one on the left was Lian Yu, and the one on the right was an immensely familiar face, the one Yao Si had been looking at for over 30 years. The moment they reached them, familiar vows were being read. Miss Yao Si, are you willing to take Miss Lian Yu as your wife, to have and to hold, from this day forward, for better or for worse, for richer or for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and cherish forever? I. Yao Si's heart shook, and before Lin Long could answer, she shouted out, what the F***ck you mean by you do? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 181, The Amazing Queen. Chapter 181, The Amazing Queen. Translator, King Bao. Editor, Dark Gem. It's you again. Lian Yu blared at Mu Xuan, flustered. We're already married, so don't you dare snatch Cici away. She hugged Lin Long anxiously while glancing over in caution. Lin Long showed no signs of restraint, hugging her back compliantly while awaiting Lian Yu's demands. Yao Si ignored her, turning towards a certain someone who was hiding behind her face. Her frustration grew the more she looked at him. Lin Long, do you have any idea what you are doing? If you dare to complete the ceremony, I will castrate myself. F***ck, Lin Long snarled, his expression sinking instantly. He then threatened her, Yao, if you dare touch my body, I'm going to destroy you, Don't you dare. Before she could respond, Mu Xuan took a step forward, shielding her behind him protectively while glaring at Lin Long coldly, his anger radiating off him in waves of cold. F***ck, try me. As compared to his past self which carried a single dog's aura, he was basking in confidence. He held onto Lian Yu's hand, prepared to show the entire world. Ha! What's so great about having a contractor? Who doesn't have one? Is Lian Yu really your contractor? Yao Si asked, not expecting her suspicions to be confirmed. That's right. Lin Long coughed, straightening to appear pleased, but he couldn't stop the flush rushing through him. How can that be? Haven't you guys met before? The contractor verification method for my race differs for individuals. I only managed to verify it at the space station, he replied firmly. Xiao Yu is my contractor, the one and only. All right. Yao Si inhaled deeply. It was a joyous event indeed, but I don't care if you found your contractor, but why the F***ck are you trying to marry her with my body? Did you perhaps develop an addiction to being a woman after staying a man for such a long time? Who the F***ck is addicted? Lin Long exploded instantly and took 2 steps forward to howl at her. Do you think I became this ghostly thing willingly? Isn't it your F***king fault? Appearance aside, you can't even make it in the height department. Every time I have to reach for something, I need to use a stool. You are constantly clothed in so many layers that I can't even remove them when I'm hot. Your self-healing isn't satisfactory, and you get a F***king tummy ache every month. Do you really think I'd want this troublesome body? If it wasn't because of Lian Yu, do you really think I would want to marry with this shell? You should clarify it with her. Did you really think I'd keep her in the dark? I already told her about it, but Lin Long turned to glance at Lian Yu. Something seemed to have come to his mind, for he flushed a deeper shade of red. She said that she'll like me regardless of what I become and we can be together forever as long as we get married. F***ck forever. Yao Si was on the verge of exploding too. Judging from Ergu's infatuated expression, he was probably blinded by love. Lian Yu remained nonchalant, not the least bit convinced by his explanation since such an absurd situation had never happened before. Follow me back to the ability planet, so we can change the bodies back. This instant, right now. No. I already promised Xiao Yu that I would get married to her first thing, and a bloodling never breaks a promise to his contractor. You are using my body right now. F***ck your promise, how is that any of my business? If you want to get married, do it after our bodies have swapped back. By then, you can do it 100 times for all I care. Who wants to do it 100 times? I only have one contractor. Do whatever you want, but first, let's change our bodies back, . No, I'm going to marry first then change back. F***ck, I'm going to kill you. F***ck, do you think I'm afraid of you? Yao Si stomped over while pushing her sleeves upwards. Hit me if you dare and I'll change my sex tomorrow. F***ck. Lian Yu grabbed onto Lin Long, don't snatch my CC. Lian Yu, Yao Si started, but Mu Xuan took a step forward to pull her back. Wait. He said softly while raising his hands. An overwhelming force rushed over like a violent tsunami wave and split the gigantic fig tree into several pieces with a loud explosion. The massive tree crashed around Lin Long. 10 minutes later. Lin Long was securely enclosed within the branches. Even though he didn't suffer any physical damage, his consciousness seemed badly bruised. He hugged his head wailing in pain, a stark contrast to his previous confident appearance. Mu Xuan let his power go and turned to Yao Si. You can talk now. They will listen. Yao Si was finally enlightened, don't restrain your in matters that can be settled with violence. She calmed down and turned to the trapped Lin Long and Lian Yu who was trying to save him. What are you going to do with Cici? Lian Yu asked cautiously while trying to pull Ergu out. If you dare harm her, I will fight to the end. Xiao Yu, Lin Long stopped howling, touched by her words. Goosebumps started to form on Yao Si's arms. She finally understood what people meant by saying the phrase foul smell of love. Enough. He will be fine. Lian Yu, there's something that needs to be clarified. Yao Si exhaled and tapped the tree root at the side, signaling her to take a seat. She then explained the entire incident about how her body had been swapped with that of Lin Long. Lian Yu fell into a daze for 5 minutes before turning toward her with a glazed look. She then looked back at Lin Long, who was trapped like a dumpling by the vines. Shortly after, she started to speak. "You mean that whatever he said before was true?" Her eyes went wide, full of disbelief. "He isn't Cece?" MMH. "You are?" "That's right." She nodded her head gravely. "You became a man?" For the moment. This is. I know this might be hard to understand. But it really happened. That's great. That's right, I'd what? What? Was she hearing things now? Lian Yu tossed Go's hand aside and turned to pull Yao Si into her embrace while jumping up and down in joy. That's great, we are more suited for marriage now. Let's not wait any longer and register for our marriage, alright? Come on, I've already filled up the registration form, so you just have to sign. She switched open her optical computer, and the alliance marriage registration form appeared before them. Yao Si. Mu Xuan. Lin Long. This reaction, wasn't it somehow not right? Sigma, degree. Cece, we are indeed a match made in heaven. It's great that you became a man. Now the old men in the Aves parliament won't be able to object. Isn't it just a successor? I'll give birth to a dozen, ha ha ha. Cece, what do you think about having 10 kids, or maybe 8? Do you like boys or girls? I'll listen to anything you say. Xiaoxiaoyu, Lin Long froze, looking at his empty palm in a daze. Lian Yu lowered her gaze. Who are you? Yao Si could hear the sound of a heart shattering. Should she say, Lian Yu was really not deserving of her queen title? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 182, A Team of Kidnappers. Chapter 182, A Team of Kidnappers. Translator, King Bao. Editor, Dark Gem. Cece, are you really not going to visit the Aves with me? We are a welcoming bunch. I'm not going. I'm serious, the scenery is beautiful. You won't get to see anything better in the entire galaxy. Once you have seen it, you won't ever want to leave. It's fine. Why don't we do some shopping in Eternal Brilliance? The last time I went, there were many new arrivals, so you could try them out. I don't lack clothes. How about the robot competition? Cece, didn't you specialize in robot previously? You would definitely like it. Lian Yu. How about that? How about it? Yao Si exhaled. Why don't you come down from the window first? She had been leaning against it for such a long time, so shouldn't be getting tired? It was the 4th floor, and she didn't have a habit of talking to someone through a window. Cece, the queen's face fell instantly, and she complained pitifully, the defense of your house has been upgraded again and I can't go in. It wasn't easy for me to climb to such a height either. You can use the front door. Was there a need to climb the window? I would like to. Her expression turned even more pitiful than before. That bastard Mu won't let me in. Cece, you have no idea how much effort it took me to see you, so are you sure you won't go out with me? 5 minutes would be enough. The corners of Yao Si's lips twitched. Would I still be able to come back once I leave this place? She had never expected for her absurd ability to be able to take things so far, causing Lian Yu to fall in love with her to such an extent. Regardless of the number of rejections, she remained persistent and enthusiastic in her chase. Moreover, it wasn't her appearance that Lian Yu had fallen for but her soul. After she had explained the situation, Lian Yu immediately accepted her change into a man, dumping Lin Long without a moment's hesitation. If it wasn't for Mu Xuan, she would have dragged Yao Si to impregnating herself the next second. After they returned from the Royal Avies planet, they immediately swapped their bodies back. Lian Yu remained faithful even after that, clinging onto her like a chewing gum, appearing everywhere she went. After several failed proposal attempts, Lian Yu ventured into other seduction methods, and there were several times when she had actually managed to succeed. Before Yao Si could even respond, she had been dragged out of the Red Planet, and they had reached as far as the outer edge of the star domain one of such dates. Her actions were driving two people crazy, one being Lin Long and the other Mu Xuan. Yao Si could sense the tension in him recently as he defended her from Lian Yu. He deported her out of the Red Planet and wouldn't let go of Yao Si's hand whenever they left the house. Every time an Avies was to pass them, he repeatedly checked to make sure that Yao Si was still beside him. Despite his efforts, Lian Yu still managed to catch hold of Yao Si after wrecking her brain for a while. The number of excuses she made up was enough to circle the Red Planet several times. As Lin Long's contractor, Lian Yu and her entire race were protected from being killed, as pure breeds would always instinctively avoid harming another Bloodlines contractor. "Cici, don't you like me? Even a little bit?" Lian Yu's voice sank. She seemed on the verge of tears, yet struggling to keep it in as she bit down her lip. "I just wanted to treat you a little better, see you a little more, talk to you more. Can't you agree to this tiny request of mine?" "I don't agree." Yao Si shook her head resolutely, without a hint of pity. "Besides, it's the 36th time I've heard this. Couldn't you change your words at least?" The last time she had agreed to her request, she ended up leaving the Red Planet. "All right." The Queen retracted her pitiful expression instantly and sighed deeply. "Since I love you so much, it's fine if you don't want to go out. I have thought it through and decided that love is acceptance. If you really like him, then I'll accept your relationship with him." She sniffed, struggling to look optimistic. "This time, I actually came to bid my last farewell." "Farewell?" Yao Si stilled, startled. "Yes, I'm the Avies Queen after all. It wouldn't look good for me to leave for such a long time. I intend to head back to the Royal Avies planet, and I won't disrupt you anymore." Yao Si inspected her closely. Even though she wasn't entirely convinced, she couldn't help loosening up. "It's good that you have figured things out. Mage, I hope you will be blissful." Her eyes reddened as she stared straight at Yao Si. It looked as though she was trying to engrave her every feature into her heart. After half a minute, she tapped a screen open and sent something over to Yao Si. "This is the Red Planet's emigration form. As the Lady of the Bloodlings, could you personally fill up this form as a last farewell to end off this unrequited love of mine?" Her voice lowered with every word as though she was struggling to suppress an immense sorrow, and it sent guilt roiling through Yao Si. She sighed deeply and succumbed to her pleas. "All right, dot." She tapped open her optical computer, and a red application form came through with an accept option at the side. Just as she was about to click on it, her heart skipped a beat as the many kidnappings during the past 4 months flashed past her eyes. Based on her experience, nothing was as it seemed, so she took a closer look at the application form. It was only when she found the words Red Planet Emigration Application Form at the top of the form that she finally eased up. But the form seemed to encompass bloodline traits, being a very festive red color. Wait a minute, festive? That wasn't right. In the past few months, Lian Yu had always entered the Red Planet through a space portal opened up by Lin Long, so there wasn't any need for the emigration form. Yao Si lifted her head, and Lian Yu, who had been staring at her intently, grimaced. "Lian Yu, is this, perhaps, a marriage registration form?" The Queen froze slightly before regaining her composure. She blinked before breaking into a sincere smile. He, how could that be? "Cici, believe me, this is an ordinary emigration form. Hurry and sign it. Don't your words make it even more extraordinary?" Little ball. Yao Si turned to call for her responsible intelligent defense system number 27. She pointed toward the application form and asked, "Scan this for me." "At your service, my dearest mother." Little Ball flew over and beeped twice after scanning her optical computer. In less than 2 seconds, he continued, "The scan shows that the document has been altered, dearest mother. Do you want Little Ball to restore it?" "Restore it." With another beep, the screen lit up, and the emigration form turned into a marriage registration form. Yao Si felt like puking blood at the absurdity of it. Angle. I knew it. I thought you would need a while more before finding out. Lian Yu's sorrow disappeared almost instantly, morphing into slight regret. "It's alright, I'll try again next time. I'll definitely marry you. There won't be a next time." A hostile voice spoke from behind Yao Si. Mu Xuan was back, and he looked up to glare at a certain someone who was lying against the window. There was someone else behind him, a man with a bruised nose, swollen face, and injuries all over his body. It was a sour-looking Lin Long. "Heh, you're back so quickly." Lian Yu wasn't the least bit anxious. Instead, she glanced toward the time on her optical computer before turning to look at the battered Lin Long. You managed to last for 6 minutes this time. Not bad at all, there's an improvement." Lin Long fell into a sight daze, his swollen face brightening as though he had heard heavenly news. "Really? Xiao Yu, your happiness is all that matters." He forced out a smile, squeezing his face into a scary mess. Mu Xuan. Yao Si. What sort of odd pairing is this? Yao Si finally witnessed the extent to which a pure-blooding would indulge his contractor. The only reason Lian Yu could enter the Red Planet was because of Lin Long. There seemed to be something wrong with him, since he was obeying Lian Yu's every demand, which was nothing akin to his previous shrewd personality. He was totally submissive to the point he disregarded his own morals. For the past few months, one of them would be tasked to divert Mu Xuan's attention while the other would be in charge of kidnapping Yao Si. Once in a while, they would engage in a mixed battle, which showcased their chemistry. Even though Lin Long would be bitter the entire process, he would endure it, obediently indulging Lian Yu. With just a praise from her, a smile would blossom on his face. "Cici, you have to believe that I'm the one that loves you the most. Wait for me, I'll come back, . Before she could complete her sentence, Mu Xuan had already slammed the button to shut the blinds. With a loud thud, Lian Yu fell from the window, and Lin Long disappeared as well. Needless to say, he had went to pick her up. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 183, Let's Have a Talk. Chapter 183, Let's Have a Talk. Translator, King Bao. Editor, Dark Gem. Even after multiple failed kidnapping attempts, Lian Yu still didn't give up and instead got even more aggressive, using all sorts of methods to enter Yao Si's bedroom. Some of them included the dining table, galactic web, the toilet. It would always catch Yao Si off guard. With such a persistent pursuer, both her and Mu Xuan were starting to feel mentally lethargic. The one hit the worst would be Lin Long though. He was the one who did not voice any objection, but had instead supported Lian Yu throughout. Even if he was bashed up by Mu Xuan every single time, he remained conscientious without any complaints. Yao Si had only heard about people being cuckolded by others, not about people getting themselves cuckolded. Was he dumb? However, Lin Long had a logical response. Once you have found someone you spent such a long time trying to find, would you bear to reject their requests? Would you? I definitely have to indulge her in all ways. He seemed to make sense, which left Yao Si at a loss for words. She started to recall her interactions with Mu Xuan. Even though he hadn't pampered her to the same extreme as Lin Long, his contractor, he never rejected her anything she desired, even if it had been life-threatening. Lin Long's problem could only be resolved from the root. Dearest, do you have thoughts of marrying me today? Lian Yu smiled radiantly as she left the space portal. No. It's alright, I'll ask again next time. Why don't we spend 5 minutes on a date? Maybe that would change your mind. Okay. Lin Long can still last for a while, so how about 5 what? What? Lian Yu's eyes went wide, disbelief clouding her face. Cece, you agreed. I have something to tell you. If you have time, wait for me in the living room. I'll be there shortly. For you, I'll always have time, she exclaimed joyously. Cece, you can tell me everything. I'll listen to anything you say. That, Yao Si could feel a vein bulging on her forehead, on the verge of erupting. Could you let me use the washroom in F*King piece? Can't you see that I'm still using the toilet? Why did she always have such unconventional entrances? She was either climbing through the window, drilling through a wall, or crawling in from underground. That wasn't a way to get girls, but a terrifying attack. If you weren't a woman, I would definitely beat you up. But, Lian Yu hesitated, taking several glances at the toilet door. Hurry up and get out. Don't worry, I've spoken to Mu Xuan, and he won't be back so soon. That is if you don't drag me away forcefully. Alright, I'll be waiting. Reassured, the queen opened the door to head out. At the last moment though, she turned back bashfully and gave her a coquettish glance. Yao Si suddenly felt constipated. After settling her personal issues with much difficulty, she found a certain someone sitting on the sofa, waiting for her return obediently. In front of her was a screen, and on closer inspection, Yao Si found a marriage registration and another screen with articles like Top 10 Things to Do When Dating, Guide to a Honeymoon Trip, Adoption Guide for AVs, Interactions of Old Couples, etc. The corners of Yao Si's lips twitched uncontrollably. Should she praise the queen for thinking so far? Straight face. Cece, Lian Yu's eyes gleamed when she reappeared. Hurry over and help me choose. There are so many guides on the web that I'm spoilt with choice. If we start now, we'll be blissful in the future. She pulled onto Yao Si's hand and inched over. Yao Si felt a weight hanging against her, 2 lumps pressed against her non-existential chest. A wave of emotions surging within her. F***CK, was Lian Yu teasing her lack of substance? Lian Yu. She pushed the other aside, then sucking in a deep breath before channeling her most serious expression. We need to talk. Mage, I'm all ears. Are you sure the one you like is really me? Of course. She nodded without a second's thought. What do you like about me? Why do you need a reason? I just like you, she said, giving a political response. Love needs no reasons. Who says there isn't a reason for love? Yao Si retorted before enunciating her next words carefully. I like Mu Xuan because he is handsome, strong, and most importantly, his care for me is genuine. He pampers me, protects me, and provides me with something reliable in this foreign world. I have been an orphan since young, so I don't have an understanding of family, but now my home is wherever Mu Xuan is. I finally have a place I can return to. That is something he has given to me, and that's why I like him. I'm the only one in his heart, and I would like for him to be the only one in mine. Do you understand? But I like you too. Lian Yu rushed to explain herself. I want to be with you and stay by your side. I feel happy when I see you and feel sad when I leave you. If that isn't liking someone, then what is it? Lian Yu, I have explained this before, but my ability is the reason behind your feelings for me. I'm sorry, but I don't have a solution to reverse this, but if you were to think it through, other than the feelings forced upon you by the ability, are you really that bent on being with me? In the past few months, we have met quite frequently, but do you know me? Let me ask a simple question, do you even know what I like to eat? I. She was stumped for words. Look, you never even thought about trying to know me. No, this question doesn't count since we haven't even eaten together before. Lian Yu retorted. Why don't you tell me? I'll remember it once we get married. I'll know you better with time, I definitely will. I like spicy food, and this is something the entire bloodline race knows. Yao Si sighed. Lian Yu, your understanding of me is worse than of any bloodling out there. It really isn't as you persistently assume, that I'm the only one for you. That's not true. She shook her head firmly. Your ability aside, Cece, you are such a nice person and have helped me out in the heavenly planet. So how could I not fall for you? Lin Long has helped you before. Yao Si stated. And not just once. Besides, he has been helping you to this very moment. So do you like him too? That, he did it willingly. Her eyes flashed as she shunned the question aside. I didn't force him. Are you sure you don't like Lin Long at all? Of course. Who would like such a burly man, that? Back then, who was the one who cheered when I had become a man? He is hateful, always sticking to me to the point that I can't seem to chase him away. Moreover, he giggles like a retard every day while hovering around me. Every time I instruct him to divert Mu Xuan's attention, he returns with a body full of injuries which I then have to tend. What a useless person. She grew increasingly agitated as she scolded him, listing a whole list of his shortcomings. Also, he's a clean freak. He needs to change his clothes several times a day and can't seem to tolerate even the least bit of dust, cleaning my entire home repeatedly. It's so irritating. Even though he's a grown man, he loves small animals, gifting them to me and boasting about his ability to create every species in existence. Heh, such arrogance. Who cares about that? I'm the queen of the Aves, so how could such trickery amuse me? After I prohibited him from the royal planet of the Aves, he created a planet nearby to become my neighbor. But who wants to be his neighbor? Cece, you don't know. Yao Si realized that she had unknowingly unleashed a chatterbox. She covered all grounds for about half an hour before stopping. It was only then that she noticed Yao Si's smile and froze, sinking into a daze. She couldn't quite comprehend her vast understanding of Lin Long. See, you know Lin Long much better than you know me. And you say there's nothing going on. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 184, No Title. Chapter 184, No Title. Translator, King Bao. Editor, Dark Gem. Lian Yu sunk into silence. Even though she yearned to retaliate, she was at a loss. Countless expressions flashed past her face as she stayed in a daze. Mu Xuan and Lin Long were probably already aware of her feelings. They were perhaps not enough to be called love yet, but they were definitely more than the ability-generated feelings she felt toward Yao Si. This explained how the arrogant Lian Yu could exploit Lin Long with such ease and without guilt, even though she already knew Yao Si like Mu Xuan. Humans were generally more unrestrained toward people they were close. Deep inside, Lian Yu had already accepted Lin Long. As for his indulgence for her actions, he was sure that there was no chance of her getting together with Yao Si. Moreover, he had to have already detected her feelings. It was particularly obvious during the period Lin Long and Yao Si had swapped their bodies. Even though Lin Long had told her his identity, she didn't bother trying to clarify the situation and had instead dragged him to register marriage. This proved that Lian Yu had a misconception in regards to her feelings. In truth, she didn't like Yao Si at all. It was all due to the ability that had caused the illusion. Lian Yu was full of confusion. After half a second, she shook her head, unwilling to accept the situation. That's not true. Cece, you are really the only one I like. Lin Long is such an annoying person, how could I like him? She paused, unable to complete the sentence. I guess a stimulant is necessary. He really is rather annoying. Right? Right? Lian Yu agreed, nodding aggressively at the common consensus. You think so too, don't you? It isn't just me. Mu Xuan feels the same way as well. Lin Long has been irritating him for the past few days, hence he decided to solve this problem once and for all. Solve the problem? Lian Yu stilled. Well, what do you mean? Why else do you think Mu Xuan isn't back yet? Yao Si waved her hand dismissively. He is the king of the bloodlings after all, so he spared Lin long before on account of being fellow clansmen, but even the mildest temper can be enraged after such constant irritation. Before Mu Xuan left, he reassured me that Lin Long would never be a hassle again. What? Lian Yu bolted upright. We talked for, she lowered her head to glance at the time. It's almost half an hour. With Mu Xuan's ability, it should already be. Before she could even finish her sentence, Lian Yu had already dashed out like a gust of wind, completely forgetting that Lin Long was a pure-breed bloodling that couldn't be killed. Ah! If it isn't true love. Ever since the day Lian Yu had been scared off, she seemed to have smartened up, steering clear of the Red Planet for an entire month. That day, Lin Long was so badly bruised he could barely stand upright, triggering Lian Yu into attacking Mu Xuan. Due to her contractor status, Mu Xuan wasn't able to retaliate, hence, he vented his frustration on Lin Long even more. After several months, tranquility finally came to Yao Si and Mu Xuan. They could sleep in peace whilst in each other's embrace, but as usual, nothing happened. Once Lian Yu's problem had been resolved, Yao Si finally had time to think about her own issues. That was when she uncovered a pressing problem: she still lacked a signature from her coming-of-age test. Moreover, due to the swapping of body mishap, Mu Xuan wasn't going to allow her back to Ability Planet anytime soon. This meant that she was still a young cub. When she finally processed the situation, she wanted to vomit blood. She glanced over at Mu Xuan, who had one arm around her and the other on the optical computer where he was searching for something, and she felt an urge to cry. Lian Yu's forceful intrusion seemed to have triggered Mu Xuan, elevating his tolerance for intimate acts. He no longer flushed from just holding her hand and would now kiss and hug her every single day. They had done everything a couple would do except crossing that last line. He would always manage to stop at the last crucial moment, and Yao Si couldn't help but suspect that he had a special emergency program installed within him. Now that Lian Yu's problem was almost completely resolved, it would be a matter of time before she got together with Lin Long. Without that kind of interference, Yao Si predicted that her intimacy with Mu Xuan was bound to fall. Her mind went crazy with a single topic: 100 ways to eat tofu. She pondered on how to convince Mu Xuan that she was already experienced. Just then, he came up with an unexpected request. Cici, let's register our marriage. What? She wasn't sure if she was hearing things, and her whole body went still. Could you repeat what you said? Was it consummate or marry? Mu Xuan froze, his originally cold face burning up instantly. In order to hide it from her sight, he pulled her into his embrace. Don't talk nonsense. What are you thinking about? If you aren't willing. I'm willing. Who said I wasn't? Yao Si pounced on him, pressing him onto the sofa. What a surprise, the pure-minded old man actually proposed voluntarily. It could only be considered a miracle. Was she dreaming? I'm willing, all right? That's good. He shifted his head, avoiding her gaze. But instinctively, he still tightened his grip around her to prevent her from falling. With forced seriousness, he continued, even though we bloodlings aren't big on marriage registration, but to prevent that Aves from using this excuse to harass you, why don't we just register it? Then no one could snatch you from me. So it was because of Lian Yu, Yao Si realized. The past few months of continuous harassment had to have been a traumatic experience for him. With that, Yao Si could only praise Lian Yu. You did well. Cici, I understand that this request is a little overboard. Mu Xuan seemed worried that she would misunderstand and explained himself with absolute seriousness. You've been in hibernation for such a long time right after courting, so you might not be able to comprehend what a bloodling's eternity means, so I'm afraid you might regret it in the future. I originally planned on going slow, but your ability is a little unique. Even thought the Yavis had been enlightened, she isn't a bloodling after all. But if you don't agree on it, then, Great, great, great. It's terrific. Yao Si interrupted his words and grabbed his face in her palms to give him a kiss. Wasn't he just being jealous and wanting to eradicate all possibilities of her escaping? She gives 32 thumbs up for such a forward method. Let's register, right now. Should we consummate our marriage first or should we hold our wedding ceremony first? Since you've been single for so many years, you might not understand. How about this, to prevent you from regretting, why don't you test it out before buying? Why don't we try it tonight? It's urgent, and I've been waiting for a while. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 185, Toward a New World. Chapter 185, Toward a New World. Translator, King Bao. Editor, Dark Gem. The plans to register marriage were thwarted when Lin Long sent a message for them to head back, since he had completed the reconstruction of the blue planet. Yao Si was confused when she received the message. Hadn't he already found his contractor? Why did he still want to go back? Was there something wrong with his relationship? Mu Xuan shared a glance with her before opening a space portal to the reconstructed blue planet. It was only when they caught sight of both Lian Yu and Lin Long standing together that they heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that they weren't having a conflict after all. CC. Lian Yu was the first to notice their presence, and out of habit, she pounced onto Yao Si. The faces of the two men darkened instantly. Lin Long hurriedly pulled Lian Yu aside while Mu Xuan did the same with Yao Si. What are you doing? Let go of me. Lian Yu turned to glare at Lin Long. Xiao Yu. Lin Long sighed. He didn't retort as was normal to him, but instead pleaded with her in a placating tone. You promised me. What did I promise? Lian Yu rolled her eyes. The agreement was temporary. Don't you understand what temporary mean? Let go of me. Lin Long released her cautiously, tenderness oozing from his every move. His whole being was shrouded with the stench of love. Yao Si could no longer associate him with the potty-mouthed individual in her memory. You guys? Yao Si glanced between them, which was when she noticed a familiar blood deed mark on Lian Yu's forehead. Hey, wasn't he a little quick? It didn't take long for him to catch her, so why was he still going back? Cici, why don't you come along with us? Lian Yu extended both arms in an attempt to beg for a hug. Come along? Yao Si exclaimed. Where are you going? Of course she's going home with me. Lin Long lifted his head in pride as his arms circled around her possessively, which was then swatted away by her paws. Are pure breeds required to report back once they found their contractors? Yao Si asked. That's not necessary. He glanced over at Lian Yu with affection pouring from his eyes. Generally, we follow our contractor. Then? Why was he going back? My situation is a little unique, he explained. I wasn't in this universe just to find my contractor, but also on a mission. Now that I have Xiaoyu, his eyes curved up, I won't be able to continue with my mission and have to head back to tie up some loose ends. You're bringing Lian Yu to another universe? Of course. He nodded firmly. It took me so much effort to find her, so naturally I won't be able to bear leaving her even for a second. He lowered his head and glanced down at her. It seemed as though she was all that he could see. It sent goosebumps all over Yao Si. As expected of someone who had been single for such a long time, he was indeed insufferable. Lian Yu, on the contrary, remained nonchalant as though accustomed to his actions. Are you guys still coming back? Yao Si asked. Cece, Lian Yu's eyes lit up instantly, and she looked at her with excitement. I knew you wouldn't be able to bear for me to leave. I won't be able to bear it as well, my heart will always be here with you. If you were to stop me, I wouldn't go. The corners of Yao Si's lips twitched. You can go then. That incorrigible ability. Cece, Lian Yu's eyes dimmed. With a hurt expression, she was about to say something more, but Lin Long cut in impatiently. We will be back soon. Mu. He lifted his head to glare furiously at Mu Xuan. You guys promised that you would help me open a portal back to my original universe, so now's the time for you to fulfill your promise. Mu Xuan frowned, but without another word, he took a step forward. What do I have to do? You just have to use all of your power to open the biggest space portal you can. I'll deal with the rest, Lin Long explained. The biggest space portal? Yao Si asked. How big is that? Lin Long raised his finger toward the blue planet. About the size of it. F***CK. Isn't that too big? Are you planning on bringing the entire planet back? Hurry, hurry. He rushed them impatiently. I've already contacted my race after reconstructing the blue planet and promised to return at this time, so don't cause me to be late. Mu Xuan? Yao Si asked with worry. After all, opening a space portal of such a scale would definitely pose some difficulty. Mu Xuan caressed her head to reassure her before stepping forward with his hands raised. Shortly after, a black hole appeared. It enlarged rapidly, and soon, it filled the void above the blue planet. F***CK, that was fast. You are indeed a monster, Lin Long muttered with envy. He tapped open his optical computer and almost instantly several screens appeared. He clicked endlessly while shouting, hold on for a while with the portal about this size. After 10 minutes, he clicked something which ignited a green glow near the blue planet before the portal Mu Xuan had opened up. With a loud eruption, the green glow spread across the opening like an external layer, and seconds later, the entire portal was covered. It's done! Lin Long exclaimed with joy. The next moment, the portal about the size of the blue planet started to shrink rapidly. The core, which was black with a green middle, started to merge into a single white color. Mu Xuan, who was maintaining the portal with ease, started to frown as beads of perspiration started to form along his forehead. Mu Xuan! Yao Si, who had been focusing on him the entire time, was the first to detect his struggle. Her heart clenched with worry. Are you okay? Don't worry, he won't die. Lin Long rolled his eyes. Do you think it'd be easy to create a portal between two universes? Back then, both me and the old man used a great amount of power just to come over. Since he's doing it alone right now, it's definitely exhausting. But after recuperating for a few days, he'll be fine. I'm fine. Mu Xuan turned over to reassure Yao Si. Even though she was trusted him, she could not help turning to glare at the culprit. Didn't you open the portal with the old man? Why aren't you doing anything this time, forcing my Mu Xuan to tackle it alone? F***CK, who's going to operate the portal switching device if both of us were to activate our abilities? Lin Long glared at her, pointing to the shrinking portal. Can you see that green glow? It's the power I compressed into the portal switching device. The state of my ability isn't much better than that of Mu Xuan. Besides, if you guys hadn't killed my king beast, we wouldn't be suffering so much right now. Alright, Yao Si didn't have a comeback for that. As the portal continued to shrink, its glow intensified. After half an hour, the blinding light started to dim, and at about 5 to 6 meters tall coalesced. Its interior was completely white. Was that the portal to the other universe? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 186, Bloodlines Grand Prince. Chapter 186, Bloodlines Grand Prince. Translator, King Bao. Editor, Dark Gem. It's finally open. Lin Long heaved a sigh of relief. Mu Xuan retracted his hand, exhaustion tainting his usually indifferent face. Mu Xuan, are you alright? Yao Si rushed over to support him. MMH, Mu Xuan replied, pulling her into his embrace. He slouched down in exhaustion, leaning almost his entire weight onto her. With a deep exhale, he reassured her. I'm fine. Her heart clenched as she tightened her hands around him. Xiaoyu, let's go home. Lin Long wasn't the least bit interested in their lovey-dovey actions. He hugged Lian Yu and headed toward the portal with excitement. What are you doing? Before Lian Yu could react, she was already midway to the portal. Both surprised and embarrassed, she swatted his arm away while chiding, I can walk, put me down. Yes, my Xiaoyu. Lin Long broke into a radiant smile. Yet even though he agreed verbally, he tightened his hands around her. He looked as satisfied as if he had conquered the whole world. Yao Si could almost see pink hearts surrounding him. Their bickering seemed paradoxically harmonious, and a term floated into her mind, illicit love affair. Don't ever come back, heh. She tightly clenched onto her nanny dad. Oh. Just as the two were about to enter the portal, the white glow suddenly started to flicker. They seemed to have met with a barrier that bounced them back. Lin Long was caught off guard, and both of them were flung backward. Fortunately, Mu Xuan went forward on time and cushioned their fall with an air wall. What's wrong? Yao Si asked in confusion. The portal failed? That's not it. Lin Long helped Lian Yu stabilize. His gaze filled with shock and cautiousness when he focused on the portal ahead. Someone is coming over from the other side. What? Yao Si stilled, unable to process his words. It took her a while to figure out that since the portal was to Lin Long's world, then what he said meant, other ancestors were coming over. Her heart sank, and she glanced over at the portal. As expected, it suddenly started to morph as though someone was trying to break through it. Less than a minute later, a pale hand appeared, fumbling about experimentally before gradually emerging from within. An unfamiliar man appeared at the entrance of the portal. He was clothed in a black retro-looking robe made from an undecipherable material that was smooth and form-fitting. The man had a healthy complexion that was horrifyingly white. His head was slightly lifted. As if from habit, he looked both solemn and unapproachable. His chilly gaze stood out in particular. It didn't seem like anything in the world was worthy enough for him. Yao Si couldn't help feeling guarded against him. He seemed to have come with ill intentions. Are you the one I assigned to search this universe? The man's gaze narrowed as it fell on Lin Long. His head remained lifted in what looked like contempt. Lin Long stilled, frowning in displeasure. That's right, I'm Lin Long. And you are? The newcomer smirked, dismissing his question. Instead, he started caressing the ring with a rose carving on his right thumb. Lin Long's eyes went wide suddenly as though he had came across something unbelievable. You are, he went down on one knee, performing a greeting Yao Si had never seen before and saluting politely. Grand Prince. Grand Prince? Who's that? Everyone was full of confusion. The pompous man nodded, his expression still one of disdain. We have received your report, so I'm here to verify. Verify? Lin Long stilled slightly, full of confusion. What was there for him to verify? Even though he hadn't completed the mission, it wasn't grave enough to warrant a punishment. Besides, in all the years, many other clansmen had been assigned the same mission and not one of them had managed to complete it successfully. There also wasn't a reason for the clan to be prejudiced against him. It certainly wasn't serious enough for them to assign someone of the Grand Prince level to head down for him. You found your contractor? The man asked, not intending to explain himself. Lin Long glanced over at Lian Yu unconsciously before nodding. Yes, Grand Prince. The man smirked, then turned to Lian Yu with a frown before moving his gaze to Yao Si and Mu Xuan. Suddenly, he stilled and his body flashed, appearing right before her. His gaze fixed on Yao Si, or rather the marking on her forehead. You are a contractor too. His eyes lit up instantly when he caught sight of her, and his lips curved upwards into a smile. There are indeed 2 contractors here. The flame in his gaze started to intensify even as he tried to suppress an overwhelming surge of excitement. Yao Si took a step back instinctively. The Grand Prince was making her uncomfortable. Great, that's great. His smile brightened, and he diverted his satisfied gaze back to Lin Long. Even though you are an ordinary clansman, you have accomplished an amazing feat. You can just wait here, no need to report back. He waved his hand, attempting to suppress the excitement within him as he glanced around at the surroundings. From today onwards, this universe belongs to us. Yao Si felt her heart sink. This seemed like an inauspicious omen. What do you mean? I meant it literally, the Grand Prince explained in a rather jolly mood. Our clansmen have been traveling through different universes our whole lives just to find their contractors, but the success rate is far too low, not even hitting 5%. There has never been an instance when 2 contractors were found in the same universe. No. There could even be 3 of them. He grew increasingly excited. This has never happened before, so there might be 4, 5, 6, or even more. This universe is of utmost importance to our race, which is why I was sent here to verify the phenomenon. If it is true, our whole race will head over. Yao Si's heart tightened. She was certain it definitely wouldn't be just about finding partners. What are you going to do with this universe? To aid our people in finding their contractors, naturally we would have to capture everyone. The Grand Prince replied flippantly. You intend to invade our universe? F***ck. A war was on the line. His words stunned everyone present. Just one ancestor could destroy their world, let alone a whole bunch of million-year-old single dogs. Who in their universe could stop them? It's just a small universe, so what's the big deal? The Grand Prince narrowed his eyes, disregarding the magnitude of waging a war on the whole world. Instead, he waved at Lin Long. Wait here, I'll head back to announce the good news. He turned as he spoke, preparing to enter the white portal. Stand there! Yao Si shouted out anxiously. Mu Xuan reacted swiftly, and with a flash of his hand, a bright light smashed against the portal, destroying it instantly. The Grand Prince definitely couldn't go back. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 187, Traitors of the Clan. Chapter 187, Traitors of the Clan. Translator, King Bao. Editor, Dark Gem. The moment the portal linking the 2 universo disappeared, the prince's expression sunk, seemingly preparing to stir up a storm. He turned over to glower at them, and his voice was cold enough to penetrate their bones. What are you doing? Your Majesty. Lin Long tightened his grip around Lian Yu unconsciously. With a deep inhale seemingly to gather his courage, he took a step forward. This universe isn't like ours, and it has countless other races. Even if our clan wishes to search for contractors, there isn't a need to wage a war. It's a decision made by the clan. But, the other races would definitely retaliate. If there were contractors within that bunch, Lin Long continued. That's precisely why we have to take control as soon as possible to prevent unnecessary mishaps. The prince stood his ground. He glanced over at Yao Si and Lian Yu before adding icily, you should understand the importance of a contractor. Even if the chances are slim, it's still worth our effort. Yao Si grew increasingly frustrated. That man wanted to take control of all the races so that his clansmen could pick and choose with ease? How was that logical, and who gave them the right? You intend to enslave everyone just because your clan wants to find their contractors? They're just worthless races. The Grand Prince scoffed as though taking over a universe wasn't a major affair. They should feel honored that my clan looks upon them so highly. Bullshit. Lian Yu, who had been restraining herself all the while, finally exploded. Are you King crazy, that? Xiao Yu. Lin Long grabbed her hand in an attempt to stop her, but it had little effect. Did I say something wrong? In the heat of the moment, Lian Yu flicked his hand aside. Lin Long, are your clansmen all dumb? What kind of Grand Prince is this? How can he view a war so lightly? Do you think wars are fun? Let me warn you, if you King touch my avies, I'll castrate you. This is our world, so who gives you the right to make any decisions? Xiao Yu. Who gave us the right? The Grand Prince smirked slightly before replying. Our abilities give us the right. A sudden and immense force erupted, cocooning a huge area of the neighboring galaxies. It was an indescribable power that sent chills through their blood, weakened their limbs, and left them with a suffocating fear. His force seemed like an ability, but it didn't possess any aggression. Mu Xuan took a step forward, activating his mental strength to suppress the force. It was only then that Yao Si felt slightly better. Are you trying to betray the clan? The Grand Prince frowned, displeased with Mu Xuan's resistance. He turned to sweep Yao Si a glance before a thought struck him, and he smiled slyly. Do you know the consequence of betraying the clan? Yao Si's heart sank. Before she could process his words, Lin Long's face went as pale as a sheet. He shouted out anxiously, "Run!" and hugged onto Lian Yu before opening a space portal. It was the first time that Yao Si had seen him in such a terrified state. He hadn't been this panicky even on the verge of death from Mu Xuan's beatings. This time, however, he wasn't even going to fight. Escape was his only reaction. Do you think you can escape? The Grand Prince smirked, and a red wall appeared in the pitch-black darkness. It was similar to the highly dangerous light that Mu Xuan and Lin Long had summoned up previously. But this time, the glow had morphed into a large surface and was increasing in size, changing them and the blue planet behind them into a sea of red. The space portal that Lin Long had opened up disappeared instantly as though forcefully shut closed. Blood prison. Lin Long murmured, his face paling and his hands trembling. Yao Si stilled. What was a blood prison? The next moment, clusters of red light flew toward them from all directions, piercing through the darkness like a sky full of shooting stars. But more importantly, Yao Si couldn't seem to move an inch. Despite her struggle, she remained paralyzed, defenseless against the impending light rays. When they were about to reach her, she felt a tug and entered Mu Xuan's embrace. At the same time, he summoned a transparent barrier to shield them. The clusters of light rays fell against it simultaneously, emitting an endless stream of thumps before exploding into red sparks. Before Yao Si could relax, Mu Xuan vomited a mouthful of blood. Mu Xuan. Her heart clenched. Mu Xuan had been in a weak state from opening the portal, so after blocking the Grand Prince's attack, he could barely hold on. I'm fine. He pressed her head against his chest, unwilling to let her witness his pained state. How could you be fine when you just vomited blood? Lin Long. Lian Yu seemed to have understood the gravity of the situation and yanked the dazed Lin Long around. Stop dreaming and come help out. Lin Long snapped back to his senses, but he still hesitated slightly. He glanced back and forth between Lian Yu and Mu Xuan before finally gritting his teeth. He seemed to have came to a decision, for he raised his hand to summon 4 purple fire dragons which he directed at the Grand Prince. The bloodling frowned. He halted his red light ray attacks and steered them toward the fire dragons instead. Shortly after, the dragons were all eradicated. You're going to rebel too? He swept a glance at Lin Long and Lian Yu. I don't have a choice. Lin Long spread open his palms, a relaxed determination replacing his previous caution. I can't go against my contractor's wishes. Since you don't have a contractor, you can't understand my feelings even if you are the Grand Prince. Lin Long was clearly flaunting his relationship, and the Grand Prince's face darkened. His stoic face twitched as flames lit up his eyes. He took a moment to compose himself before gritting his teeth and growling out his next words. Heh, so what if you have a contractor? Those who have betrayed the clan will be killed together with their contractor. He was like an enraged lion as he raised his hand to summon another red glow directed at them. F***CK. Yao Si suddenly realized that calling the two men traitors was just an excuse for him to attack her in Lianyu. Isn't that jealousy? It's F***King jealousy. The ancient single dogs were indeed the absolute worst. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 188, How Dare You Harm My Man? Chapter 188, How Dare You Harm My Man? Translator, King Bao. Editor, Dark Gem. Yao Si took it that the Grand Prince title would be awarded to the pure breed with the strongest ability. Just to look at the sky full of red light rays was enough to attest for the guy's unimaginable power. She couldn't help feeling relief about destroying the portal so decisively. If more of these horrifying pure breeds were to come over, any number of galaxies would be destroyed. Even though he was strong, if both Mu Xuan and Lin Long were to join hands. Fine. There was still absolutely no chance of winning. Underscore. A bolt of red ray pierced Lin Long, sending him backward. Blood burst out from him endlessly. Lin Long! Lianyu screamed as she held onto his blood-stained body, her eyes tearing up. How are you? Are you all right? Yao Si asked with concern. In order to open up the portal, both Mu Xuan and Lin Long had already exhausted a large chunk of their abilities, so they had little chance to win. Besides, the Grand Prince was way too strong. He had managed to annihilate Lin Long's attack in a matter of seconds. Without the interference, the Grand Prince directed his attack at his original targets once more. The rays fell onto the protective barrier repeatedly, their intensity increasing with each blow. Gradually, cracks started to form. Our abilities are suppressed by the blood prison. Lin Long coughed out a mouthful of blood as he pointed toward the red glow above them. He has absolute authority here, and there isn't any ability that can surpass his. F***CK, so that was the reason he built the prison. It explained why Lin Long's ability had been dealt with so swiftly. What could she do then? What could she do? If we can't use our abilities, we can use something else, Mu Xuan said in a low voice. He wiped the bloodstain on his lips before taking a step forward. What did that mean? If we can't use our abilities, Lin Long took a while to process his words, but when he did, his eyes went wide. Are you perhaps? You're crazy, look at the state you are in. He wanted to use his mental strength. Do you have any other suggestions? Lin Long was silent. If their abilities were restricted, the only thing they could use was their mental strength. But mental strength was one's consciousness, so if... Yao Si understood it as well, and her heart sank as her grip tightened around Mu Xuan's shirt. She lifted her head to glance up at him. Mu Xuan! Don't worry, everything will be all right. Mu Xuan raised his hand to caress her head before adding, trust me. She tightened her fists before releasing them slowly. Mu Xuan moved her behind him, then a monumental strength came blasting from him. It penetrated the sky full of red light and headed straight for the Grand Prince. The ancestor was caught off guard and took a direct hit. Success! Yao Si's spirits lifted, but on closer inspection, she realized that the effects were fleeting. The Grand Prince shook himself slightly before straightening, his hollow dark eyes staring straight at them. You intend to retaliate with mental strength? At your level, ha! A layer of golden aura formed around him, reflecting Mu Xuan's mental strength. Is it useless? Yao Si's heart chilled. No, it's useful. Lin Long exclaimed. His consciousness was damaged, or he'd be attacking instead of putting up a protective barrier. He glanced up at Mu Xuan. Not bad at all, Mu. I only knew of your perverted ability, but I never expected that your mental strength would be so perverted as well. You really aren't human. Is that how you compliment others? Push on, as long as you penetrate his consciousness, we will be able to win. Ha! I'll kill all of you before you can do that. The Grand Prince smirked, but his face was a little pale. The next moment, a ferocious attack headed straight for them, clouding their vision red. PSSH. The bloodstains on the corner of Mu Xuan's lips started to increase as more cracks showed up on their barrier. F***CK. Lin Long cursed in frustration. He stood up and gathered all the power within him to summon up another barrier. The next round of attacks smashed straight through the outer barrier onto Lin Long's barrier. It wasn't of comparable strength, and the instant the red light rays made contact, he spat out countless mouthfuls of blood. It was a ghastly sight. Lin Long. Lian Yu was at a loss. She was trembling all over as tears poured out from her eyes. Lin Long gritted his teeth and glanced over at Mu Xuan, who was trying to penetrate the Grand Prince's mental defense. Push on, Mu. I'm at my limit. You just need to penetrate that defense, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Penetrate that defense, we just need to penetrate that layer of defense? Yao Si glanced at the bloodstained Lin Long before turning toward the pale Mu Xuan and gritted her teeth. She was going to go all out as well. She then activated all her mental strength. F***CK, what are you doing? Lin Long exclaimed in shock, being the first to detect her actions. Don't be rash. You won't be able to help with your mental strength, you probably won't even be able to walk. Before he could finish his sentence, Yao Si's mental strength flashed toward the Grand Prince like a ray of light that hit his head in physical form. Was that mental strength? Wasn't that a F***king tile? Lin Long stilled, and a red light ray penetrated the barrier, heading straight for Mu Xuan, who was shielding Yao Si. She felt a red light ray slide past her, and the next moment, a warm liquid dripped from Mu Xuan's side, splashing onto her face. Mu Xuan. Her ears started to buzz. It was as though the entire world had went silent, leaving only Mu Xuan with his wound that was still bleeding profusely and his pupils that were a sea of red. Something exploded in Yao Si's mind, and a strong force gushed out from within her. Together with an impossible-to-suppress power, it rushed out toward her target. F***CK, how dare you hurt my man? I'm going to kill you, . A white glow exploded from within Yao Si, blanketing the entire galaxy. The sea of red disappeared instantly, and even the red prison surrounding them went away. The square tiles on the Grand Prince's head multiplied instantly. There were about 100 of them, green on the underside and white on the top, with a striking image in the middle. With a resounding explosion, the bloodling prince's mental strength shattered, but the mahjong tiles continued to stack. One circle, another circle, and another circle. Yao Si only had one thought: to kill. Lin Long. Lian Yu. Mu Xuan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 189, A Great War is Coming. Chapter 189, A Great War is Coming. Translator, King Bao. Editor, Dark Gem. In the heat of the moment, Yao Si wasn't the least bit sympathetic, stacking one tile onto the other, and then, the game ended. Ahem. She played the Grand Prince into a mess. If Mu Xuan hadn't suddenly fainted, she would have went on forever. Anyway, when she regained her senses, the conceited and stuck-up Grand Prince was a mess, blood and exposed flesh covering his whole face. Yao Si grew increasingly anxious when Mu Xuan didn't wake up even after 3 whole days, and her desire to bash the Grand Prince up began to burn within her once more. "Don't worry," Lin Long told her calmly. "If pure breeds could die so easily, we wouldn't suffer so much just to find our contractors. He's just in a temporary slumber after overexerting his ability and mental strength. When will he wake up?" "I'm not sure." Lin Long shrugged. "But with you around, he definitely won't be able to sleep for long. It's because of the overexertion, not his injuries, that he's like that. Once his ability recovers, he will awaken. His condition is much better than the Grand Prince's." He couldn't help trembling at the thought. "That reminds me, what's up with your mental strength? Isn't it a little too scary? Even the Grand Prince was defeated. You didn't just puncture his mental walls, but destroyed his whole consciousness. I'm not sure if his ability will even be able to recover." After witnessing the scale of her wrath, he started to feel relief that she hadn't raged at him back when he had opposed Mu Xuan. "I'm not sure." Yao Si shook her head. When she saw Mu Xuan being punctured by the red light ray, anger and anxiousness had drowned out all her logic, leaving only one thought: kill. Like that, how could she have noticed anything else? At that moment when she regained her senses, the Grand Prince was already a mess. "Was it perhaps an outburst of your mental strength?" Lin Long looked her up and down. Mental strength was basically one's consciousness, and under critical situations, it was possible to unleash an astonishing amount of it. He halted his questioning and instead adjusted his expression to one of utmost seriousness. "Even though we successfully prevented the Grand Prince from delivering the message, it will be a matter of time before the others find out. We should start taking precautions since there will most probably be more than one Grand Prince visiting the next time." "Isn't there just one of them?" The corners of Yao Si's lips twitched. "How many Grand Princes does your clan have?" "When I left my world. If I were to add in the 3 elder Grand Princes, there would be," he took a moment to calculate before providing an accurate number. 56 of them." 56. Yao Si exclaimed. F***ck. She had expected a maximum of around 10, but there were 56? 56 different communities, 56 flowers, 56 brothers. Ah! Why are there so many? It felt as though she had poked a Grand Prince nest. They are called Grand Princes because their abilities being much stronger than those of the average pure breeds, Lin Long explained. There are 56 such bloodlings, the most impressive of them being the 3 elder Grand Princes. Legend has it that their abilities are much stronger than even those of the Grand Princes. Yao Si frowned. If one Grand Prince was this hard to tackle, if they were to come all at once, why are they insisting on taking over this universe? She couldn't wrap her mind around it. Just because Yuan Wang Irma managed to find your contractors, it doesn't mean the others would be able to find their contractors here, right? Judging from the Grand Prince's words, they intended to send their entire clan over to this universe. I suspected that in the past. Lin Long's face sank, and his voice lowered. But when I saw the Grand Prince, I started to feel that the other contractors might really all be in this world. What? F***ck, don't scare me. Why do you think so? Because, this could be our twin universe. What the F***ck? Everything has 2 sides, yin and yang, light and dark, life and death, Lin Long explained. But our clan is an exception. We never die, everyone living eternally in our world. Hence, we have a legend that in the infinite universes out there, there is one that is our twin, the one which would solve our immortality. You mean, Yao Si's heart sank. They are convinced that this universe is their twin. He nodded. Every pure breed that transcends to another universe is tasked with 2 other missions other than to find their contractor. The more important of the 2 is to find the twin universe, the universe where the majority of the contractors reside, but no one has succeeded thus far. It is considered a miracle to find a contractor among the infinite universes, but you, Wang Irma, and Mu Xuan managed to find your contractors all in the same universe. Yao Si said. So, they are convinced that this is the twin universe they have been looking for. That's right. F***CK. This meant that regardless of whether the Grand Prince were to return, the others would still come over just because the contractors they had been looking for their entire lives might really be here. It was a F***King stalemate. Wait a minute. Yao Si said. Didn't you say you had 2 missions? What's the other one? Oh, the other one isn't related to this. He frowned slightly in confusion before explaining himself in a low voice. It's to find the king of our clan. Legend has it that he is the strongest pure breed. He is the only other person other than our contractors who can grant us death. But this is just a legend. No one has ever seen him before, not even the Grand Princes. Hence we can't be sure of his existence. Yao Si nodded. She stopped pursuing the topic as there were more pressing matters at the moment, like how was she going to deal with the impending war? Is there really no other solution? Maybe, Lin Long frowned. The Grand Prince might have a solution, but Yao Si understood. The prince had been battered to a bloody pulp and hadn't even recovered yet, not that he would ever tell them anything. It'll need some thinking. For now, I'll check on the Grand Prince's condition. Lin Long pointed outside. Yao Si nodded and saw him out. Her nerves were all bundled up. Were they really going to fight a war? But with those perverted ancestors, even if all the bloodlings were summoned, they wouldn't stand a chance. The only one who could have a chance was Mu Xuan. Yao Yao? A familiar voice called from behind. Mu Xuan. Yao Si's heart leaped, and she turned to look at the person who had awakened on the bed. Her tensed-up nerves from before soothed instantly, and she pounced straight on him. You're finally awake. Suddenly, all the grievances went away, the past 3 days that had been both grueling and unbearable. Reminded of his injury though, Yao Si straightened to inspect him. Are you all right? How is it? Do you feel unwell anywhere? Mu Xuan pulled her into his lap easily as he sat up. He hugged her with one arm and caressed her hair with the other. MMH, I'm fine. I just missed you. Without any warning, he suddenly lowered his head to kiss her. Yao Si stilled as the familiar face came closer, unable to process the situation. Whilst she was in a daze, his tongue probed into the depths of her mouth. It was totally unlike his past half-hearted attempts that were brief and bashful. His actions now were filled with tenderness and limitless supply of affection, sentiment, and adoration. Even an experienced Yao Si couldn't help but feel her heart race as her mind blanked out. What was wrong with Mu Xuan? Was he perhaps enlightened by the sleep? She couldn't be certain for exactly how long the kiss lasted, but when they finally stopped, she was slightly out of breath. All she could hear was Mu Xuan's rapid breathing as though he was struggling to suppress something. After a while, he spoke in an unusually low tone. I'm sorry. He tightened the hand over her waist while slowly pulling the other one that had at some point crept into her clothes. Yao Si took a while to process the situation. Why are you apologizing? Continue, don't stop. Yao Yao, he caressed her face tenderly as his eyes shone with an inner light. I suddenly remembered some things from before Earth was destroyed. What? Underscore. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 190, The Reason Behind the Conversion. Chapter 190, The Reason Behind the Conversion. Translator, King Bao. Editor, Dark Gem. Before Earth was destroyed. You mean, Yao Si gasped, retreating from his embrace to ask her next question. You remember how you converted me? Mu Xuan pulled her back into his embrace, a smile brightening his usually indifferent gaze. He nodded as he stroked her hair. I remember. Then who exactly am? She had always been curious. Yao. His expression became a little darker. Before you became a bloodling, your blood type was ABRH negative, right? That's right, the legendary panda blood. She nodded. Because of my rare blood type, I've always been cautious, worrying about my safety since there might not be enough supply if I were to meet with an accident. His gaze grew brighter, and his whole being seemed to radiate a joyful aura. Me too. You too? What do you mean? Yao Si exclaimed. You mean, you have the same blood type? You could say that. But how does that relate to the conversion? I haven't seen you before, and I've certainly have never been bitten by you. Yao, think about it carefully. I really haven't. I thought about it multiple times before. Anyways, why are you calling me Yao? Before you, the only person who addressed me this way was. She stopped mid-sentence as a thought struck her. Her eyes went wide in disbelief as she looked him up and down. You are the hateful person from the hospital. His smile froze, but he still managed to nod. F***CK. The most hated person in her life was the person who stole her first kiss when she visited the hospital during high school. Those with her blood type would always leave their contact details in the hospital in case their blood was required during an accident. She remembered that year as her third year in high school. It was the first time she received a call from the hospital seeking help. A gravely ill patient required a blood transfusion. Without a moment's hesitation, she had rushed over with a worried heart. The boy was a bag of bones as he lay on the hospital bed with multiple wires connected to him, leaving him almost unrecognizable. According to the doctor, he had been sent to the hospital by a kind soul and was almost at his last breath. He was probably an orphan since they couldn't seem to get in contact with any family members. As an orphan herself, Yao Si could relate to his plight. Without another word, she pushed back her sleeve and declared coolly that they should take it. As much as was needed. Because of that, she had stayed at the hospital for a day. The boy woke up during lunchtime, but perhaps due to his illness, he had difficulty speaking and was only able to force out the word Yao. Despite that, his eyes were unusually bright as he stared at her. Yao Si associated his actions to feeling unsafe in his new environment. In order to ensure he maintained a positive state to recover quickly, she then skipped her lessons to accompany and chat with him. Initially, everything was all right as she rambled on while he listened attentively. But the moment she was prepared to return to school, the boy who was supposedly on his last breath pounced on her with sudden strength. Before she could react, he had already bit her lip. If she were to be objective, that couldn't be considered a kiss as both of them were left with blood smearing their mouths and the coppery stench clouding their senses. Yao Si couldn't even distinguish whose blood it was at that time. She didn't know about his condition, but her lips hurt so badly she wanted to curse. The doctor who came in afterwards wasn't convinced it was him who had attacked her, and his disapproving gaze annoyed her to this day. Since then, the hospital had never contacted her for blood again. Instead, she was left with a wound that left her lips swollen for 2 whole weeks. Coincidentally, all of this happened at the period she was most sensitive about love. As a young girl, she had fantasies about her relationship which made losing her first kiss in such a fashion extremely distressing. That boy was definitely a dark portion of her past. I'm sorry. Mu Xuan caressed her head tenderly. I didn't know you hated me back then. It would be odd if I didn't hate you after you attacked me. Besides, at the time, he looked nothing like he did right now. If he had his current looks, she probably wouldn't have reacted the same way since looks triumphed justice after all. That's not right. She suddenly remembered something. I remember reading a news report about the boy's death. Since the hospital couldn't contact his family members, they had sought media assistance. There was a report after he passed away, and it was only after it that she gradually forget about their dark history. I haven't fully awakened at that time, Mu Xuan explained. I was forcefully awakened in the mid of my hibernation, but I managed to see you. He tightened his grip around her waist. The moment I laid my eyes on you, I knew you were the one I'd been waiting throughout all the years. I was weak and could fall back into hibernation at any moment, so I was worried. When you were about to leave, I had a feeling I would never meet you again once I woke up. So you decided to just convert me? Isn't that a little too absurd? I fell back into hibernation after that. It was then that the hospital confirmed his death. I only fully awakened during the last phase of Earth's time, but by then, I had forgotten about everything before. That explained why he wasn't aware of her existence earlier. Yao. He lowered his head to press his forehead against hers as he stared straight into her eyes. With a seriousness he had never showed before, he said, even though I'm sorry for causing you harm at that time, choosing to convert you was the best decision in my life. Yao Si's heart shook. The incident had happened such a long time ago that she no longer harbored the old fury. Instead, warmth spread from the bottom of her heart when she realized that they had known each other since so many years ago. With a chuckle she couldn't suppress, she reached over to return his embrace. It's my honor. If he hadn't converted her back then, she probably wouldn't have lived to this day or even till he awakened. This meant that good deeds would be repaid in ways such as leaving singlehood. Oh right, does that mean you are really a pure breed from Lin Long's universe? Lin Long had mentioned that they would often seal their memory before going into hibernation in order to live a brand new life. Was that the reason Mu Xuan couldn't remember the past after he awakened? Was that also why a fake bloodling like her could hibernate for such a long time? I don't know. Mu Xuan didn't nod as she predicted, instead, he had a blank look and a frown. My memory is a mess. He knew that he had lived for an extremely long time, from when the world had just began, but those memories didn't have much color as they flowed through his mind like a stream. They didn't seem real, since everything only started to come to life from the moment he met Yao Si. My memory isn't complete, so I can't confirm if I really am from the other universe, but I'm definitely not an Earthling, and you are my only contractor. Enough, that's all I need. Yao Si buried herself in the familiar embrace of the man who loved to caress her hair all the time. She didn't care about where he was from, just that he was really hers. Yao, there was a slight tremble in Mu Xuan's deep voice. He seemed to have been suppressing himself for a while. He tightened his hands around her, then lowered his head to press his lips against hers. The kiss deepened gradually as his hands roamed around her body. Yao Si felt herself drowning in the tenderness. Her mind went blank as his heavy breathing clouded her senses. Can I? Can you? Her mind was blank, and her reply had been purely out of instinct. The next second, she felt the world rotate, and their positions swapped. Mu Xuan's imposing figure was now pressing down on hers. He landed lingering, feather-like kisses on her without any restraint from before, his actions now resembling a violent flood. The heavy pants served as an encouragement, motivating his thirst. Thud. The door flew open. Beloved Dad, the Grand Prince is awake. Mu Xuan. Yao Si. Li Zhang. After half a minute. I didn't see anything, you guys go on, continue. Without another word, he turned and bolted out the door as though he were in a 100-meter race. Was it too late to break off all ties? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 191, The Absurd Grand Prince. Chapter 191, The Absurd Grand Prince. Translator, King Bao. Editor, Dark Gem. Lin Long was confident that the Grand Prince had a way to stop the other ancestors from coming over, so when he woke up, Yao Si decided to hurry over even though it was such a pity. It took so much for this newbie, Mu Xuan, to take initiative only for it to be disrupted by the unfilial Li Zhang. However, the 3-day sleep seemed to have enlightened him considerably, so there probably wasn't a need to hurry. Once the crisis had been dealt with, there would be tons of opportunities. Hopefully? The Grand Prince was locked in the most secure and guarded cell in the whole Bloodline prison. The cell was made from a material that could restrict the use of abilities, preventing even the strongest powers from being activated. On top of that, the battle from before had left the Grand Prince's mental strength in shambles, and it would take him a few hundred years to recover from it. Without his mental strength, he would not be able to activate his ability, making an escape impossible. After Li Jiang and Bai Yi had completed their coming-of-age test, they were coincidentally allocated to taking care of this cell, which was why they had been in charge of delivering news to Yao Si. Before she reached the cell, she could already hear the Grand Prince's disdainful voice. "Heh, you lowly people dared to negotiate with me? There isn't a way out of this. And even if there was, why would I tell you? It's only a matter of time before this universe belongs to us." His tone was enough to paint an image of his insufferable arrogance. Yao Si's expression sank, and she exchanged a glance with Mu Xuan before opening the door to enter. The room was separated into two by a transparent protective wall in the middle. The Grand Prince was locked inside while Li Jiang and Bai Yi were standing guard by the wall. Lin Long sat at the corner on their side. Upon their entrance, the imprisoned man happened to look up. The moment he laid eyes on Yao Si, he was visibly startled, and his legs shook as though suppressing an innate reaction to bolt upright. The disdain on his face paled slightly, replaced by caution. "It's you! You? What do you intend to do?" Was Yao Si mistaken? Didn't he seem afraid of her? When she recalled his plight before, there was enough reason for him to be afraid. "Dad, you're here." Li Jiang glanced at her in surprise. "That's fast." He turned to glance meaningfully at Mu Xuan. "Get lost." She kicked him aside. "We rushed over immediately. How dare you still make a remark, you unfilial son." She ignored him and headed toward Lin Long, who was sitting in front of the Grand Prince. How is it?" Lin Long shook his head. The Grand Prince obviously wasn't being cooperative. "Give up." The Grand Prince smirked. "We would never let go of this universe, so there isn't any meaning in holding me captive? They'll come down when they figure out that I've met with trouble." He glanced at Yao Si in a provoking manner that held a hint of resentment. "So what if your mental strength is strong? Even if you manage to stop me, can you stop millions of people like me?" He was right, which was her greatest worry. If they really mobilized their entire clan, her world was doomed. "If I'm not wrong, there aren't many people in this universe with mental strength comparable to yours." The Grand Prince grew increasingly aggressive, looking over everyone in the room as though they were already dead. "Even if you destroyed the portal, we can create 10 more or even 100 more from that planet. No one can stop us." "Planet." Yao Si's heart quivered when she detected his slip. "Does the portal have to be opened in the blue planet?" The Grand Prince stilled, his expression freezing. This further confirmed her point, and she remembered Lin Long mentioning that he reconstructed the blue planet to serve as an anchor point to link back to his universe. The blue planet is the key. She turned to Mu Xuan. "We have to destroy the reconstructed planet as soon as possible." Lin Long's face lit up, and he prepared to leave with them. "Wait a minute. Even if you destroy the planet, how long can you last?" The Grand Prince scoffed with resentment. He seemed to have calmed from his previous frantic state, and his tone returned to being sour and condescending. "Even if you stop us this time, can you stop us forever?" He glanced at Lin Long. "Even a normal pure breed can reconstruct the planet, so do you think no one else can?" "Ha! It's just a matter of time, and that's precisely what we have in abundance. Your actions would only serve to further infuriate my clan." He adjusted his clothes, treating them as a joke. "Let's make a bet on the first thing they would do when they arrive." He scanned the crowd before focusing on Li Jiang and Bai Yi. We would go all out to kill all of you ignorant bastards. F***ck. Why was he so annoying? Unfortunately, the truth was as he had told it. You in particular. He turned abruptly to glare at Yao Si with a murderous intent. His smile turned sly. I'll definitely repay your previous care. So what if you are a contractor? Those who betray the clan would never be able to escape. He seemed unaware of everyone's darkened face as he continued on with arrogance as though victory was in his hands. His gaze was freezing cold. At that time, I'll let you personally witness the death of your loved ones. F***ck. Yao Si was on the verge of exploding. Don't even try stopping me, I'm going to murder this little b***tch. Her hands curled into fists, but just as she was about to step forward, someone else beat her to it. Shut up! Li Zhang, who was the nearest, rushed forward. He raised his fist and smashed it straight against the irritable face. F***cku. You little punk better show some respect. How dare you lowly prisoner threaten Her Highness? You haven't gained permission from the Bloodlines. His punch held no mercy, sending the Grand Prince flying with a resounding thud when he smashed against the wall. Li Zhang. Yao Si's heart clenched. F***ck, was that guy seeking death? He wasn't this filial before this. They were faced with an ancestor Grand Prince, so even if he couldn't use his ability right now, he might still have other tricks up his sleeve. But Li Zhang continued to go after him fearlessly, yanking his collar up, prepared to continue his beating. Grandpa, I'll teach you how to be a good person. The Grand Prince caught hold of Li Zhang's arm before his punch fell, stopping him midway. Are you? F***ck. Yao Si shook, prepared to save him only to be halted by the Grand Prince's suddenly agitated voice. You are Li Zhang? How old are you? Are you married yet? Do you have a girlfriend? I'm Yu Zhe. What are your thoughts on getting a boyfriend? Li Zhang. Yao Si. Mu Xuan. Lin Long. Bai Yi. This is absurd. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 192, Stop the Intruders. Chapter 192, Stop the Intruders. Translator, King Bao. Editor, Dark Gem. The scene was extremely awkward. Grand Prince Yuzha's excited voice echoed through the prison, his previous gaze of disdain replaced by an almost blinding glow. He lowered his head to plant a surprise kiss on Li Zhang's hand he was still holding. Li Zhang was visibly distressed, his entire being trembling in shock. He bounced backwards instantly, dashing straight behind Yao Si. Gritting his teeth, he grabbed the edges of her shirt in a death grip. Dad, he's a pervert! He shrieked as he rubbed the goosebumps on his arms. Dad? Grand Prince Yuzha stilled, then turned to glance at Yao Si. When it finally dawned on him, he made a deep bow, greeting her firmly without any hesitation. Father-in-law. Get lost. The crowd. Li Zhang was straight, absolutely straight, or he wouldn't have hit it off with the wife crazy Bai Yi. To hear a confession from a guy who also happened to be his enemy was definitely devastating for him. According to Bai Yi, Li Zhang vomited for 3 whole hours and scrubbed his hand 5 times after he returned. Yao Si and the others were regretful and sympathetic, but they stood firm in their request for him to sacrifice himself. What a joke! How could they let such an amazing opportunity pass at such a stalemate? After Li Zhang was frightened off, Yuzha returned to his original uncooperative state. If he hadn't been trying to pry about Li Zhang every time Yao Si visited, she would have really wondered if he had identified the wrong contractor. Strangely, Li Zhang's attitude started to change at that time. Ever since he was converted, he had always been obedient, but this time, He would rather die than visit Yu Zhou at the prison cell. He continuously affirmed his sexual preferences, insisting on preserving his straight man's dignity. Everyone wasn't sure who was worse off, Li Zhang or Yu Zhe. For the sake of the galaxy's stability and world peace, Bai volunteered to convince Li Zhang about his sexual preferences. Convince Li Zhang about his responsibilities. Don't worry, Your Highness, leave it to me. I'll make sure he'll be there tomorrow. Bai tapped his chest with assurance, his smile confident. Yao Si ran her eyes over him before asking suspiciously, "Why does it seem like you're particularly happy about Li Zhang being Yu Zhe's contractor?" "Ehem, we are eternal brothers, and I'm happy that he finally managed to leave his singlehood." Is it something to be happy about? Bai Yi's smile shone with sincerity. "I'm really thinking for his sake. After he manages to leave singlehood, the fact that my application for a converted cub would jump in line by one applicant isn't that important, ha? So that's your motive? You're going to sell your brother for a cub?" Yao Si rubbed her temples. She really couldn't understand their brotherhood. But Bai Yi had to have said something to Li Zhang, since the very next day, he really came over with a stoic expression. Almost immediately after he entered the prison cell, the conceited Yu Zhe bolted upright from his chair, his eyes sparkling. "Ah, Zhang, you're here." His tone was soft and tender. Li Zhang froze, his originally dark face starting to turn green. He pressed his palms tightly against his mouth as though on the verge of puking. Yu Zhe, the main culprit, immediately asked with concern, "Are you all right? Is there anywhere you don't feel well? Why is your face so pale? Is there something wrong? Will you tell me? You're making me worried." Li Zhang's green face darkened instantly, and his palms clenched into fists. His muscles tensed up when he turned to face Yao Si. He then forced a couple words through clenched teeth. "Dad, can I hit him?" Cough, cough. Keep calm, keep calm." She patted his shoulders casually, but was instantly faced with Yu Zhe's displeased glare as though she had just touched his property. F***CK. Aren't I your father-in-law? Yu Zhe, the person you're looking for is already here. Can you tell us now how to prevent the pure breeds from coming over?" she asked directly. Yu Zhe glanced at Li Zhang with love-struck eyes before turning to look at her. His face chilled slightly, but he replied. Haven't I already told you that even if the chances are slim, my race will still not give up on this universe? There isn't any way to stop the invasion, so all you can do is to reduce the impact." He strolled back to his chair as he explained, then scanned the others in the cell. "Among you people, only him can stand a chance." He pointed at Mu Xuan. "If my guess isn't wrong, he was in a weak state at the time of our battle, but even so, he managed to control my ability, which is a rare sight. However, even if he was at his best, he would only manage to stop 2 elder grand princes. There wouldn't be a fighting chance against the other 53 grand princes. Besides, there are countless other bloodlings. As for the..." He smirked with disdain before turning back to face Yao Si. "Including you, none of you guys would stand a chance. Even if your mental strength is incredible, there won't be enough time to activate it." Which meant that she was just a decoy. Straight face. "So you should give up. Once our army comes along, it'll be over." The mood went down instantly. They had never expected for the ending to be as such. Was the war really unavoidable? Based on Lin Long's past behavior and the disdain from Yu Zhe, maybe the first target after the invasion would really be their group. Is there really no way? Li Zhang asked with a troubled expression. There is. Yu Zhe's eyes lit up instantly. Yao Si, Mu Xuan, Lin Long. Everyone felt an urge to curse. Was he doing it on purpose? Was he just trying to drag Li Zhang into the conversation? Others might not have a solution, but I do. Yu's gaze burned with intensity as he stared at Li Zhang. Zhang, don't worry. Regardless of what happens, I will definitely protect you. You just have to. Shut up. Li Zhang's veins were about to burst, and he seemed on the verge of bashing the Grand Prince to a bloody pulp. Speak, what idea do you have? Cough, according to my people's style, it would definitely not be easy for them to give up on this universe, he said gravely. My late return would probably give them an idea of what happened, so it'll be at most 3 days before they run over to this world. Even though there is only half of the total population left, all the Grand Princes are around. Our race has always been aggressive and always obey the strong, so the only option is. He scanned the crowd once more before pausing on Mu Xuan. He then articulated his next words very carefully. A fight for honor. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 193, For the Bloodline Honor. Chapter 193, For the Bloodline Honor. Translator, King Bao. Editor, Dark Gem. What did fight for honor mean? Straight face. Was that a cell phone game slogan? We seek our contractors because of our immortality, and we worship the strong to be strong, Yu explained gravely. We have always been proud, but we take our words seriously. Once we give our word, we would never turn our backs. If you convince the Elder Grand Prince into a 1v1 battle for honor, we would have a shot at winning. You mean Yao Si took a step forward, we should challenge them to a duel? Why did it sound so dubious? He swept a glance over them. When the time comes, you will challenge the Elder Grand Prince to a battle of honor in front of the entire clan. This would prevent them from going back on their word. As long as you win, you can use the victor's honor to send them back. Using this universe as a bet, Yao Si frowned as she exchanged a glance with Mu Xuan. If they were to agree, it would definitely be viable, but the main point was, who would they be sending for the duel? Your man, of course. Yu saw through her thoughts and pointed at Mu Xuan. Who else is qualified? Even though I'm not sure of his background, but based on his abilities, it wouldn't be a problem for him to defeat an Elder Grand Prince in a 1v1 duel. That wasn't a worry, but... do we just have to defeat one of them? If it was a fight against one person, would the others acknowledge it? There were 3 Elder Grand Princes. If it went to 1v3, wouldn't be any different from the previous Lost Cause scenario? Even though Mu Xuan was powerful, fighting against 3 Elder Grand Princes would probably be too much. Who says it's just him? Yu rolled his eyes and pointed at her. There's you too. What? Didn't you say I'd be there just as a decoy? The battle for honor isn't limited to just abilities. Yu glanced at her with disgust. You'll have to find a way for them to compete against your mental strength. With your perverted level in it, they wouldn't stand a chance. Yao Si finally got it. In summary, you want me to put on a front? Yu's lips twitched, and he rolled his eyes at her before continuing. Anyways, once you guys win against the 2 Elder Grand Princes, they would know that taking over this universe wouldn't be as easy as they had imagined. If it really was as he said, it was indeed a good idea. Wait a minute. Weren't there 3 Elder Grand Princes? Why do we just have to win against 2 of them? What happened to the 3rd one? Or was it majority wins? Yu stilled, his face darkening before he suddenly exploded in fury. Enough! I've already been beaten to such a state, so what more do you want? What was wrong? What was with the sudden temper? Perhaps. An absurd explanation popped into the minds of the crowd. You are an Elder Grand Prince. What's wrong? The enemy's strength seemed to have went down instantly. The pure breeds came quickly. They predicted 3 days for their arrival, but on the second day, Lin Long detected abnormal spatial movements near the blue planet. There wasn't even time for Yao Si to prepare before she was sent to the abyss. As expected, once they approached the blue planet, they found the surrounding darkness being ripped apart as it twisted and turned. Even the blue planet was starting to distort. "They're coming," Lin Long announced, focusing his gaze straight ahead. Yao Si's heart shook, and she took in a deep breath to suppress her riled-up emotions, but she couldn't seem to calm down. Mu Xuan then tightened his grip around her hand and caressed her head. "Don't worry, I'll do it." Yao Si stilled, his wounded self resurfacing in her mind. She then shook her head violently. "No, I can do it. Wasn't it just putting on a front? She could definitely do that." A gigantic white portal gradually widened behind the blue planet. Yao Si couldn't help but shove Li Zhang, who stood by her side. "Is there somewhere I can sit?" Li Zhang stilled before his eyes lit up. "As expected of my dad to think it through so well. You'll certainly look more commanding seated, and I just happen to have a limited edition portable chair with me." He tapped open his optical computer to take out a glowing golden chair and placed it behind her. "Dad, take a seat. Let us oppress them with our imposing manner." "You misunderstood, my legs are feeling weak." When the first batch of troops came through the portal, the first thing that came into their sight was a majestic-looking Yao Si sitting on the shiny golden chair. She looked down at the approaching troops with contempt, squinting her eyes slightly as though they didn't mean a thing. Among the 3 men around her was even a bloodling from their world, Lin Long. "I heard that you intend to take over our universe?" Yao Si said while scanning the crowd dismissively, not taking them into account. The purebreed's mood sank instantly, exposing their apprehension. Even a fool knew that something went wrong when Yuzha hadn't returned. But he was an elder grand prince, and according to Lin Long's previous report, they were just lowly other races in this universe. Logically thinking, there shouldn't be any race stronger than them living in the universe, but the moment they entered, they were no longer so sure. Who was that person? Yao Si struggled to keep her composure, her nerves strung tight as she squinted to give the crowd a rugged scan. Deep inside, her heart was in a frenzy. My gosh, there is probably millions of them. If we really get into a fight, everything is going to go down the drain. But she had to keep her composure, had to keep up the act. "Excuse me, if you want this universe," she turned toward the 2 men at the front before spitting out, "you will have to go through me." "Who are you?" A woman took a step forward, her brows furrowed. She had to be an elder grand prince that Yuzha had mentioned, and beside her, even though he had the appearance of a young child of about 10 years old, was the strongest among the 3 elder grand princes. "I'm just one of the many races in this universe." Yao Si tried to portray a nonchalant tone. "And what a coincidence, we're called bloodlings as well." The faces of the 2 elder grand princes sank. They had been informed about the bloodlings of this universe, but according to the report, they were a bunch of weaklings with impure blood. Had there been a mistake in the report? Lin Long, who was the person who'd made the report, seemed relatively calm despite being in the enemy's camp, which was a clear sign that he had betrayed them. Thus, his report couldn't be completely trusted. "We're extremely upset about your uninformed invasion," Yao Si continued. "Hence, we couldn't help but take action." She turned to give Li Zhang a glance. Li Zhang nodded and tugged Yuzhu up forcefully before giving him a shove forward. With a lift of his foot, he stomped on the fallen body. "Isn't he one of yours?" "Elder Grand Prince!" The crowd exclaimed as they stared in disbelief. He was an elder Grand Prince, one of the strongest among the Grand Princes, so how could he have been caught so easily? "Lin Long mentioned that you're rather strong, so we decided to test it, but I accidentally obliterated his abilities." Yao Si waved her hand with fake sadness. The faces of all the troops sunk. An uproar broke out in the crowd since no one had expected this universe to have someone strong enough to obliterate an elder Grand Prince's ability. How can that be? That's Yu Xia, the elder Grand Prince. Abilities can be decimated? What kind of universe is this? Wasn't this universe filled with lowly inhabitants? Was the report inaccurate? Can we win with the presence of such a race? The troops flew into a frenzy. After half a second, the childlike elder Grand Prince finally took a step forward with a dark gaze. In a heavy tone that didn't fit his appearance, he asked, "What do you intend to do? Her presence here definitely wasn't just for show, right? It'd be too troublesome to deal with each and every one of you. Since we're here, why don't Yao Si swept a glance at the youth before completing her sentence, we fight for the bloodline honor. 3 matches to determine the victor. If you win, your race can do anything you wish in this universe as long as you don't disrupt my people, but if you lose, get out of my universe." At the last line, Yao Si's heart was in her mouth. She struggled to stop her hands from clenching into fists or revealing any other signs of anxiety. Since she had already gone so far, she had to keep calm. Keep calm. Keep it together for everyone. While thinking that, she couldn't help taking a peek at the surrounding troops. F***CK. F***CKU, Yu Xia. Wasn't it just a kick from Li Zhang? Was there a need to show such a promiscuous expression? You're supposed to be a hostage. After what seemed like an eternity, she heard a reply from afar. All right. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 194, The War Begins. Chapter 194, The War Begins. Translator, King Bao. Editor, Dark Gem. As Yu Xia had mentioned, the pure breeds were extremely passionate about battles and agreed to the duel instantly. The childlike elder Grand Prince took a step forward with an eager expression as he stared straight at her. His intentions were clear, he wanted to fight. A chill went through Yao Si, but she mimicked Yu Xia's arrogance, treating the entire world as beneath her. With a sideways glance, she scoffed. I don't hit children. According to their plan, she turned to her companions. My Mu Xuan will take care of you. What a joke! Even though he had a childlike appearance, he was actually the strongest elder Grand Prince. She would risk her life in a fight she couldn't win. Yuan Jian's face darkened instantly, his tiny body quivering in anger. He appeared greatly offended, dark steam on the verge of emerging from his ears. However, he unexpectedly suppressed his fury and glared at her coldly. Whatever. I would like to see what kind of abilities you have for you to challenge my people. Without another word, he disappeared. A strong gush of wind whisked past Yao Si, and the next moment, Mu Xuan disappeared as well. Amid the whirl of a storm, a resounding strike could be heard before everything went silent. It started, Lin Long announced with his fists clenched tightly at his sides as he focused on the darkness ahead. Such rapid use of abilities. These two are indeed perverts. Fortunately, we're in the abyss or the surrounding planets would all be doomed. He hurriedly formed a light barrier around them before reminding in a whisper, everyone, be careful and stay here or you might get hurt from the impact. What impact? What speed? They started? Hey, why can't I see anything? Were high-end battles also profound? Mu Xuan and Yuan Jian moved with godlike speed. Even though nothing could be seen, the knocks and pushes from the battles could be heard. Everyone present, including Li Zhang, was glued to the battle, with flashes of admiration, anxiety, shock, and contemplation flying across their faces. It was as though they were an audience to an exciting battle. Only Yao Si being the exception. F***CK. With her level of ability, she couldn't see anything. Keep calm, keep calm. She inhaled deeply, holding onto the chair for support before continuing her act, pretending to understand the battle. She had to have faith in Mu Xuan and just keep up with the act. It would be a lie to say she wasn't worried. Even though Mu Xuan was strong, he was going against the strongest elder grand prince. Her heart was in a mess and her nerves strung tight, but everyone believes that she was the strongest person, so she couldn't expose even the tiniest inappropriate emotion. And so she had to keep it in. She praised Mu Xuan silently 100 times, cheering him on. Once he won the match, she would unleash her perverted mental strength. The match between Mu Xuan and the elder grand prince took half an hour. The next time Yao Si could make out Mu Xuan's figure, he was filled with bruises, his originally immaculate clothes soaked with blood. After he came back, he wavered slightly before spitting a mouthful of blood. Its jarring color pierced her vision. She clutched onto the chair tightly, on the edge of dashing over. I can't move. If I move, all our efforts will be wasted. She inhaled deeply, lifting her head toward the opposite side. Thankfully, the damned kid was in a worse state and had collapsed into the crowd. He was missing an arm and had a huge hole in his chest that was pouring out blood relentlessly. He was thoroughly drenched in crimson and left without any strength to stand. The result of the battle was obvious. Yao Si resisted the urge to dash forward and instead scanned the surroundings. The gigantic blue planet was gone. In the past half an hour, she had witnessed the reconstructed planet being severed into multiple pieces of every shape and size, just like a watermelon. After it was all over, it turned into ashes. With that, Yao Si finally understood what Lin Long had meant about it being good that they were in the abyss. If they had been in the middle of the galaxy, how many watermelons, planets would they have ruined? I guess we win this round. She flashed an arrogant smile deliberately. The childlike elder grand prince panted, but stayed silent otherwise. He seemed to be a loss for words. Yao Si ignored him and turned to the last elder grand prince as planned. The last elder grand prince was an enchantingly beautiful woman whose looks were comparable to those of Lian Yu. With even more arrogance, Yao Si said, I'm bored from just watching the match, so I'll go up the next round. Who's interested? Probably due to Mu Xuan's performance or maybe due to the success of her act, everyone's face darkened. Their gazes were cautious when they glanced at her. When they had first arrived, Yao Si was the only one seated, and her words had been sharp and unforgiving, casting the illusion that she had the highest rank and ability. Mu Xuan's victory over their elder grand prince further intensified the enigmatic aura, making it seem as though the others were just her slaves. Now that she was going to take them on personally, they were on the verge of panic, and it was exactly what Yao Si wanted. How about this? She said, continuing with the act smoothly. Since you guys can't even defeat my Mu Xuan, using abilities would make it seem like I'm a bully. Why don't we compete in mental strength instead? Anxiety shot through her as she silently prayed for their acceptance. This was the last step, but all she could do now was hope that they would accept. Once they did, she would first go with the same suit as last time before adding 2 sets of flowers or something, but she would definitely win. Shortly after. All right. The bloodling woman gritted her teeth and took a step forward while looking at her cautiously. We'll compete using mental strength. I'll go against you. Yao Si finally loosened up. Wait a minute. A voice interrupted them. It belonged to the elder grand prince defeated by Mu Xuan, who was struggling to stand up. He walked forward and grabbed onto the female elder grand prince. The incredible healing powers of the pure breeds had already taken care of the big hole in his chest. Yuan Jian? The woman stilled. You won't stand a chance. But, she frowned. Even if she didn't stand a chance, the courage to fight was always part of the bloodling pride. The situation is clear, so there isn't a need. Instead of clearing her doubts, he turned to Yao Si and started to chuckle. The laughter seemed normal and casual, but it sent cold sweat down Yao Si's back. She had an ominous feeling that the little kid was going to cause trouble. Bloodlings? You mean you guys are the bloodlings of this universe? Before she could reply, Li Zhang interceded. So what if we are, Good, great. He suddenly burst into laughter, as though he had just heard great news. Then, regardless of the competition's result, we won't ever give up on this universe. F***ck, this wasn't what they had planned. Weren't they supposed to get out after losing? Didn't they keep their word? What did he mean by not giving up? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 195, Return of the Victor. Chapter 195, Return of the Victor. Translator, Kingbao. Editor, Dark Gem. What do you mean? Lin Long asked in disbelief. You intend to break the promise? It wasn't just him either. The other bloodlings who had made it through the portal were also full of confusion as they stared at him. Bloodlings weren't a dishonest bunch. Initially, it was just a suspicion. The boy called Yuan Jian spoke with a heavy tone. His eyes were bright, seemingly suppressing an immense excitement. But the moment I laid eyes on you guys, I was sure. The environment here isn't much different from ours, and there has been 2 contractors. Moreover, it has a race as strong as ours. It isn't possible for such a coincidence to occur unless this is our twin universe. His eyes blazed as he turned to address the crowd. I'm sure you guys are aware of what the twin universe means. Our contractors are definitely here. Then how could we give up on such a universe? The entire crowd fell into silence. The next second, joyous cheers erupted, and everyone's eyes went ablaze. They were shining like those of the elder Grand Prince, with the light of singlehood. What glory, promise, battle, race honor, everything went down the drain in an instant. Yao Si's heart sank. It was all over. Their act was built on the assumption that the pure breeds weren't familiar with this universe and that the report submitted by Lin Long wasn't specific enough. Even though they had their suspicions, they couldn't confirm that it was their twin universe. Most importantly, Lin Long hadn't mentioned that the bloodlings in this universe originated from Wang Irma. Hence, their act was to build a false appearance of their strength so that the pure breeds would be deterred from an invasion. But they had never expected for the elder Grand Prince to be so sure of the twin universe assumption. With contractors and a similar race inhabiting the world, wasn't its twin characteristics too obvious? It felt as though their efforts had backfired and instead caused more harm than good. F***ck, it was turning sour. Kids are the worst. This universe has to be ours and no one will stop us, the elder Grand Prince declared loudly before turning to look at them. His gaze had changed, the caution from before having morphed into an obsessive desire for victory. For the sake of our contractors, capture them. The next moment, millions of pure breeds directed their abilities at them. The sky lit up with all sorts of different powers, turning the darkness into a blinding light ocean. Hurry, let's go. Mu Xuan hadn't fully recovered before having to unleash everything he had within him to form a gigantic light barrier. With another wave, he opened up a portal in which he pushed Yao Si. Mu Xuan. Return to the Red Planet. He only had time for one sentence before flying toward the sky full of abilities. A diverse choice of powers exploded on him all at once. Let's go, or it'll be too late. Lin Long turned toward the space portal and tugged her in. The pure breed's obsession over their contractor was apparent. It was the only reason behind their existence, and no one could stop them. The problem was way out of anyone's hands, and the war was inevitable. He won't die as long as you live. Yao Si clenched her fists and turned to the portal. He was right. Besides her mental strength, she was just a weakling. Staying around would only serve to divert Mu Xuan's attention. Pure breeds couldn't kill their own kind, but they could kill her. As long as she was alive, Mu Xuan wouldn't die. She couldn't just waste the precious opportunity he created for them to escape. She had to leave and protect herself, to calm down. Bang! The light barrier Mu Xuan had formed with all his power started to crack, allowing millions of light rays to head straight at him. The scene seemed to play in slow motion, and Yao Si could distinctly see each ability graze past him, glaring red blood drenching his shirt so much it turned black. The light rays started to multiply, gushing in like an aggressive wave, swallowing everything. Some of the rays pierced his limbs and chest while others scraped past him. Calm down, my foot. I'm going to kill all of you. A loud noise exploded within her, flushing out all the rationality and logic. When her senses came back, she was already at Mu Xuan's side. In that instant, anger drowned out her senses, and a crack sounded in her heart as shattered images came into her mind. Instinctively, she released all the energy and mental strength that existed within her. Everything seemed to slow, and she could see everything unveiling in front of her with clarity. Light rays of abilities carrying the murderous scent of death were headed straight for Mu Xuan's chest. Yao Si reacted on instinct, reaching out to grab them as if they were a single long string. Then, she caught it. She actually caught it. The light formed by the abilities seemed to take form, crowding in her palm. Without a second's thought, she threw it aside with all her might. A string of mini explosions went off. It was an extremely soft sound that resembled something being pulled out. The light rays in her palm disappeared instantly. Everyone was startled by the sight, and silence engulfed the entire place. Even Lin Long and the others had forgotten to leave through the portal. PSSH. After the first person vomited blood, an entire blood fountain seemed to have blown up as more than half of the bloodlings started to vomit simultaneously. They collapsed pale-faced as though on the verge of death. In just a short while, more than half of the thousands were on the ground. Yao Si's intense fury cooled down almost instantly. What had just happened? My ability, what happened? I can't feel my ability, what's happening? She really is able to take away our abilities. What was that ability just now? It's so scary, it's making my legs shake. Yao Si glanced at her own paws. The light rays that she had grabbed, they seemed to have been their abilities, but what just happened? Isn't this going a little too far? The energy just now, the childlike elder Grand Prince murmured. He didn't seem as fearful as the others, but like he'd come to a realization. His eyes lit up, and his voice filled with excitement and agitation. That's right, this energy can't be wrong. The ability to control our clan's abilities can only mean. With a flash, he was suddenly in front of Yao Si. She jumped back in fear, taking hold of Mu Xuan's hand instinctively. You horrid child, what are you up to now? Unexpectedly, he went down on one knee, one hand covering his chest as he glanced up at her with bright eyes. We have finally found you, our queen. Yao Si. Mu Xuan. What the F***CK? Is this another way of begging for mercy? That? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 196, The Growth of the Queen. Chapter 196, The Growth of the Queen. Translator, King Bao. Editor, Dark Gem. Yao Si was sure something was wrong. How could she be their queen? With her absurd ability that could go wrong at any second. If she really was their queen, wouldn't the entire race be in jeopardy? No, it was definitely not real. She would rather believe the throne belonged to Mu Xuan. As it was, all the pure breeds became extremely emotional, glancing up at her with a burning gaze that seemed on the verge of bursting into flames. Hence, their battle for survival ended on a strange note. All her resistance was useless. The pure breeds were convinced that she was their queen and had instantly converted into loyal fans. Regardless of whether they were scolded or if their abilities were obliterated, they were willing to accept everything. They were completely at her mercy, prepared to fulfill her any wish. Other than their unwillingness to return to their world and persistence on addressing her by the gloried name, Your Majesty. They had to go wherever the Queen went. The bloodlings followed her everywhere, and all the way back to the Red Planet. Yao Si could probably remember forever the stunned faces of the Elders' Council when they caught sight of thousands following behind her. Who are they? The defeated troops? Captives? Oh. This is a conspiracy, it definitely is a conspiracy. Yao Si glanced out of the majestic palace. There were thousands of troops dressed in black armor scattered everywhere obediently. If there wasn't a sign stating "single dogs not allowed," they would have definitely taken over her whole house. Those rascals, acting obedient wasn't going to get them anywhere. Would they conspire something internally after taking me as their queen? Previously, the elder Grand Prince broke his promise, so based on his intelligence, there was a high chance of a hidden conspiracy. That was certainly evil. It isn't like that, Queen. Your Majesty. Lin Long stood up anxiously while glancing at her nervously. I don't think they are mistaken. Ergo, you too? Yao Si swept a glance at Lin Long, who wore the same agitated expression as the thousands outside. Whose side are you on? Why are you changing your alliance? F***CK, why are you trembling? I can't control it. He didn't want to, but when he glanced at Yao Si now, his legs couldn't help but soften, forcing him to his knees. He couldn't seem to foster any resistance within himself. Everything seemed inevitable and right. It was a strange feeling that started ever since Yao Si exerted the power to obliterate the pure breed's abilities. It wasn't easy for him to even be standing at such a close proximity to her. Your Majesty, the power you are emitting is way too strong, you are definitely our queen. There isn't a doubt about it. That's right, Your Majesty, Shuja confirmed firmly. Our race is the only ones who can sense this suppressing force, and the only one who can exert it on us is the Queen. What suppressing force? Yao Si stilled. She took a moment to sense within her and realized that she seemed to have forgotten to pull back the power she had released during the battle. It was still releasing waves till this moment. She stopped it, and almost instantly both Lin Long and Shuja heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Long stopped trembling as well. Yao Si turned towards the exit, and as predicted, the others seemed much more at ease as well. A few of them started walking around to release the tension in their legs, but none of them left. F***CK, they hadn't been kneeling to prove their submission but rather because of her suppressing force. This scene was bloodline suppression. She blurted out, but it wasn't the same as the bloodline suppression from before, right? The previous suppression was exerted on the bloodlings of the Red Planet and not the pure breeds. That's right. Lin Long nodded vigorously. That's why Elder Grand Prince Yuan Jian isn't wrong. F***CK. But I was clearly converted by Mu Xuan. This information was too much for her to handle, and she gripped onto Mu Xuan for support. Isn't that right? Mu Xuan has already recalled how I was converted by him. He tightened his grip around her palm, but before he could speak, Lin Long spoke up. Your Majesty, since you are our queen, who do you think is the converter? What? Yao Si was confused. All right, if she really was the queen of the bloodlings and could even convert Li Zheng the second time, then the only time she donated blood. F***CK. Your Majesty, you must have sealed your memory and abilities before hibernating in this universe, which resulted in this memory loss. The seal can only be unraveled with time, which is normal for pure breeds, Lin Long added. It was a technique all the pure breeds had used before. This meant that Yao Si had accidentally converted Mu Xuan when she donated blood? But since she had sealed up her memory and abilities, she wasn't able to awaken him, resulting in his hibernation. Afterwards, even though her bloodline gradually awakened, it was sealed back up by accident while Mu Xuan's ability awakened. Since he was in hibernation for a longer period of time, he was detected to be a fourth generation, which was a rank higher than her. His ability was then fully exposed during the Blue Planet's doomsday. It did seem to explain how Mu Xuan was much stronger than the ancestors and even the elder Grand Prince. All of it was because of her? That's not right. Yao Si traced back to the most fundamental problem. I can distinctly remember the events from my childhood. I was the same as the other Earthlings, growing from a tiny self. She could even remember herself being sent to the orphanage by a police officer who was drenched after falling into a pit. If she had sealed her memory before hibernation, shouldn't she have awakened as an adult? Her physique should have been the same. Those memory couldn't be fake too. Lin Long exchanged glances with Yuja, who took a step forward to explain. Your Majesty, bloodlings who are of Grand Prince rank and above possess a special ability called camouflage. What the F***CK? In order for a bloodling to better adjust to the world after hibernation, we enter a state of camouflage before falling asleep. This ability allows us to turn into any form we want. His body suddenly lit up, turning into different beings at the speed of light. In less than 2 minutes, he morphed into countless different beings, shorter, slimmer, and curvaceous. He changed from an artistic youth into an artistic young lady. F***CK, he camouflaged. This left all of them stunned, but Li Zhang in particular. He stared at the stunning beauty with his mouth agape. But of course that's just mimicry and my actual gender would remain the same, Zhuxi explained in a completely different voice, one that was soft and feminine. Before we sink into hibernation, we seal our abilities, and before it awakens, the camouflage takes a long time to disappear. For instance, Elder Grand Prince Yuan Jian's current form is a camouflage as well. He then changed back into his original form. Yuan Jian? You mean that little rascal? His child form isn't his true form? Your Majesty, you must have camouflaged into a baby before entering hibernation. Was that why she could still distinctly recall her childhood memories, even those from when she was a baby? Was she really the queen of the pure breeds? Sigma, degree. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 197, The Bloodling Migration. Chapter 197, The Bloodling Migration. Translator, Kingbao. Editor, Dark Gem. Yao Si was utterly confused, but she saw the logic in their reasoning. So were they perhaps right? But everything seemed so unreal. After being a weakling for such a long time, she couldn't get used to the sudden change in her identity. Besides, she couldn't remember anything from before she was an Earthling. She couldn't seem to fill up the gaps, so she decided to temporarily toss the problem aside. Enough. She raised her palms to stop Lin Long and Chuzha from continuing. She pointed toward the black mess outside. Let's put this queen discussion aside for the time being. How are we going to deal with that bunch out there? We can't just leave them in this universe. They were a huge crowd of madmen that resorted to violence at the slightest disagreement. Even though most of them had their abilities obliterated by her, who knew what they could come up with? After all, they had traveled through their universe just to find their contractors and were high-risk individuals. If she left them to their means, there was a possibility they would destroy the whole galaxy. They won't go back. Chuzha shook his head firmly. Your Majesty, we've been looking for you for such a long time. Now that we have found you, you are no longer just a queen, but also the only option when seeking death for all those without a contractor. F***CK that. F***CK you, maniacs. Are you really in such a rush to die? Even if you were, couldn't you seek it elsewhere? Didn't you say it was a legend? I might not be able to grant them death. Previously I assumed it was a legend as well. Xuzha paused, then glanced at Li Zhang intensely. In response, Li Zhang started to tremble in fear, covering his mouth firmly while trying to force the bile down his throat as he dashed behind Yao Si for shelter. He crouched low behind her, struggling to shrink behind her 156 centimeters height. Xuzha appeared wounded by his actions. But now, I'm sure that you can grant us with an end. I'm sure as well. Lin Long added enthusiastically. Hey, how could you guys have been affected by those madmen? It's true, Your Majesty. Lin Long explained seriously. Your Majesty, haven't you realized? All the pure breeds around you have found their contractors. The pure breeds around her, weren't they Lin Long and Chu? F***CK. Could it be true? Was that what granting death meant? She finally understood the gaze exchanged by Li Zhang and Xuzha. Is the queen perhaps Yulao one? Whoever wants this throne can have it. A full-fledged war was prevented and instead a bunch of overaged singles came to the Red Planet. Yao Si, who was forced into the Yulao role, only had one response, F***CK. Why did she have to bother with that bunch of crazy single dogs? In order to deal with the large crowd of single dogs that stayed around her house, the Red Planet held an emergency meeting. Fortunately, the galaxy was filled with a diverse mix of different races, providing the elders with tons of experience on how to manage disputes among races. However, due to the unique nature of these ancestors, the elders spent almost a whole week before coming up with a preliminary proposal. After both Yao Si and Mu Xuan read through it, the Leaving Singlehood Pact was finalized. Yes, that was what it was called. The motive of the pure breeds was only one, and it was to find their contractor. If it wasn't for the violent and maddening declaration of war against their universe, they wouldn't have had to waste so much effort in resisting. Couldn't they have been like Lin Long, coming and leaving silently? Was there a need to stir up such a big fuss? Since they went so far, they deserved to be punished. The pact consisted of only 3 conditions. First, all pure breeds from the other universe, also known as pure breeds, are allowed to apply for access to the Red Planet through legal channels. Once the application has been approved, the immigration permit pass can be obtained. A temporary bloodling identity card can be applied simultaneously for them to become Red Planet's bloodlings. In order to prevent chaos within the Red Planet, their generation number would follow the current generation and be 765th. Second, pure breeds were to have their abilities sealed by the respected queen of the bloodlings, Yao Si, also, queen of the pure breeds, before they pass through immigration. After it happens, pure breeds are prohibited from participating in activities that may provoke other races. They are not allowed to expose their pure breed identity unless in critical situation. Pure breeds are to abide by all the laws of the Red Planet and are prohibited from any activities that would disrupt the harmony among races or the galaxy's peace. Anyone caught breaking the rules would be restricted entry permanently. Third, the immigration application lasts for 10 years. Once expired, extension is allowed in the Red Planet. These 3 conditions were the best solution to the current situation, providing the pure breeds with an opportunity to search for their contractors while controlling their maniacal mentality. The gist of the rules was, don't cause trouble, don't cause trouble, don't cause trouble. But the sealing of their abilities was a little hard. They were a bunch in love with violence, so for them to lose their ability and be relegated to normal beings seemed like an almost impossible task. Unexpectedly, once the 3 conditions came out, the crowd which previously insisted on taking over the whole universe agreed without any objections. Everyone nodded obligingly, not one having a second opinion. They even asked when the queen was going to seal their abilities. Your Majesty, what should we do? We will listen to all your demands. Your Majesty, when you make your attack, would you prefer if I fall on my side, my back, or on my stomach? I'll be prepared. Your Majesty, do those who seal their abilities first have a priority in finding their contractor? Why don't you seal mine first? Your Majesty, I love peace, really. Look at my muscles, they are smaller than those of the others, so could you introduce me to a contractor first? Your Majesty. Get lost. I'm not Yu Lao. Yao Si spent a whole week sealing the pure breed's abilities to the normal bloodling level. Ever since the battle, she could control that power and her mental strength with ease. Her ability was still really odd though. At times it could be everything while at other times it wasn't anything, like a mixture of energy. Mu Xuan blurted out. How do you know? I'm not sure. He shook his head. I just found the term rather fitting. Yao Si didn't pay much attention as she continued to seal the pure breed's abilities. While doing so, she realized that those pure breeds who had their abilities obliterated weren't completely without any power, it was just recovering extremely slowly and would probably take a few hundred years to return to normal. Still, she used the bloodling suppression as an additional seal. After all their abilities had been sealed, Yao Si left the follow-up things to Elders' Council since they were more proficient in such tasks. For a time, the crammed mess in front of the majestic palace was gone. Yao Si could feel her energy being on the low, and together with Mu Xuan, she lay on the sofa motionlessly, trying to recuperate. I'm tired, she finally understood the pains of racial issues. Yao. Mu Xuan pulled her into his embrace before passing her a piping hot bowl from out of nowhere. Come on, have some blood curd for nourishment. Yao Si downed the entire bowl instantly, and as expected, Mu Xuan had the best culinary skills. She licked her lips and placed the bowl down before turning to hug him. She lifted her head to glance at Mu Xuan, who had been much busier than her, and a warm, fuzzy feeling spread through her. It was a serenity she had never experienced before. Mu Xuan. MMH? He reached his hand out to wipe soup from the corner of her lips, and his face filled her vision. Did I really convert you? Mu Xuan stilled before bending down to place a light kiss on her lips. Why do you say so? Because I had a dream. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 198 Personal time is needed. Chapter 198 Personal time is needed. Translator, King Bao. Editor, Dark Gem. Or rather, Yao Si had been having the same dream repeatedly for the past few days. In the boundless night, lonely and cold stars filled the skies, and there's a voice in my dream that says, I'm waiting for you. Yao Si had a dazed look. The dream had been unusually real, as though she had really lived through that experience of being alone among the galaxies, witnessing the blinking lights and the constant change. Throughout it all, there had been an unwavering voice that kept on calling her. It was your voice. Mu Xuan's gaze sunk, and he focused on her intensely as his grip tightened. He lowered his head to kiss her once more before resting his forehead against hers. Mu Xuan, you previously mentioned that you aren't an earthling. Besides, when Lin Long guessed that she had converted him, he didn't oppose it, but neither did he acknowledge it. I don't think I converted you, the strongest evidence being the blood deed on my forehead. She pointed to her forehead. If Mu Xuan had been converted by her, wasn't he supposed to be the contractor? But instead, the mark was on her. So did the pure breeds make a mistake? No, you are indeed the queen of the pure breeds. Mu Xuan shook his head, rejecting her hypothesis. Why do you say so? I thought about this for a really long time and recently figured it out. He sighed once more before explaining in a low voice, Yao, do you remember when I told you about my messy memory? I remember. That was the time he said he could only remember their conversion in the hospital. It isn't really messy, but rather, he caressed her head. I have 2 sets of memory. 2 sets. How could you have 2 sets? The other set, Yao Si stilled as an absurd thought struck her. Is that my memory? He smiled, nodding. The person in my memory is the first bloodling that was born. In order to find her contractor, she traveled through many different universes and searched for an extremely long time. She traveled through different planets and finally sealed her memory to become an Earthling. In the past, I couldn't differentiate which memory was mine, but right now I'm certain that it's your memory. It was the memory she couldn't remember. Did he know about it because of the conversion, having inherited her memories just like Li Zhan? Did she really convert him then? His eyes dimmed, and he tightened his grip around her hands. Ever since I was born into this world, from the moment I possessed any form of consciousness, I knew I was waiting for someone. I didn't know who she was and I didn't know who I was, but I kept on waiting. Those memories were like a colorless painting, blurry, bland, and without life. They were just an endless stream of loneliness. I waited for an extremely long time and eventually sunk into hibernation. I witnessed the birth of civilizations and disasters, but it was only when I woke up in a hospital on the blue planet, just one glance, and he had known that he had finally found that person he was waiting for. Everything had livened up instantly. Yao, your dream is actually my memory. I was the first being in this universe, and I've always been waiting for you. Mu Xuan, Yao Si could feel an ache within her. She turned and pounced into his embrace. She didn't possess any memory from before she was an Earthling, so she couldn't understand the pure breeds who had traveled through different universes just to find their contractors. But Mu Xuan could remember the eternity he spent waiting for her in this universe. Whenever she remembered the dream with the lonely figure among the endless cold skies, her heart started to ache. Wait a minute, if you're the first being in this world, what's your race? She couldn't help wondering since there wasn't any race that could live for such a long time as far as she knew. Even though bloodlings were immortal, he had only been converted after the creation of the blue planet. I'm not sure either. Mu Xuan shook his head. I seem to be the only one of my kind. Oh, she nodded after a moment. Our universes are twins. If I really am the queen of the pure breeds, then you, her eyes opened up wide. Are you perhaps the king of this universe? It seemed quite possible since Mu Xuan possessed the ability to suppress the elder Grand Prince. Other than the king of this universe, no one else should have been able to accomplish such a feat even though she could obliterate the pure breed's abilities. It was the bloodline suppression from being the first bloodling which forced the pure breeds into submission. It wasn't the case for Mu Xuan, however, who depended purely on his ability. Of course, Mu Xuan had obtained that ability only after she converted him, but pure breeds were unlike the bloodlings on the Red Planet, especially in the case of bloodline suppression. Other than the superficial submission because of her identity, the pure breeds treated the other pure breeds with violence. The most classic example was how the 700-generation bloodlings would not be suppressed by the pure breeds other than in terms of their ability. Bloodline suppression wasn't a reason at all. This meant that Mu Xuan's strength came from within him and had nothing to do with his conversion. Besides, if he were to engage in a battle with her, she would not stand a chance. Other than him being the king of this universe, there was no other explanation. Besides, his fans were scattered through the entire universe even though the bloodlings had a bad reputation. Was there even a race that could stand the sight of bloodlings? However, due to their abilities, they could only hide and avoid conflict with them. Even so, everyone respected and worshipped Mu Xuan, treating him as an untouchable existent galaxy's #1 male god. It was as though he didn't belong to the most hated bloodling race. This situation was exactly how the pure breeds viewed their queen with rose-tinted eyes. Perhaps the various races in the galaxy were like the pure breeds and submitted to Mu Xuan instinctively. He was a presence akin to the queen of pure breeds. But, after confirming this point, she suddenly had another problem. If you are the king as well, then, who converted who? She couldn't seem to make sense of the situation. Forget it, who cares? It doesn't matter as long as we are together. She popped her head out of his embrace and gave him a peck on the cheek. After laboring for so many days, it was time for some nourishment. It had taken such a long time for Mu Xuan to smarten up. If it hadn't been for the maniacal pure breeds, she wouldn't have had to wait such a long time. Mu Xuan's usually cold features softened with inexplicable tenderness, and even the corners of his eyes turned upwards. He hugged her waist cooperatively, followed it with an aggressive kiss. He tightened his grip around Yao Si, and she felt her world spin. The next moment, a muscled figure had already pressed her onto the sofa. Heavy rugged breaths reached her face, stirring up a flame within her. Her heartbeat quickened, her breaths turning into pants. It might have been because of the kiss or due to the anxiety from what was to come. Mu Xuan's fiery gaze grew increasingly intense as it inched closer and closer. "Your Majesty!" The door was smashed open, and a tiny figure came dashing in. The moment he rushed in, he dropped everything in his embrace onto the coffee table in front of them, full of excitement. "Do you still remember me? I'm the elder Grand Prince Yuan Jian. I've been managing the pure breeds for many years and have vast experience in it. Be it full series abilities, mental strength's upper limit detection, or healthy food choosing, I can do all. Here's my health certificate, the management card, premarital certificate, ability book, technology lifetime accomplishment award, biology and physics research award, etc. Your Majesty, what do you think about a talent like me having priority in getting a contractor?" Once he was done, he lifted his head toward the two figures on the sofa. MH. Why did Her Majesty's position look a little odd? Get lost. Yao Si and Mu Xuan. The pure breeds officially integrated into the new universe due to the cooperation of the entire race, and nothing absurd happened. After all, there weren't that many pure breeds. With only a few 100,000 of it was less than the birth rate of some of the other races. Yao Si's primary concern was an internal strife, but that fear showed up to be unfounded as they managed to blend in harmoniously. It seemed like the start of a wonderful society. The main reason for it was that, among the first batch of immigrants, 5 had already found their contractors, and all of them happened to be bloodlings. This meant that the contractors could be concentrated among the bloodlings on the Red Planet. Once the pure breeds noticed this phenomenon, they decided to toss their pride, arrogance, and whatever pure breed self-esteem they possessed out the window, treating the bastards they despised with love and warmth. What a joke! Who called them bastards? This was clearly a contractors' camp. Even though not all the contractors were bloodlings, with such a high possibility, who would dare to risk it and cause them harm? Hence, none of the racial disputes and conflict Yao Si had predicted arose. It was one of the fastest and most peaceful integration of two races in history. It was indeed unexpected, but also worrying. The bloodlings in the Red Planet had cubs which were similar to the pure breed's contractors, so if there was an overlap, it'd be horrifying. Gradually, everyone started to realize that all the pure breed's contractors were inheritors that didn't have their own cubs. All of those with whom they wanted to form pairs were all single dogs, so the horrifying overlap scenario had yet to occur. In the beginning, they assumed it was a coincidence, but with the 10th contractor, their worries were refuted. The last pair was actually an inheritor that had just awakened from the heavenly bestowed yard. After much research, they concluded that perhaps the contractors weren't focused among the inheritors, but rather, earthlings. Li Zhang eventually found his own inheritor. They both had a common trait. Compared to other converted cubs, both of them had earthling characteristics, which meant that contractors were congregated in the twin of the pure breed's mother planet, the blue planet, and its earthlings. There was an above 90% chance of finding one among them. This news caused a stir among the single pure breeds who had scoured through many universes without an aim or goal. Now they had a trace of the source. However, this was yet another stalemate as the blue planet was already gone. The earthlings now were just clones from the heavenly bestowed yard. On top of that, they were cubs for the inheritors on the Red Planet. In the past, bloodling had to wait in line with others of their race, but now there was an entire group of pure breeds coming to lengthen their waiting time? But this wasn't a problem that could stop the contractor crazy pure breeds. Even though their abilities had been sealed, most of them possessed immense knowledge after living for so long. Even though the heavenly bestowed yard could create clones, they came from a universe with a much more advanced technology. A normal pure breed like Lin Long could create galactic beasts as pets, so what were clones? They were definitely skilled enough for it. Thus, a large bunch of pure breeds joined the heavenly bestowed yard research group willingly, and soon the Earthlings could be reborn. But as the pure breeds and the bloodlings of the Red Planet occupied themselves, they realized that the queen that had been guiding their journey in finding their contractors was missing. The entire race fell into a frenzy. The 10 pure breeds who found their contractors had all done so under the guidance of the queen, while the contractor of Elder Grand Prince Yuzhou in particular had been rumored to have been specifically arranged by the queen. Now that she was gone, what were they going to do? Sigma, degree. Your Majesty, please come back. At that moment, in an unknown galaxy far away, an unassuming little ship was sailing at a leisurely pace. Mu Xuan, isn't it a bit mean to just leave without a word? Yao Si asked casually as she ate piping hot duck blood curd. Mu Xuan turned back to glance at her. Stretching his arms out, he pulled her onto his knees and wiped her lips clean. Why, do you want to head back? The corners of Yao Si's lips twitched when she remembered the moment that was interrupted. She didn't know what luck she possessed, but those that had passed by her randomly, greeted her on the street, or had asked for her autograph all ended up finding their contractor the next day or became another person's contractor. Most importantly, the news of it had spread like wildfire within the pure breed community, leading them to treat her as the contractor radar. Groups of pure breeds would come to her in hope to be blessed with a contractor. The situation had escalated so far that they were just one step away from offering her joss sticks. They were treating her as a deity. Couldn't she get some personal space? No, I'm not going back, not even if I die. Yao Si tossed the tiny bit of guilt within her aside, not forgetting to stomp on it several times as well. She turned to circle her arms around Mu Xuan's neck, pressing herself close against him. You're all I need. Mu Xuan stilled, his whole neck turned a fiery shade of red. He lowered his head to plant a kiss on her lips, and in that moment, the entire ship filled with the scent of love. He inched near her ear and replied in a hoarse voice, "Me too." Yao Si's mind started to spin. She couldn't seem to process what he meant, but the next second, a more aggressive kiss reached her lips, drowning out all her thoughts. She couldn't even remember how they ended up on a bed. After such a long time, they were finally going to face each other completely and entirely. Ding! Attention to the ship ahead, we're Falcon pirates and you've been surrounded. Surrender now and you shall not be hurt. Yao Si. Mu Xuan. F***CK, don't stop me. I'm going to take revenge on society. Book completed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.